Chapter 689. There's an accountant in charge of the accounts, Long Fei Yi intoned. I'll leave all of this to you in the future. Han Yunqi grew suspicious and scooted closer to ask in a low voice, Long Fei Yi, are you planning to run away? He's so strange that Han Yunqi felt uneasy. She had a feeling that he'd disappear as soon as he finished everything. Long Fei Yi stroked her bangs and smiled dotingly. If I'm running away, I'll definitely take you with me, but not if I'm running for my life. Han Yunqi slapped his hands away. Long Fei Yi, just what are you planning? You've managed Pilfine Pharmacy so well that your lordship's businesses are all counting on you. Long Fei Yi teased. I'm not just talking about that. Han Yunqi paused before asking, do you have any plans for this trip to Celestial Mountain? Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel that Long Fei's actions were all for the sake of going up Celestial Mountain. He seemed to be in danger, so he had to prepare everything for her. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei's eyes before he said, this trip will be dangerous. If I can't leave the mountain by mid-autumn, can you go down first and help me take over the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate to deal with the changes in the West? Because of Duanmu Yao. Han Yunqi grew anxious. Would Long Fei Yi make an enemy out of Kenzo because of Duanmu Yao? In her impression, he still respected Kenzo's master very much, even with Duanmu Yao's interference. Kenzo was Cloud Realm Continent's #1 expert with unparalleled martial arts skills. If her guesses were right, then they'd be in real danger. It has nothing to do with her. Song Qiuzi is the biggest problem, Long Fei Yi said. Actually, Song Qiuzi was only second in rank. The biggest problem was himself and his seal. If they could break the seal on Celestial Mountain this time, then capturing Song Qiuzi would be a cinch. In the Jianghu martial arts world, the level of one's martial arts was directly determined by the winner, and the loser was in the wrong. It was not as complicated and changeable as the politics of the imperial court. As for Duanmu Yao, he had never taken her seriously. Moreover, he had no intention of letting her return to Sky Mountain. As long as Duanmu Yao didn't return to Celestial Mountain, there would be no conflict between him and his master. As long as he took control of Celestial Mountain, no one in Cloud Realm Continent's Wuling would dare make trouble for the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. In the future, he could also gather the Wuling strength and take over the 2 assassin cities. He had always known that the power of the Jianghu was not to be underestimated. This time, Duanmu Yao had mobilized the power of the Jianghu to cause trouble for Ningcheng. This made him value the power of the Jianghu even more. This trip to Sky Mountain was of great importance and had far-reaching effects. It was the best time for him to go to Sky Mountain during the 3 months of war. If he didn't make a move now, heaven knows whether Duanmu Yao and Song Qiuzi would join forces with Jun Yixia. Song Qiuzi had always wanted to borrow the power of the secular world to seize power on Celestial Mountain. Jun Yixia and Duanmu Yao had long been in cahoots. If Jun Yixia joined forces with Song Qiuzi, then things would be out of his control. Thus, this trip was unavoidable. If he couldn't break the seal, then things would get troublesome. Both he and Han Yunqi would be in danger. Thus, if he couldn't leave the mountain by mid-autumn, he would have to send Han Yunqi down first. He'd already arranged everything. This time he'd come back to South Ning's Commander-in-Chief's estate to tie up loose ends. If he couldn't come back, Han Yunqi would be safest at South Ning's Commander-in-Chief's estate. She controlled all of his properties there, so even if the 5 great clans wanted to make things difficult for her, she had enough chips to contend against them. Although she looked like she was taking control of the situation in his place, there was nothing important to take care of. I'm not leaving the mountain. Leave the affairs of the South Central Region to Bailey Yuanlong. I went up the mountain with you, so I'm going down with you. If you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. Han Yunqi was very serious. You don't know martial arts. You'll only get in your lordship's way if you stay on Celestial Mountain. Long Fei Yi was cruel. Han Yunqi wasn't someone who could be defeated with a single sentence. Even if you get in my way, I'll blame it on you. In any case, if you have the skills to take me up the mountain, then you have to have the skills to come down with me. How about you don't take me up the mountain? All right, then you don't have to go. Long Fei Yi said mildly, his gaze soft and doting. Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi was furious. How could such a hateful person exist? How could he say such heartless words in such a gentle voice? Long Fei Yi was as gentle as ever as he fed her soup. Han Yunqi huffed and drank it all in one gulp before continuing. All right, I won't go. I'll just wait for you in South Ning. After some thought, she added, if you don't come back, I'll have the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate disband, along with Chu Shifeng and the rest. I'll sell all your properties to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium at a cheap price, then wander the world with Gu. Han Yunqi's words were both a warning and a fit of anger. And also, I'll go to the Tang clan Han Yunqi, my parents have already passed away. I want to take you to Celestial Mountain so Master can see you. Long Fei Ye's eyes were filled with tenderness. Han Yunqi abruptly shut her mouth. She didn't want to meet his eyes, but she couldn't help but sink into them. How could she refuse such tenderness? How could she say no to a reason like that? Moreover, she really didn't want to go. Moreover, she'd been looking forward to going with him to Celestial Mountain for a long, long time. Moreover, it was a dangerous trip. How could she not go with him? Han Yunqi stared at Long Fei Yi with a deep gaze without a word. Long Fei Yi smiled helplessly as he stroked her bangs again. After mid-autumn, the 3 countries' grain and medicine supplies will run out. By then, someone will need to take charge of the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. In the end, Bailey Yuanlong is a military general, so he's not as smart as you. Your lordship may only leave the mountain a little later, not forever. So speaking, he pinched Han Yunqi's chin and forced her to look up at him. Han Yunqi, what nonsense are you thinking? You want to wander the world with Gu? Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you believe that your lordship won't break his dog legs right now? At this moment, Gu had just managed to avoid Mu Linger and was currently basking in the sun under his black robe. He suddenly shivered and poked his head out of the robe to look at the scorching sun in the sky with a confused expression. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi for a while before saying, You said it yourself that this trip will be dangerous. Long Fei Yi took advantage of the situation and said, That's why we won't be able to leave the mountain so soon. I don't care. I'm not leaving the mountain anyway. Han Yunqi was rarely so willful. Long Fei Yi suddenly frowned. He didn't say anything and just stared at Han Yunqi. It had to be said that his cold and stern gaze frightened all the servants around them. Each and every one of them was scared witless, afraid that they'd get into trouble if they weren't careful. However, Han Yunqi also frowned and stared back at him with a cold gaze. The 2 of them stared at each other like this for a long time. Finally, Han Yunqi stood up and turned to leave. Wait. Long Fei Yi called her back. There's no room for discussion. I can find someone to entrust with the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. There's no need for me to come back and do it myself, Han Yunqi said cold. The person in her heart was none other than Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe had worked in Tianning's Imperial Physician Courtyard for many years and always maintained a virtuous personality. This was enough to prove that he wasn't just skilled in medicine. As long as they spent some time analyzing the current situation and telling him their plans, she believed that Gu Beiwe wouldn't disappoint them. She was about to leave when Long Fei Yi asked gently, Han Yunqi, do you still want to eat? Come here, don't starve your stomach. Han Yunqi stopped in her tracks. How was she supposed to get angry when this man was like this? How was she supposed to keep arguing? Her eyes suddenly stung, and she wanted to cry. Before she could turn back, Long Fei Yi had already walked over and hugged her from behind. All right, you win. Let's eat. Han Yunqi turned around and looked at him seriously. You're not allowed to lie to me. Not allowed to lie to me? It wasn't like he hadn't lied to her before. Long Fei Yi kissed her lightly on the lips as a seal. You'll follow your lordship wherever I go, all right? Han Yunchi finally smiled. All right, tie me up with a rope. At these words, the surrounding servants all sucked in a cold breath. Qin Wangfei was too impudent. She actually called His Highness Duke of Qinadog. However, Long Fei Yi didn't get angry. He pulled Han Yunchi back to their seats and continued eating. The two of them had a tacit understanding not to mention what had just happened. Han Yunchi wasn't so stupid. She was already on her guard and told herself that she had to be careful around mid-autumn. She had to keep a close eye on Long Fei Yi. You're not going to prepare for the extortion. Han Yunchi changed the topic. She had the courage to go with Long Fei Yi, but she was still rather worried about this matter. However, Long Fei Yi didn't take this matter to heart at all. They didn't even know who the other party was. Wasn't Long Fei Yi too calm? There's nothing to prepare, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. What if the other party not only hired Madame Lingyu, but also Qi Zonglin? Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Han Yunchi wasn't joking. When they were looking for Mama Su, they had been attacked by Lung Shuangshuang and Qi Yaotian. With Long Fei Ye's current abilities, dealing with Lung Shuangshuang and Qi Yaotian was more than enough. However, bringing along someone who didn't know martial arts to deal with two city lords at the same time was truly courting death. This prince will take you there. When the time comes, no matter who we meet, this prince will defend while you attack. We'll kill them all with poison. How does that sound? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunchi's eyes immediately lit up like a searchlight. Back then, when she and Long Fei Yi teamed up, it was more than enough to deal with the Chu family's crazy driving arrow technique. As long as it wasn't the driving arrow technique, Long Fei Yi could bring her close to the enemy. As long as she closed the distance, there are many ways she could use poison. She didn't necessarily need to use hidden needles. All right. Han Yunchi was overjoyed. She was even more curious as to who would be so unlucky as to face Long Fei Yi and her for the first time. With Long Fei Ye's arrangements, Han Yunchi felt much more at ease. After the meal, they drank tea with Bailey Yuanlong for a while before Long Fei Yi accompanied Han Yunchi to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. They entered through a side door. To enter through the side door, they had to pass by the infirmary. The infirmary was very quiet in the afternoon as the patients were all resting. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi lightened their footsteps. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the window of the infirmary, they heard a teasing voice. "Miss, you're really pretty. What's your name?" Han Yunchi didn't recognize this voice, but she was certain it wasn't someone from Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Could it be that a patient was taking liberties with another patient? She suspiciously peeked in through the window, but Long Fei Yi didn't seem interested. Unexpectedly, Han Yunchi was shocked to see someone provoking Bailey Mingxiang. Han Yunchi grabbed Long Fei Yi's hand and whispered, "Look, that person is so bold." Chapter 690. Long Fei Yi peeked into the infirmary and saw Bailey Mingxiang changing the dressing of a young man. The man looked to be in his early 20s and was dressed well. It was obvious at a glance that he came from a wealthy and respectable background. However, the frivolity and wretchedness between his brows made anyone who saw him know that he was a lecherous wastrel. Bailey Mingxiang finished treating the man's wound and was about to stand up when the man grabbed her wrist. Bailey Mingxiang struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. Without a doubt, she'd been teased. That's the 7th young master of the Shao clan, Shao Chong and's favorite grandson. Long Fei Yi recognized the man at a glance. Han Yunchi knew the Shao clan because she'd met them this morning. They were the head of the 5 great clans and had the highest status. So what? He dares to tease Pill Fiend Pharmacy's people. He must be tired of living. Han Yunchi was about to enter when a bag of medicinal ingredients suddenly hit 7th young master Zhao's wound. Ah! 7th young master Shao immediately let go and clutched his knee. It hurts like hell. Who is it? Are you looking to die? Su Xiaoyu walked in with another bag of medicine in her hands. Your great aunt is me. Even Bailey Mingxiang sucked in a cold breath, much less 7th young Master Shao. Su Xiaoyu was younger than 7th young Master Shao by more than 10 years, but this little girl was calling herself great aunt. Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. She wasn't planning to go in, but wanted to watch the show from the sidelines. Call the guards over. Let's go, Long Fei Yi said. He was too busy to pay attention to such trivial matters. No need. That little great aunt can handle it. You go first. Han Yunqi was in a good mood. This was her first time seeing Su Xiaoyu help Bailey Mingxiang. Long Fei Yi didn't rush her, but left. At noon, he'd received news that Gu Beiwa had returned to Pill Fiend Pharmacy with Gu and the rest. He could use this chance to talk to Gu Beiwa about Chu Shifeng's situation. After Long Fei Yi left, Han Yunqi hid outside the window and watched quietly. Not long after, all the patients in the infirmary woke up. Su Xiaoyu and 7th young master Zhao's voices were louder than the other. Stinky girl, where did you come from? How dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am? 7th young master Shao actually stood up. Bailey Mingxiang looked at the bleeding wound on his leg in disbelief. This guy was clearly being carried in, and he kept mumbling that his legs were going to be crippled. How could he stand up now? What a good actor he is. I don't know who you are. This is not a brothel. When Su Xiaoyu said this, Bailey Mingxiang got angry. How could she talk like this? Is this little girl going to scold me as well? But Su Xiaoyu only said, if you dare to touch her again, do you believe that I'll poison you to death? You, which eye of yours saw me touch her? I wouldn't want her even if you gave her to me. 7th young master Shao said disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoyu threw the medicine bag in her hand at his head, scattering its powder all over his face. Cheap wench. 7th young master Shao was furious as he lunged at Su Xiaoyu. Someone come! Someone come! Bailey Mingxiang shouted, but Su Xiaoyu only said cold, what are you muttering about? I can handle this beast by myself. The guards soon arrived. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand, indicating for them to withdraw. She leaned to the side to avoid 7th young master Zhao's claws and pulled Bailey Mingxiang far away. Bailey Mingxiang looked at Su Xiaoyu's small hand tightly holding her big hand. A strange feeling flashed through her heart, but she couldn't explain it clearly. She realized that this child's hand was especially cold. 7th young master Zhao's head was covered in powder. He rubbed his eyes and lunged at them again, but he still missed. After a few rounds, 7th young master Shao flew into a rage out of humiliation. Do you know who I am? I am the 7th young master of the Shao family. How can you use the two words 7th young master? Suddenly, a crisp voice was heard. A figure flipped over the windowsill and came in. This person was none other than Mu Ling. Han Yunqi was very surprised. She didn't expect Mu Ling to come back. If that was the case, then Gu should have returned to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Mu Ling, you're in charge of Pill Fiend Pharmacy now, right? These two lowly slaves actually joined hands to slander this young master, and even threw medicine at me. How vile! How does Pill Fiend Pharmacy teach its servants? This young master will take these two away. Otherwise, this matter won't be over. 7th young master Shao was very familiar with Mu Ling. But he didn't know that Su Xiaoyu and Bailey Mingxiang were Qin Wangfei's people. Mu Ling looked at him disdainfully and sneered. Didn't you hear what this young miss said? 7th young master Shao really didn't notice. He only saw that Mu Ling's attitude was strange, so he asked, what do you mean? Without a word, Mu Linger kicked him squarely on the wound on 7th young master Zhao's leg. Finally, 7th young master Shao lost his footing and fell on his butt. Su Xiaoyu looked at him with incomparable admiration and wanted nothing more than to give him another kick. Bailey Mingxiang, on the other hand, was very worried. This person was the young master of the Shao family. Would they cause trouble for esteemed Wang Fei and His Highness Duke of Qin? Mu Ling looked down at him and coldly warned, "This young miss already warned you 2 months ago. If this young miss hears you call yourself 7th young master again, you'll have to bear the consequences." Han Yunqi shook her head as she watched from outside the window. She thought, just how much does Mu Ling like Gu? She doesn't even allow others to call him 7th young master. Truly crazy. She originally thought that 7th young master Shao would flip out, but who knew that he would actually shrink back? He looked resentfully at Mu Ling and said, I just forgot. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Han Yunqi and Bailey Mingxiang were in disbelief. What was going on? Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, worshipped Mu Ling even more. Humph! Mu Ling sneered, "Fine. Then, how are you going to pay for hurting my people? Don't think that I don't know what's going on." Mu Ling was the 7th young master Zhao's nemesis. He actually didn't argue with her. He just waved his hand and said, "Fine, fine. Hurry up and find someone to treat my wound. I'll leave. Is that okay?" Mu Ling didn't let Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu go. Instead, she carried the 7th young master Shao to a chair and dressed his wound herself. For the rest of the time, the infirmary was filled with cries and screams. In the end, the 7th young master Shao didn't walk out. He was carried out on a stretcher. As soon as he left, Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly asked, "Miss Ling, why are you? The Shao clan's young master seems to be afraid of you. Because he has erectile dysfunction. I have to give him medicine every month." The 7th young master, Shao, kept asking Mu Ling to keep it a secret, but Mu Ling casually said it out loud. The other patients in the room all looked at her. Bailey Mingxiang smiled. "Thank you, Miss Ling, Sister Ling. You can actually cure erectile dysfunction. Please teach me." Su Xiaoyu was very excited. Mu Ling slapped her on the forehead. "You are so young. Why do you know so much?" Su Xiaoyu wanted to beg again, but Mu Ling dragged them to the side hall. Han Yunqi was confused, so she hurriedly ran after them. Mu Ling asked coldly, "I was just gone for a while. How did the big bag of yellow lotus and the big bag of licorice disappear? How did you use them?" This was the headquarters of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. It wasn't appropriate for outsiders to take care of the prescriptions. Mu Ling had been taking care of it herself. Before she left, she handed it over to Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu. Han Yunqi frowned when she heard that. Yellow lotus was actually an expensive medicinal material. In modern times, people use the technology of planting under the forest to increase its survival rate and yield. Even so, it still took 5 to 6 years to harvest it. After harvesting it, it had to be carefully dried before it could be stored and used. In ancient times, there were wild herbs, but they were few in number. Pill Fiend Pharmacy had to carefully select the best of the best, so it wasn't easy to get them. As for licorice, it was mostly wild. Only the Wang clan in Medicine City had the technology to plant it. 9 out of 10 prescriptions required licorice. The amount of licorice used was so large that the wild ones were over-harvested and the artificial ones weren't enough. That was why it wasn't easy to get this medicine. How did they use up the 2 bags so quickly? Could it be that these 2 people stole the medicine? Han Yunqi rejected the idea. What's going on? Mu Ling suddenly asked angrily. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu lowered their heads and didn't say anything. You won't say? Mu Ling raised her eyebrows. It's all her fault. She insisted on adding licorice to every prescription, saying that she was afraid the medicine would be too bitter for the patients to eat. Su Xiaoyu said coldly. Bailey Mingxiang, you have such a good heart. Why don't you become a bodhisattva? What are you doing by staying by esteemed Wang Fei's side? Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly explained. Miss Ling, the weather has changed over the past month and many children have fallen ill. The prescriptions for the medicine didn't add much licorice, and many of them were especially sour and bitter, so Bailey Mingxiang hesitated for a moment. I was the one who secretly added the licorice. I carefully read the prescriptions and knew that increasing the amount of licorice wouldn't have any effect. I'll pay for this loss. Hee, you don't even want to leave your name after doing such a good deed. Su Xiaoyu sneered. Bailey Mingxiang was angry this time. Miss Ling, it was this girl who used Coptis chinensis. I must tell you this. If the people who came to get the medicine said something that made her unhappy, she added Coptis chinensis to the medicine. Although it didn't harm the patient's life, it was too immoral. If someone who knew medicine saw through it, our pill fiend pharmacy's reputation would be ruined. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes several times when she heard this. What should she say? Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu were truly a perfect match. How could they do such a thing? How could it be ruined? Adding Coptis chinensis is good for the patients, but it's also detoxification. I gave such expensive medicine to them for free, so they should be thanking me. Su Xiaoyu was still trying to quibble. Mu Ling was about to go crazy. She was silent for a long time before she finally said angrily, If it weren't for Han Yunqi's sake, this miss wouldn't have let you off. This miss will give you 10 days. If you can't get the licorice and Coptis chinensis by then, you just wait and see. Don't mention Han Yunqi. This miss won't even give face to Long Fei Yi. Mu Ling left angrily after she finished speaking. Su Xiaoyu muttered, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't care about such trivial matters. After she finished speaking, she ignored Bailey Mingxiang and turned to leave. Bailey Mingxiang looked at her back for a long time before he finally called out, Lass, thank you for just now. He didn't know if Su Xiaoyu heard him, but she continued walking without looking back. Han Yunqi didn't have time to pay attention to this matter. She was relieved to leave it to Mu Ling. She was about to chase after Mu Ling, when someone patted her shoulder from behind. Poison Lass Show. Chapter 691. Han Yunqi turned around and saw nothing but darkness. Gu was dressed in a large black robe with a hood and a mask covering his face, completely hiding himself. Long time no see. Are you safe and sound? Han Yunqi asked jokingly. When did you come back? I just arrived this morning. Gu said. I brought Gu Beiwa with me. When you go back, tell Mu Linger to ask Gu Beiwa if there's anything she doesn't understand about the pharmacopoeia. If Gu Beiwa doesn't understand, then write a letter to the King of Medicine. Han Yunqi crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. And then I'll go look for the fire and metal of 10,000 poisons. Gu was very serious. Then why don't you tell her yourself? Han Yunqi asked. That girl is too annoying. She can pester me for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, constantly asking about this medicine. If I stay with her any longer, I'll definitely go crazy. Gu thought for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Poison Lass, do you think that Brat suspects something? Has the Mu family's matter been resolved? Han Yunqi changed the topic. Madame Lianxin had sacrificed herself to make a final effort for the Mu family. Now that Medical City had expelled Madame Lianxin and had Elder Ling from the city, these 2 notorious people had become street rats that everyone wanted to beat up. They couldn't live anywhere. If Gu didn't give the Mu family some benefits, how could Madame Lianxin let the matter rest? I've talked to that girl. She'll become the head of the Mu family, and the Council of Elders will give the Mu family 2 pieces of land. Whether or not the Mu family can be saved will depend on that girl's sincerity. Gu said, then added, In any case, we've already talked to her about this matter on behalf of Long Fei Yi. It has nothing to do with me. A complicated look flitted through Han Yunqi's eyes. If she doesn't take it seriously, I'm afraid Madame Lianqin will come knocking on our door. That has nothing to do with me, Gu said again. Han Yunqi deliberately looked at him with disdain. If you don't like her, why did you provoke her? Gu also looked at Han Yunqi with disdain. I provoke you every day. Why don't you like me? Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered and turned to leave. Gu quickly stopped her and looked at her with even more disdain. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Do you have any clues about the fire and metal of 10,000 poisons? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Gu shook his head. He had actually been searching for a long time, but there was no progress. Metal was hard to find, let alone the metal of 10,000 poisons. As for fire, he was completely clueless. However, he was very determined. Even if there are no clues, we still have to look. I have an appointment with Long Fei Yi. Gu and Long Fei Yi had 2 appointments. The first was that Gu would help Long Fei Yi hide the matter about Mute Granny. Long Fei Yi would help Gu hide the secret of his undying body. The second was that Gu would help Long Fei Yi find a way to cure the perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi would help Gu destroy Medical City. Of these 2 agreements, Han Yunqi only knew the second one. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had a lot of things to do. They were very busy every day. However, Gu only wanted to do one thing in his life. He always remembered his appointment with Long Fei Yi. When are you leaving? Han Yunqi knew that she couldn't make him stay. She could only secretly mourn for Mu Linger. Now, if it weren't for the fact that he wanted to see Han Yunqi, Gu would have left in the morning. He asked, Are you planning to stay in Ningnan for a long time? After the war between the 3 countries is over? We're going to Tian Shan Mountain. I think we'll be staying there for a while, Han Yunqi said in a low voice. Tian Shan Mountain? Why are you going there? Gu was curious. Is Long Fei Yi going there to practice martial arts? It's not the right time, right? Han Yunqi looked at Gu and smiled bitterly. This guy was very smart, but he never cared about the current situation. Anyone who cared about the current situation would have guessed that Long Fei Yi went to Tian Shan Mountain to take advantage of the martial arts world's power. If Gu Beiwei was indifferent to fame and fortune, then Gu was someone who didn't have the concept of fame and fortune. He always lived in his own free and easy world, doing whatever he wanted without any restraints. Han Yunqi actually liked him a lot, but this kind of like had nothing to do with romance. Gu rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. He said seriously, Actually, there's no need to practice Long Fei Yi's martial arts. If I were him, I would take you to eat and drink well. Why would you need to practice martial arts? I just like him to practice martial arts. Han Yunqi was always on Long Fei Yi's side. Han Yunqi, what exactly do you like about Long Fei Yi? Although Gu was smiling, Han Yunqi was inexplicably stunned. She hadn't heard Gu call her by her name for a long time. I don't know, Han Yunqi said lightly. Useless. Gu was disgusted. He took out a palm-sized, blood-red wild mushroom from his black robe and stuffed it into Han Yunqi's hand. Then he walked away without looking back. Hey, what's this? Aren't you going to have a meal with me before you leave? Gu. Old ghost. Gu didn't look back. He waved his hand. Remember to miss your Chi brother. Wait for my good news. Be careful. Han Yunqi chased after him for a few steps, but Gu quickly disappeared. Han Yunqi looked at the wild mushroom in her hand seriously and was shocked. This was a good medicine for women to replenish their blood and energy. It would take at least 500 to 600 years to grow to this size. Han Yunqi looked at it for a long time. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She smiled helplessly. Silly! Han Yunqi didn't give this precious blood mushroom to Mu Ling. Instead, she told Su Xiaoyu to keep it in a secret room in the pharmacy. She went to the backyard. Before she even entered the room, Lil Thing pounced at her and let out a shrill cry that resounded through the backyard. Squeak! Han Yunqi immediately covered its mouth. Did Gu Beiwe give you a stimulant? Ever since they came back from the medicine requesting cave, Lil Thing had been guarding Gu Beiwe. Now it was finally back in her hands. Inside the room, Long Fei Yi heard Lil Thing's voice and was puzzled. What's that mouse called? It should be the Princess Consort. Gu Beiwe knew Lil Thing better than anyone else. Just like Lil Thing, it knew young master better than anyone else. Long Fei Yi left without another word. Gu Beiwe smiled faintly. He carefully cleaned up the teacup that Long Fei Yi had used. When Han Yunqi carried Lil Thing into the room, she didn't see any trace of Long Fei Yi. Greetings to the Princess Consort. Gu Beiwe was always so gentle and modest. Even if he couldn't stand up, he still remained seated in his wheelchair with his hands clasped in front. Han Yunqi always ignored his respect. She sat in Long Fei Ye's former seat and poured herself some tea. Since when did you like drinking tea? In her impression, he'd always been drinking tea by himself when she came to see him. I've got more free time than before, Gu Beiwe smiled. You won't be free from now on, will you? The people who want to make appointments with you can line up all the way out of the city. Han Yunqi smiled back. She always felt so comfortable when she was with him. She couldn't help but smile, and even her fretful heart would calm down in an instant. They'd barely spoken when Lady Hellion and little Er's voices came from outside. Yunqi, you're here. You made us look for you. Big sis, you're finally back. Is my master back too? It was rare for Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi to have some alone time together, but Lady Hellion and little came to find them. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Gu Beiwe's eyes flashed with helplessness, but it was nothing more than helplessness. Very soon, Lady Hellion and little came in. Lady Hellion was still as beautiful, graceful, and charming as ever. Long time no see, little He'd grown up. Han Yunqi remembered that when she'd saved him at the Han estate, he was only a 6-year-old child. Now he was almost 10 years old. He wasn't as delicate as before, but his temperament was still clean and clean. Those clear black and white eyes looked even more stubborn than when he was young. As soon as he saw Gu Beiwe in his wheelchair, Han Yunqi almost burst into tears. They all knew about Gu Beiwe's injuries. Gu Beiwe didn't say a word, but called out to him. Han Yunqi sniffled a few times and held back his tears. Master, when will you get better? I'll be fine after resting for more than a month, Gu Beiwe said honestly. Lady Hellion was also very concerned. Dr. Gu, if you need any help, just let me know. Don't be shy. Gu Beiwe responded with a faint smile. This topic was a bit heavy, so Han Yunqi changed the topic. She smiled and said, when did you start calling him master? Dr. Gu officially accepted me as his disciple a long time ago. Big sis, I'm not going to medical school to take the exam. I'll focus on learning from master and go when I'm older. Little seemed to have matured a lot. You're sensible now. Come here, let big sis give you a hug. Han Yunqi was very happy. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi stood rooted to the ground with an embarrassed expression, and his ears were a little red. Oh, this child knows the difference between men and women. Han Yunqi laughed. Children in ancient times matured early and expressed their feelings in a different way. No wonder little was shy. Come here, I won't molest you. Don't worry. Han Yunqi smiled and beckoned with her finger. Only then did little dare to go over. Han Yunqi ruffled his hair and asked, What rank are you now? Although he wasn't going to medical school to take the exam, he could still use the medical school's ranking system as a reference. Han Yunqi was about to happily answer when Gu Beiwe said, A third-rank doctor's ability, including temperament and experience, can barely reach the level of a second-rank doctor. Little remember, medical skills are only a part of being a doctor, not everything. Yes, this disciple will remember your teachings. Little was very obedient. Dr. Gu will be staying in Pill Fiend Pharmacy from now on. You have to learn from him, understand? Not everyone has this opportunity. Han Yunchi said seriously. Little Er hurriedly said, Big sis, when I become a divine doctor, I'll also be Pill Fiend Pharmacy's resident doctor, okay? I'll go wherever you want me to go. So you're learning medicine for me? Han Yunchi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Han Yuni was very serious. Of course. Big sis saved Er's life. When Er grows up, I'll protect Big sis. Although Han Yunchi didn't need this kind of protection, when she heard this, she couldn't help but want to pull little Er into her arms and hug him. It was too heartwarming. Little Er, when you grow up, you have to protect your mother, wife, and children. You're learning medicine because of your talent and interest. You have to learn to cure illnesses and save people. Do you understand? Han Yunchi instructed seriously. Little Er hesitated for a long time before muttering. Then can I protect Big Sis as well? Of course you can. Han Yunchi readily agreed. However, Mrs. Hulien's eyes didn't have their usual kindness, but were filled with complicated and worried. Chapter 692. If it wasn't for Han Yunchi, Lady Hellion and Er would have been chased out of the house by Lady Su long ago. The Han family owed Han Yunchi so much, but Han Yunchi still tried her best to protect their most talented son, even when she couldn't even protect herself. Lady Hellion admitted that she'd once suspected Han Yunchi, and suspected that she was only trying to hold mother and son hostage, so she could take the Han family's pharmacopoeia and properties for herself. But Han Yunchi didn't. Everything she did was for the sake of the Han family. She'd spent a lot of effort on and wanted him to become a man of indomitable spirit. She wanted him to shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Han family's pharmacies. Han Yunchi doted on little just as much as his mother herself. Seeing the stubbornness in Er's eyes, Lady Hellion couldn't help but knit her brows. What was Lady Hellion worried about? In the past, when said he wanted to repay his big sister, she'd always praise him for being sensible and teach him not to be ungrateful. But now, she was only filled with worry. She wasn't afraid of anything but losing her son. Thus, there were some things she couldn't control. Seventh Madam, what are you spacing out for? Come drink some tea. Even though Han Yunchi was the high and mighty Qin Wangfei, she still treated Lady Hellion with respect. In terms of seniority, she really did have to call Hellion Zuexiang Seventh Madam. As soon as Lady Hellion walked over, she pulled into her arms and asked about Han Yunchi's health as usual. Then she told her about the Han family's 4 Directions pharmacy. After chatting for a while, Han Yunchi told Gu Beiwa to rest before they left together. As soon as they stepped out the door, Lady Hellion asked in a low voice, Yunchi, it's been so many years. Why hasn't there been any movement from your stomach? Han Yunchi didn't expect this at all, although she knew many people were concerned about this question. No one had asked her so directly ever since she'd been questioned at Tianning's imperial palace. It should be time for some movement, she muttered to herself. His Highness, Duke of Qin, doesn't want children? Madame Hulien's voice grew even softer. Han Yunchi smiled. I'm too busy. I don't have time. Then when do you want it? Madame Hellion muttered. His Highness Duke of Qin isn't young anymore. You don't have any plans for the next year and a half, right? I'm busy too. Han Yunchi wasn't making up an excuse. It was the truth. Long Fei Yi was busy, so how could she be free? In 2 days, she had an appointment to save Grand Concubine Yi, and in a few days, she had to prepare to ascend Celestial Mountain. Both were dangerous affairs, but she had been working hard on cultivating her poison storage space, hoping to break through to the 2nd or 3rd level as soon as possible. She hoped to be of help to Long Fei Yi. She didn't even have time to fall in love, so where would she find the time to have children? Thinking of this, Han Yunchi smiled. What are you laughing at? Madame Hellion didn't understand. It's nothing. You guys go ahead. I'll go find Ling. Han Yunchi said, but Madame Hellion didn't leave. Yunchi, there's chaos in the north. You guys won't be leaving this time, right? South Ning is such a nice place. Don't keep going to dangerous places. I'll go wherever Long Fei Yi goes. There's no danger with him around, Han Yunchi teased. She wouldn't tell anyone else about her trip to Celestial Mountain. A married daughter is like spilled water. Madame Hellion was helpless, but little Er was delighted. That's right. With His Highness Duke of Qin here, Big Sis won't be in any danger. Mother, don't worry. Yunchi, why don't you come to the Han estate for dinner tonight? Madame Hellion asked. No, I still have things to do tonight. Maybe another day. Han Yunchi tactfully declined. Madame Hellion didn't invite her again, but left with little Er. Mother, you go back first. I'll come back tonight. I have a lot of medical records to show Master. Little Er said seriously. A complicated look flickered past Madame Hellion's eyes before she murmured, why don't you stay at Pilfiend Pharmacy tonight? Mother will come pick you up tomorrow. Little immediately shook his head. Big Sis Qinxiang isn't at home. I have to go back to keep you company. Silly child, Mother is going to the temple. I might stay there tonight. Be good and stay with Dr. Gu. Mother will come pick you up tomorrow morning, Madame Hellion said seriously. Mother, why are you staying at the temple? Little Er didn't understand. In the past, his mother had never stayed out at night. There's a Dharma assembly at the temple tonight. Madame Hellion stroked little Er's head with a smile. How can a child have so many questions? Hurry and go help out at the pharmacy. Little I didn't think much of it and skipped towards the pharmacy. Once Master and Big Sis were back, he felt like the world had turned beautiful again. Madame Hellion exhaled and hurried out the door. Su Xiaoyu happened to pass by and glanced at the figure in a daze. She chased after her for a few steps before disappearing around a corner. Madame Hellion, what's the rush? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? She muttered to herself. Su Xiaoyu also went to the pharmacy and saw Mu Ling, personally checking the herbs. Little was helping at the side. Han Yunchi wasn't there. In fact, Han Yunchi had gone back to find Gu Beiwe. She had said that Gu Beiwe wanted to rest to send Madame Hellion and little away. When she returned, Gu Beiwe was still brewing tea. Only her cup was left on the table. Obviously, he knew she would come again. Dr. Gu isn't a counselor, but a doctor. What a pity. Han Yunchi joked. It's just that I've been in the palace for so long that I'm used to observing people's expressions. Now I'm more careful, that's all. Gu Beiwe was very modest. Esteemed Wang Fei, do you have something important to discuss? His Highness, and I will be going to Celestial Mountain at the beginning of next month. This trip will be quite dangerous. Han Yunchi was very direct. If she and Long Fei Yi could successfully descend the mountain on mid-autumn night, that would be the best. If they couldn't, Gu Beiwe was the person they trusted the most. In fact, Gu Beiwe had already known about the trip to Celestial Mountain because Long Fei Yi had just talked to him when he arrived. His face was full of shock. What? His Highness Duke of Qin is Kenzo's closed-door disciple. Esteemed Wang Fei, did something happen? That's Kenzo's family business. Han Yunchi was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Gu Beiwe, you should be well aware of the War of the Three Kingdoms. The situation at the Commander-in-Chief's manor. Han Yunchi analyzed the situation in detail, including the threat of Northern Li and the strength of the Bailey Navy. Gu Beiwe didn't interrupt her, but listened to her carefully. Esteemed Wang Fei, you've told this one so much. This one. If His Highness and I haven't descended the mountain by mid-autumn, I hope you can assist General Bailey at the Commander-in-Chief's manor. He's a military general, after all, and doesn't understand the ways of politics, Han Yunchi murmured. Gu Beiwe smiled helplessly. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one is only a doctor. A doctor treats the heart, the nation, and the world. I can treat anyone. Han Yunqi's face was serious, her eyes bright. Gu Beiwe, just treat it as me. Before Han Yunqi could finish her sentence, Gu Beiwe cut her off. He never wanted to hear Han Yunqi say that word to him. He didn't like it, nor did he have the right. Yunqi, do you know? Towards you. I can only follow your orders in this lifetime. A doctor treats the heart, the nation, and the world? Yunqi, I only hate that I couldn't treat myself. I couldn't recover my martial arts and protect you. I'm indebted to esteemed Wang Fei for thinking highly of me. If there's a need, this one will definitely do my best to cooperate with General Bailey. Gu Beiwe respectfully bowed with clasped hands. I believe in you. Han Yunqi trusted her own judgment and intuition. The two of them chatted idly until Mu Ling came to find them. You really should rest. I've disturbed you, Han Yunqi said. Gu Beiwe had already grown tired of Mu Ling and Gu Qisha's constant bickering on his way back, so he didn't keep Han Yunqi. Mu Ling was about to enter the room when Han Yunqi pushed her out. Where's Gu? Han Yunqi asked first. Mu Ling rolled her eyes at her. I should be the one asking you. He left. He shouldn't be back anytime soon. You don't have to wait. Han Yunqi spoke honestly. If you have time, go back to Medicine City and tidy up the Mu clan. Don't let Lady Lianxin find you. Mu Ling's bright eyes immediately dimmed. She walked with Han Yunqi into the flower gardens in silence. Before she knew it, she'd hooked her arm around Han Yunqi's. Han Yunqi only glanced at her without a word. After walking for a while, Mu Ling finally spoke. Han Yunqi. What? Why is it so hard to like someone? Tired? Han Yunqi asked. Very tired. Mu Ling replied honestly. It's been so many years. He's always running away, and I'm always chasing after him. I've almost run all over Cloud Realm continent, but I just can't catch him. You won't be tired if you don't like him, right? Actually, Han Yunqi herself didn't understand. You'll die. You'll die if you don't like him. Mu Ling blinked her big, bright eyes with determination. Han Yunqi was speechless. Not to that extent. Will you stop liking the Long Fei Yi one day? Mu Ling asked. I've never thought about it. Han Yunqi didn't even consider this question. Aya, you're different from us. Mu Ling hung her head dejectedly, but she still raised it in the end with a proud expression. I'll wait. When he's old, there'll be a day when he can't run any more. Mu Linger lifted her head to look at the skies, the gentle April sunlight shining down on her clean, stubborn face. Her heart was as firm as gold, her eyes sparkling as her lips corked up. She was in the prime of her youth and beauty. Gu Ling, I will wait for you until the end of time. I'll wait until the seas turn blue. I'll wait until prosperity falls. I'll wait until the years are peaceful. But Gu Qisha, when will you grow old? Han Yunqi looked at Mu Ling, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That's a good idea. I'm serious. Mu Ling said loudly. I know. Han Yunqi nodded repeatedly. Night fell. Before leaving Pill Fiend Pharmacy, Han Yunqi told Su Xiaoyu to give the blood mushroom to Mu Ling. Mistress, this is good stuff. You have to keep it for yourself. Although Su Xiaoyu admired Mu Ling, she still thought of Han Yunqi first. Lord Pill Fiend gave it to her. Take it, Han Yunqi ordered coldly. Su Xiaoyu rubbed her nose and could only do as she was told. Although this wasn't appropriate and was being nosy, Han Yunqi really felt sorry for silly Ling. What girl wasn't silly in the face of love? The only ones who weren't silly were those who had been hurt and no longer believed in love. Seeing Long Fei Yi coming over, she restrained her thoughts. She knew that she was often very silly in front of Long Fei Yi. On the way back, Han Yunqi tightly held Long Fei Yi's hand. 2 days later, They arrived at Lost Void Lake as promised. Chapter 693. Lost Void Lake was a rather mystical place. It was located in the forest north of South Ning County. There was only one path leading to the lake, and it was covered in white fog all year round. Once one stepped in, it was extremely easy to get lost, so it was called the Lost Path. However, as long as one passed through the Lost Path, one would feel as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. One could see a strange lake. There was a lake in the lake, and from afar it seemed like the lake was hollowed out, so it was called the Empty Lake. There were many ferocious beasts in the forest, so people rarely came to this place. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi rode their horses here, but they dismounted before reaching the Lost Path. It was noon, but the entire forest was gloomy and cold, like an otherworldly place. They saw that both sides of the Lost Path were planted with parasol trees, and there was a straight path in the middle of the trees. The white fog on the path was relatively sparse, and they could barely see the road. On both sides it was a vast expanse of white, like a sea of clouds. Along the way, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi talked about the strange scenery here. Han Yunqi paid attention. She activated the detoxification system from afar, but it did not detect any poison. Nature was great and awe-inspiring. Many natural phenomena could not be explained. Han Yunqi stood at the intersection. After confirming that the fog was not poisonous, she enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the Lost Path with great interest. It's too despicable to find such a place. She sneered. The robbers would definitely set up an ambush on the Lost Path. Long Fei Yi held her hand, their fingers intertwined tightly. He said in a low voice, "Be careful. Don't worry. Leave this part of the road to me." Han Yunqi liked the white fog too much. She took out 2 pills, one for herself and the other for Long Fei Yi. Then she held Long Fei Ye's hand tightly. "Long Fei Yi, I'll protect you on this part of the road. Do you trust me?" "I do." Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunqi used poison. The path was long, and there must be many ambushes. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. He had originally planned to spend a long time on this path. Now that Han Yunqi had made her move, he could rest assured. Even Junie Xia, who came from the 100 Poison sect, could not escape from Han Yunqi's poison. Who else in this world could be lucky enough to survive her poison? They really had to thank the person who chose this place. Otherwise, a powerful poison master like Han Yunqi would be useless. The 2 of them held hands, and their figures were quickly submerged in the white fog. How much did Long Fei Yi trust Han Yunqi? Other than holding her hand tightly, he was very relaxed. It was as if he was not here to negotiate but to take a stroll. Han Yunqi was the same as him, relaxed and content. She had absolute confidence in her poison techniques, not because she was conceited, but because she was confident. At first, the surroundings were silent, but soon, waves of wails could be heard. There was no doubt that the ambushing assassins had been poisoned by Han Yunqi, and the poison was taking effect. "What poison?" Long Fei Yi asked. "The most common poison for abdominal pain." Han Yunqi smiled. "Not ruthless enough." Long Fei Yi gave an objective evaluation. "There is no antidote for this poison. It must be in continuous pain for 3 days and 3 nights before it can detoxify itself. Moreover, this kind of pain is not painful enough to kill people." Han Yunqi asked jokingly, "Why don't you give it a try?" "No need." Long Fei Yi was very serious, but he still gave an objective evaluation, living a life worse than death. Very good. In fact, he thought that once this woman's poison techniques were put to use, it would be a fatal blow. Han Yunqi saw Long Fei Ye's cold and solemn expression and couldn't help but laugh. Long Fei Ye's hand immediately tightened, but Han Yunqi continued to laugh. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything and pulled Han Yunqi into his embrace, pressing her face against his chest. Han Yunqi's face was almost squashed, and she couldn't laugh at all. Although the white fog was everywhere, they could still barely see the road ahead. Han Yunqi had dealt with the ambushing assassins, and Long Fei Yi was responsible for leading the way in a straight line. At this time, at the end of the path, by the empty lake, two women were standing side by side, one old and one young. One was dressed in white like a fairy, the other in black like a demon. They were both looking at the path with serious expressions. "Why is there no news at all?" The young woman was clearly anxious. "What's the rush? This madam has set up an inescapable net. Even if the old Kenzo came, he might not be able to walk out." The old woman in black said coldly, "You've made it clear. Only kill Han Yunqi. Don't hurt the Qin Emperor." The young woman said again, "Don't worry." The old woman in black was a little impatient. The young woman was still worried and added, "I'll say the ugly words first. If your people hurt the Qin Emperor, you won't get a single penny." The old woman ignored her, and she continued, "Also, if you can't kill Han Yunqi, you won't get a single penny. Let's make a deal." The old woman snorted disdainfully. Just as she was about to speak, a female assassin in black suddenly rolled out of the white fog. She rolled a few times before stopping and falling at the old woman's feet. She clutched her stomach, her face covered in cold sweat. She had risked her life to escape here and deliver the news. At this time, she didn't even have the strength to lie down, let alone stand. "Madam, we've all been poisoned." "What?" The young woman was shocked. The old woman was also in disbelief. "All poisoned? How is that possible?" The newcomer was Long Fei Yi, one of the top experts in Cloud Realm Continent's martial arts world. Han Yunqi's poison skills couldn't be underestimated either, so the old woman naturally wouldn't be her love rival. She had hidden a total of 30 assassins in the maze, and all of them were elites. How could they be wiped out before the battle even started? What kind of situation was this? Even if Han Yunqi had poisoned them, wouldn't she have had to wait until the assassin group showed up before she had the chance? Where did she get the ability to cripple the entire assassin group in such a short period of time? Sisters, they're still in the forest. Their stomachs feel like they're being cut by knives, and they can't move. The assassin reported truthfully. Could it be that Han Yunqi poisoned the fog? The old woman muttered to herself. She thought that if this woman wasn't eliminated, she would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. Her poison skills were almost on par with Bai Yanqing's. "That damn slut!" the young woman raged. "Madame Lingyu, what do you think we should do?" That's right, this old woman in black was none other than the city lord of the City of Daughters, and Bai Yanqing's subordinate, Madame Lingyu. She could be considered someone who had seen much of the world, so she remained calm. "What's the rush?" The reason the maze is called a maze isn't as simple as the white fog obscuring the vision. "You mean?" The young woman didn't understand. Madame Lingyu was the one who chose the location of the Lost Void Lake. The maze is protected by the art of divination. Even if there's no ambush, it won't be easy for them to walk out. Madame Lingyu sneered. They should be walking into the array by now. One had to know that the reason she was loyal to Bai Yanqing was because she had been trapped in the maze for 10 whole days. She had bitterly endured the cold and hunger, and when her life had been hanging by a thread, Bai Yanqing had saved her. She owed Bai Yanqing her life, and after learning that Bai Yanqing was the sect master of the 100 Poison sect, she had been loyal to him wholeheartedly ever since. Bai Yanqing had helped her a lot when she became the city lord of the City of Daughters. Bai Yanqing didn't know anything about divination, but he had his own tricks to get out of the maze. After that incident, Madame Lingyu hired a specialized Taoist priest to break the array of the maze and took over the Lost Void Lake. Therefore, she could easily set up an assassin group in the maze. "Divination," the young woman murmured. She was finally relieved. "Don't worry. Let them have some fun first. It won't be too late for me to make a move later." Madame Lingyu was already so old, but she was even more frivolous than the younger generation. "All right, when the time comes, you'll personally kill Han Yunqi. Then, bring the Duke of Qin to me." The young woman sneered. At this moment, Han Yunqi had already sensed that something was wrong. She pulled Long Fei Yi back and stopped. "Long Fei Yi, wait. We just passed by this place." Long Fei Yi didn't understand. "The path is straight. There's only one path, and there are trees on both sides. If they walked into the forest on both sides, they might get lost." However, he had been very clear-headed the entire time, so he didn't get lost. "There's definitely something wrong with this place," Han Yunqi whispered. "Just now, about 20 steps to our right, there was a poisoned person. Her poison level was 3, and there were 2 poisoned people beside her. Their poison levels were 4 and 5 respectively. On our left, about 15 steps away, there were 2 poisoned people. One of them had poison levels of 6, and the other had poison levels of 8. Once the poison level reaches 3, they won't have the strength to move anymore." With Han Yunqi's explanation, Long Fei Yi understood. Han Yunqi had used the position of the objects as a reference to determine their location. In that case, they had indeed returned to the place they had just passed, the Qimin Duanjia Formation. Long Fei Yi muttered to himself, "There really is such a thing." Han Yunqi actually had her suspicions, but she didn't dare to believe it. She didn't know this thing. What should she do now? "Long Fei Yi, do you know?" "Someone will know. Where's the closest assassin to us?" Long Fei Yi whispered. Han Yunqi immediately knew what he wanted to do. Since the assassins could hide in the maze, they must know the knack of this place. Soon, Han Yunqi used the detoxification system to determine the position of the closest assassin to them. They followed the direction indicated by the detoxification system, but who knew that after walking about 10 steps, the detoxification system notified them that the assassin had moved. Han Yunqi stopped abruptly. "He's gone. Impossible. That assassin's poison level is 8. He doesn't even have the strength to crawl. It's not that he moved. We're going in the wrong direction." In the Qimin Duanjia Formation, the position is constantly changing. Because the position was constantly changing, they couldn't see it, so they were always going in the wrong direction. Han Yunqi pondered over this principle and muttered, "So, as long as we can determine the position, we can get out." The positions of all the objects here change as we move. How can we be sure? Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with worry. He pondered over how to deal with it. Before coming here, he had learned about this place, but he didn't know that there was an array hidden in the maze. Since there was an array hidden, it meant that this place was under someone's control. Seeing the dignified look in Long Fei Ye's eyes, Han Yunqi gently stroked his brows. "Don't think about it. I said that I'll protect you on this journey. Just follow me without worry. You have a way?" Long Fei Yi was very surprised. Han Yunqi had given him too many surprises, but based on her performance just now, she didn't understand the Qimin Duanjia Formation. This woman, what method did she have? Chapter 694. What could Han Yunqi do? She surveyed her surroundings, carefully observing the density of the fog and the direction of the wind. The mysterious expert who saved Jun Yixia on Fishery Island could create a large patch of poisonous fog out of thin air. Han Yunqi didn't have this ability. However, in this white fog, she could effortlessly create a patch of poisonous fog. A woman who was serious was truly beautiful. Although Long Fei Yi didn't understand Han Yunqi's thoughts, he didn't disturb her. He looked at Han Yunqi as if he was admiring a treasure. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Han Yunqi was so serious that she didn't notice how affectionate Long Fei Ye's gaze was. She concocted a poison from the detoxification system and scattered it on the ground. The smell of the poison quickly spread. It was as unbearable as the stench of her feet. Long Fei Yi covered his nose. "What's this?" Han Yunqi pulled him back. "Wait, a guide will be here soon." A guide? Was Han Yunqi using the poison to lure something over to lead the way? However, Long Fei Yi still couldn't figure it out. What could lead the way? The only way to find out was to wait. In the fog, the smell of the poison spread quickly. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both covered their noses. They stared at the poison on the ground and waited in silence. At this moment, Madame Lung Yu and the young woman were also waiting by the side of the empty lake. The young woman didn't have any patience at all. She started to urge Madame Lung Yu again. How long do we have to wait? Aren't you free to enter and leave? Why don't you go and kill Han Yunqi yourself? Madame Lung Yu didn't even look at the young woman. She said coldly, "There's poison in the fog. If you want to die, go ahead. Do we have to keep waiting like this? What if the poison never disappears?" The young woman asked again. Wait for them to beg for mercy. Wait for Han Yunqi to hand over the antidote. Madame Lung Yu kept staring at the maze. She had come here specifically to deal with the Duke of Qin, but she hadn't expected Han Yunqi to be even more difficult to deal with than the Duke of Qin. Of course, she didn't expect the woman beside her to be so impatient and stupid. Beg for mercy, the young woman mumbled to herself. Suddenly she became excited. Good, I'll wait. I want Han Yunqi to beg me, and I want the Duke of Qin to beg me. All of the young woman's restlessness and anxiety vanished, to be replaced by excitement and agitation. As soon as she thought of Han Yunqi begging for mercy and the Duke of Qin begging her for mercy, she was so moved that her blood vessels flared. Every pore on her body was tingling with excitement. He couldn't wait for that moment to arrive. At this time, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi had already gotten the answer they wanted. They saw a large cloud of black fog flying out from the white fog. It didn't move very quickly, but moved slowly. If this was before he met Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi would have thought the black fog was a poisonous fog. But ever since he'd gone with Han Yunqi to deal with the poison mosquito swarms, Long Fei Yi's horizons had widened. This wasn't a poisonous fog, but a swarm of poisonous mosquitoes. When the mosquito swarm drew near, Long Fei and Han Yunqi both heard a buzzing sound. The swarm pounced on the ground and swallowed up the poison on the ground. They were frantically trying to eat the poison. You want them to lead the way. Long Fei Yi still didn't understand. When Han Yunqi had been kidnapped by Junixia, she'd used the mosquito swarm as a guide to lure him and choose Shifeng to find her. But in today's situation, would the mosquitoes be able to break through the maze after eating the poison? What's so special about this poison? It was already pretty good that Long Fei Yi could guess this much. Han Yunqi admired him in her heart, but purposely kept him in suspense. With a smile, she asked, Long Fei Yi, you don't believe me? Long Fei Yi's mouth twitched. I do, he said, but didn't ask any more questions. Han Yunqi turned around and laughed. Between her and Long Fei Yi, it was always Long Fei Yi who took the lead. It was rare for her to show off her strength. Long Fei Yi knew she was laughing, but pretended not to hear a thing. Suddenly, the poisonous mosquito swarm on the ground flew up and flew toward their left like sharp arrows. Long Fei Yi, hurry, chase after them. Han Yunqi shouted. She'd added another type of poison to the poison that attracted the mosquitoes. Once ingested, they become unbearably thirsty. After eating this poison, the first thing the mosquitoes did was search for a water source. Although humans were primates, they couldn't compare to low-level animals in certain aspects. After the maze was an empty lake. Although Han Yunqi didn't know why there wasn't any fog, she was certain that the humidity there wouldn't be lower than in the maze. The mosquitoes could use the humidity to pinpoint the direction of a water source. They didn't have thoughts, only instinct. No matter how the maze changed directions, it wouldn't affect their judgment. Sometimes humans made mistakes because they were too smart. Long Fei Yi wrapped an arm around Han Yunqi's waist and used his lightness techniques to chase after the mosquitoes. Seeing the mosquitoes enter the forest and deviate from the maze, Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate to chase after them. Believe it or not, Han Yunqi He always used his actions to show his trust. After entering the forest, a magical thing happened. The thick white fog in the forest suddenly became sparse. They chased after the mosquitoes, but they didn't know how it happened, but they returned to the maze's main path. The mosquitoes continued to fly forward along the maze. Not long after, it turned into a forest filled with white fog in front of them. They could only vaguely see a mass of black in front of them. If they continued chasing, the risk of getting lost was not small. Long Fei Yi did not hesitate as he increased his speed. However, after passing through the forest, they returned to the maze. They could vaguely see the end of the maze in front of them. It was a lush green area. Long Fei Yi were out of the array. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She explained the principle behind how the mosquitoes found a water source in one breath. Long Fei Ye's final question was finally answered. He didn't praise her and directly rewarded her by placing a kiss on Han Yunqi's forehead. From now on, this prince will protect you. His lips pressed against Han Yunqi's ear. His voice was deep and magnetic. It was so sexy that it could explode. Okay. Han Yunqi's voice softened. Long Fei tightened his grip on Han Yunqi's waist and unsheathed his sword. He moved with the sword as fast as an arrow, quickly catching up to the poison mosquito swarm and following closely behind. When Han Yunqi was protecting Long Fei Yi did not close his eyes. However, when Long Fei Yi was protecting Han Yunqi, she leaned against his chest with her eyes closed, completely relaxed. She didn't know how much Long Fei Yi trusted Han Yunqi, but Han Yunqi absolutely trusted Long Fei Yi. Madame Lun Yu and the young woman were still waiting. Suddenly, the young woman exclaimed, "Madame Lun Yu, look! What's that?" Madame Lun Yu had already seen it. She saw a large cloud of black fog flying over from the maze. It was so fast that it looked like it was going to drown everything. Madame Lun Yu was dumbstruck. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "Is that poisonous fog?" the young woman asked anxiously. "No, it's Han Yunqi." Madame Lun Yu muttered to herself. She hadn't seen this scene in a long time, but it was also too familiar. Back when she was trapped in a formation, Bai Yanqing had also accidentally entered the formation and bumped into her. Bai Yanqing had used this kind of poisonous fog to break the maze formation. This poisonous fog was not fog, but a swarm of mosquitoes. She didn't expect Han Yunqi to be so capable at such a young age. Her poison skills must be far superior to Jun Yixie's. She might even be able to contend against Bai Yanqing. Who was this girl's master? Was she more powerful than Bai Yanqing? Did Bai Yanqing know about this? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? It's just poisonous fog. It's normal for poisonous fog to appear in this godforsaken place. The young woman said unhappily, "It's Han Yunqi. They've come out." Madame Lun Yu drew her long sword and went on guard. How is that possible? How can Han Yunqi know the art of divination? The young woman was furious. It was as if Han Yunqi couldn't know the art of divination. She huffed and said, "Madame Lun Yu, don't panic at the sight of poison. Han Yunqi's poison skills are powerful, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a buzzing sound. She was shocked and turned to look. At the same time, Madame Lun Yu leaped into the air. The young woman saw a dense swarm of poisonous mosquitoes pouncing towards her. She wanted to escape, but she was so shocked that she couldn't move her limbs. All she could do was scream. Ah! Ah! The swarm of mosquitoes swallowed her whole, but they didn't hurt her. Instead, they flew past her and into the lake. Scared to death, the young woman covered her face with her hands and screamed with all her might. "Ah! Ah! What are you screaming for? Are you trying to summon your soul?" Her voice wasn't loud, just as weak as the other women's voices, but it had an aura that couldn't be ignored. The young woman's screams came to an abrupt halt as she realized she hadn't been attacked by the mosquitoes. She wasn't dead. She came to her senses and immediately lowered her hands. only to see Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi standing in front of her. To be more precise, it was Han Yunqi who stood in front of her, while Long Feiyi stood behind her. Han Yunqi's face was cold. "You were the one who kidnapped Grand Concubine Yi?" The young woman jumped in fright and subconsciously backed up a few steps, narrowly avoiding falling into the lake. Fortunately, she used her sword to prop herself up. Lady Lungyu suddenly flew over from the side and pulled the young woman aside, putting some distance between her and Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi. His actions were swift and decisive, and his speed was admirable. Only then did the young woman recover her senses. She lowered her voice and asked, "Long Feiyi, I told you to come alone. Why did you bring her with you?" Han Yunqi was very familiar with the feeling of being ignored. She looked at the young woman from head to toe, but her face was covered with a veil and her voice had been deliberately altered. She couldn't recognize her. The only thing she was certain of was that this woman knew them. The young woman ignored Han Yunqi, but Long Feiyi ignored her even more. He didn't even look at the young woman, but at Lady Lungyu. "Lady Lungyu, your lordship wants to discuss a business deal with you. How about it?" "Let's hear it." Lady Lungyu was very calm. "Kill this woman. Long Feiyi got straight to the point." The young woman grew alarmed. "Long Feiyi, don't you want to see your Mufei?" Chapter 695. Long Feiyi hadn't even asked who had Grand Concubine Yi before the young woman confessed. Her threats were full of confidence. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi still treated her like air and ignored her. Even Lady Lungyu felt embarrassed for the young woman. She chuckled. "Of course she can. But I don't know if your Highness Duke of Qin's rewards are higher than hers? Is a city of daughters enough?" Long Feiyi said loftily, as if he was rewarding her. Lady Lungyu was furious. "Long Feiyi, what do you mean by this? Kill her and hand over Grand Concubine Yi. Then your lordship can consider sparing the city of daughters. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Long Feiyi warned. How much of a joke would it be if news of someone breaking into his estate, killing 100 shadow guards, and kidnapping Grand Concubine Yi spread? How many people would set their sights on the Duke of Qin's estate? After all, the Jianghu was a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were plenty of unexpected dangers. He had to make the City of Daughters pay the price as a warning to the restless people in the Jianghu. Although he hadn't reached Celestial Mountain yet, he didn't mind destroying the City of Daughters first. Cloud Realm Continent's Jianghu would have some liveliness first. Lady Lungyu sucked in a cold breath. "Long Feiyi, your tone is too arrogant. Today, this lady will teach you how to take responsibility for your words." Lady Lungyu was about to unsheath her sword when the young woman stopped her. "What did you promise me? Did you forget?" Lady Lungyu had indeed forgotten. She'd been driven mad by Long Feiyi's arrogance. "Don't worry, this lady is only teaching him a lesson, so he knows propriety." The young woman gripped Lady Lungyu's hand tightly as she muttered, "Lady Lungyu, you want to try breaking our agreement? Do you believe that I'll reveal the truth? Do you want to ruin the City of Daughters' reputation?" What was the truth? The truth was that it wasn't the young woman who'd hired Lady Lungyu, but Lady Lungyu who'd kidnapped Grand Concubine Yi to make a deal with the young woman. The City of Daughters was an assassin. They would first accept a deal before making a move. They would sit and wait for the customer to come to them, not make a move before making a deal. If this matter was spread out, the City of Daughters would lose its value. It would be despised by the people of Jianghu, especially Liberty City, who would definitely laugh at it. Only then did Madame Lungyu calm down. She said coldly to Long Feiyi, "If you want to do business with me, sure, but you'll have to finish this deal first." After saying that, she retreated behind the young woman. The young woman finally regained some of her employer's face. "Cold?" she asked. "Long Feiyi, didn't we agree that you would come alone and bring the profound frost sword in exchange for her? What do you mean by that?" What? You don't want to see grand concubine E. Only then did Long Fei Ye's gaze fall on the woman. Anyone could see the disgust in his eyes. How do you know that the sword in this king's hand is not the profound frost sword? Long Fei Ye wasn't questioning her, but asking a question of his own. It was true that the sword he brought today wasn't the profound frost sword, but it was very similar in appearance. Unless one was familiar with the weapon, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The profound frost sword was one of the sacred swords of Celestial Mountain. How many people in this world could recognize it? Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes. She knew who this woman was. Truly disgusting. Long Fei Ye raised his sword and aimed it at the young woman's face. He wanted to tear through her veil, but the young woman unsheathed her sword as well. At the same time, Madame Lung Yu did the same. The two of them faced off against Long Fei Yi, while Long Fei Yi protected Han Yunqi with one hand. It had to be said that Long Fei Yi was at a complete disadvantage from the start. The young woman seemed to be injured, but her sword skills were still formidable. Madame Lung Yu, on the other hand, was an expert on the same level as Long Fei Yi. Soon enough, Madame Lung Yu and the young woman split up to attack Long Fei Yi from both sides. Long Fei Yi had been on the defensive the entire time. Half of his attention was on defense, while the other half was on protecting Han Yunqi. So your Highness Duke of Qin is a playboy as well, Madame Lung Yu taunted as she attacked. Long Fei Yi blocked her slashes with his sword, giving her the chance to use all of her martial arts to suppress Long Fei Yi. Her goal was obvious, to pin down Long Fei Yi and give the young woman a chance to kill Han Yunqi. It had to be said that Long Fei was completely suppressed this time, with one hand holding Han Yunqi and the other gripping his sword. He had no way to break free from Lady Lung Yu's pressure. Besides Song Qiuzi, Madame Lung Yu was his second martial arts rival. Seeing this, the young woman rejoiced. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Her sword swerved to the side to stab Han Yunqi. Although the young woman was excited, she was still on guard against Han Yunqi's sudden attack. After all, she'd already suffered a loss. She paid close attention to Han Yunqi's mouth, hands, and feet, ready to dodge the poison needles at any time. Actually, she could have dodged the last time as well, but she was caught off guard and lost her footing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been seriously injured. As expected, Han Yunqi spat out a poison needle. With a wave of her hand, she shot out multiple more, all of which the young woman easily dodged. She laughed mockingly and said, Han Yunqi, with your little tricks, no one would even look at you if you went to juggle. Boring. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes and didn't answer. Instead, she kept releasing poison needles, which the young woman dodged one by one. Suddenly, she knocked aside the incoming needles with a clang and stabbed her sword towards Han Yunqi's heart. At this critical moment, Long Fei Yi suddenly let go of his sword and turned around to carry Han Yunqi out of the way. No one expected Long Fei Yi to let go of his sword. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi dodged, but the young woman didn't stop her sword from stabbing forward. Neither did Madame Lung Yu. Thus, the young woman's sword went for Madame Lung Yu's, while Madame Lung Yu's sword went for the young woman. Madame Lung Yu had just used all of her strength. If she stopped now, she'd only hurt herself. Time was of the essence, so she could only do her best to change directions and keep going forward. The young woman was able to retract her sword, and she had indeed retracted it. But at the same time, Madame Lung Yu's sword pierced her abdomen. Everything happened in a split second. Get out of the way. Madame Lung Yu didn't even have time to shout. Blood, like bright red vines, spread out from the young woman's waist. Her pure, white dress bloomed like enchanting flower petals. The young woman touched her wound and was horrified. She stared blankly at Madame Lung Yu, not knowing what to do. I didn't injure her vitals. She won't die. Although it had been an accident, Lady Lung Yu was still familiar with her sword just then. As she spoke, She pulled the young woman behind her to protect her before dodging to the side to avoid Long Fei's whip. Madame Lung Yu glanced at Long Fei Ye's sword on the ground and said coldly, "Despicable." It turned out that Long Fei Yu wanted to use a whip, not a sword. No wonder, as a swordsman, he threw away his treasured sword so easily. The young woman regained her senses. There was a deep cut on her waist, and blood was flowing out non-stop. While Madame Lung Yu was protecting her, she decisively tore her sleeve and wrapped it around her waist to stop the bleeding. "Call the others out. They'll definitely be able to restrain Long Fei Yi," the young woman said in a low voice. She wouldn't be able to take this lying down if she didn't kill Han Yunqi. "Back off to the side. I'd like to see just how capable Long Fei is today." Lady Lung Yu was thoroughly enraged by Long Fei. She didn't believe that Long Fei Yi could be a match for her while protecting Han Yunqi. She wasn't the city lord of the City of Daughters for nothing. Earlier, Long Fei Yi had merely taken advantage of a loophole. The young woman knew that she would become a burden to Madame Lung Yu in her current situation. A complicated look flashed across her eyes as she said in a low voice, "Don't kill him. Just make sure he can't control Han Yunqi." She knew that if Madame Lung Yu became serious, she would hurt Long Fei Yi. If Long Fei Yi gave up on Han Yunqi, he would be a match for Madame Lung Yu. If he didn't, he would only be injured. Seeing how Long Fei Yi was so protective of Han Yunqi, she was already filled with resentment. So what if he got hurt? The young woman decisively retreated to the side. Madame Lung Yu used her ultimate move. She separated a sword from the sword in her hand. One sword became 2 swords. She held 2 swords in each hand and faced Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Dual sword combination. "I've finally witnessed it," Long Fei Yi said. The dual sword combination could only be achieved by 2 people, but Madame Lung Yu could do it with 2 hands. This was her own creation. Long Fei Yi had heard about it a few times from Master Kenzo. Even Master Kenzo admired it. Han Yunqi was puzzled. She kept staring at Madame Lung Yu's 2 swords. She wondered how the 2 swords fit together without falling off. There was nothing wrong with the blades. There should be a mechanism in the hilt, right? What's going on? Long Fei Yi and Madame Lung Yu had already started fighting. Han Yunqi leaned against Long Fei Ye's chest as if she was detached from the world. She focused on the mystery of the dual sword combination. "You haven't even tasted it. How can you call this experience?" Madame Lung Yu laughed and attacked with both swords. Long Fei Yi immediately retreated and swung his whip at Madame Lung Yu's sword. Madame Lung Yu threw her sword away to avoid his whip. The sword flipped in the air and hit a nearby tree trunk. She used the momentum to fly towards Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's backs. At the same time, Madame Lung Yu did not stop attacking with her other sword. Long Fei Yi was pincered. He dodged to the side and was about to swing his whip when Madame Lung Yu appeared in front of him. Then something miraculous happened. As soon as Lady Lung Yu reached him, her other sword moved through the air to chase after Long Fei's back. After a few rounds, Madame Lung Yu gradually gained the upper hand. Long Fei Yi whispered, "Han Yunqi, use poison." They had agreed to work together. He would protect her as she approached the enemy, and she would use poison without worry. It was time for them to work together. He alone was more than enough to deal with Madame Lung Yu. However, he might not be able to protect Han Yunqi. There were many assassins lurking around. He could not compete with Madame Lung Yu. Long Fei Ye's judgment could not be wrong. However, Han Yunqi said, "It's still early. I have a way to break her dual sword combination." As she spoke, she took out a palm-sized magnet from her medical bag. Chapter 696. As soon as Han Yunqi took out her palm-sized magnet, the long swords floating behind them suddenly flew towards them. Long Fei Yi was shocked and hurriedly dodged. "Han Yunqi, what's going on?" "It should be the opposite of the magnetic poles," Han Yunqi muttered to herself. At this moment, Lady Lun Yu's attacks intensified until she was right in front of them. Her two swords were about to pierce through Long Fei's body when Han Yunqi flipped over the magnet in her hand. In a flash, the swords on her back stopped in their tracks and fell to the ground. The swords in Madame Lun Yu's hands seemed to have lost their balance and kept shaking. If Madame Lun Yu wasn't holding them, they would have fallen to the ground. How could this be? Madame Lun Yu still had a triumphant smile on her face. Everything had happened too quickly and too suddenly. She couldn't react in time. Her expression was stiff and ugly. She wouldn't use her dual swords when facing the iron swords. Other than that, no one had ever broken her dual swords since they were created. However, Long Fei Yi hadn't done anything yet. How could he break her dual swords? Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She knew that she had made the right bet again. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a magnet, only a natural magnet. The natural magnet in Han Yunqi's hand was actually a type of Chinese medicine. It could calm the nerves, calm the liver, improve the yang energy, improve the hearing, improve the eyesight, and regulate breathing. It could also be considered as an antidote for poison. Another use of this object was to extract needles to save people. There were a few times when a secret guard had been poisoned while carrying out a mission. She didn't need to operate on them and just place this magnet on the wound to slowly extract the poison from the needles. Han Yunqi had been pondering over Madame Lun Yu's dual swords. She knew that some treasured swords had spirituality and could communicate with their masters. They could sense their master's hostility and murderous aura. However, no matter how much spirituality a treasured sword had, it was still an unintentional object. It couldn't be so cooperative with its master. Another situation was when the swordsman had extremely profound internal energy. The swordsman's aura could affect the surrounding airflow and use qi to control the sword. Although Han Yunqi didn't know martial arts, she was in the center of the fight. Other than the sword aura, she didn't feel the strong changes in the air around her. She firmly believed that Madame Lun Yu's inner strength hadn't reached that level yet. Even if Madame Lun Yu managed to do so, it would only be temporary. Madame Lun Yu had already used a few moves. The mystery behind the fusion of the two swords lay in the twin, harmonious swords themselves. Therefore, she guessed that it was magnetism. These two swords were very likely to have two levels of yin and yang, so they could attract each other. That was why the sword behind them kept chasing after the sword in Lady Lun Yu's hand. Han Yunqi didn't care what material the double-armed sword was made of or how it was made. She was only concerned about whether the magnet in her hand could destroy the stable magnetic field between the two swords. Although this thing wasn't a magnet and didn't have a strong magnetic force, it still had a certain magnetism. Reality proved that Han Yunqi's guess was right. The magnet in her hand was the bane of the twin, harmonious swords. Long Fei Yi, Madame Lun Yu's sword is useless now, Han Yunqi said with certainty. Let's go back. This prince will reward you properly. Long Fei Yi didn't give Madame Lun Yu a chance to think. He raised his whip and swung it at her. Madame Lun Yu was caught off guard and the whip hit her wrist. Her wrist was immediately lacerated. She was in so much pain that she almost lost her grip. Fortunately, she reacted in time and immediately retreated to the side. One sword had already fallen to the ground. If another one fell, she would lose all her face. Swish! Another whip followed. Madame Lun Yu hurriedly dodged. After that, Long Fei Ye's whip didn't stop. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Madame Lun Yu was suppressed to the point where she couldn't retaliate. She could only keep dodging. As she dodged, she tried to summon the sword from the ground. Unfortunately, she kept failing. The attraction between the two swords seemed to have been broken. Although Madame Lun Yu didn't want to accept it, she had to face reality. She and Long Fei Yi were evenly matched, but she had always relied on Long Fei Yi to protect Han Yunqi. That was why she had the upper hand. But now that she'd lost the advantage of the two swords and had been suppressed by Long Fei Yi, She knew that it would be difficult for her to make a comeback. Finally, she whistled without hesitation and summoned all of the assassins lying in ambush around the lake. In a flash, dozens of female assassins flew out from all directions. They were all top experts in the City of Daughters, and Han Yunqi recognized Leng Shuangshuang at a glance. Actually, Han Yunqi didn't recognize Leng Shuangshuang's face, but her revealing clothes. After all, very few women in Cloud Realm continent would dress like this. Leng Shuangshuang stared at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi with a complicated look in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but didn't dare in front of her mother, even with so many assassins surrounding them. Long Fei Ye's whip didn't stop lashing out at Madame Leng Yu. If Madame Leng Yu wasn't careful, she'd be whipped again. Soon enough, the surrounding assassins attacked from all sides. Long Fei's whip looked like it was about to hit Lady Leng Yu, but it suddenly changed directions. He spun around and sent the whip crashing into the assassins behind him, knocking them far, far away. Now that the assassins behind him had retreated, the ones in front closed in. Moreover, Madame Leng Yu had escaped Long Fei Ye's control and was ready to counterattack. Han Yunqi, are you ready? Long Fei Yi asked with a smile. Qin Xie is always ready to serve your highness, Duke of Qin. Han Yunqi pretended to be serious and respectful. Long Fei Yi put away his golden whip without hesitation and held Han Yunqi in his arms before leaping into the air. Long Fei Yi, are you trying to escape? Madame Leng Yu was surprised. Long Fei Ye's sword had long fallen to the ground. Now that he'd put away his whip, what else could he be doing but running away? Just you women? His Highness, Duke of Qin, doesn't need to do anything. This Wang Fei will take care of you. Han Yunqi shouted back. Long Fei Yi suddenly flew into the crowd of assassins with her in his arms. Everyone was startled, unsure of what these two were up to, but they were all well-trained assassins, so how could they retreat? They raised their swords and attacked Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi easily dodged their attacks with Han Yunqi in his arms. Before the assassins could react, he'd already closed in on them. Han Yunqi had originally planned to use her Pear Blossom Teardrop Rain, but she hadn't expected Long Fei Yi to be so skillful. He dodged and weaved in and out of the flurry of attacks with her swift and steady movements, creating an extremely safe environment for her to poison the assassins. Han Yunqi didn't use her Pear Blossom Teardrop Rain. Instead, she used various poison needles hidden in her mouth, on her fingers, on the tips of her feet, on her arms, and on her hair. As soon as Long Fei Yi got close to the assassins, she'd insert her needles. Long Fei Yi was extremely fast. She couldn't keep up with him at first, but she gradually caught up. Her poisons became faster and faster, her movements becoming more and more practiced. Not long after, there were only about 10 assassins left. The rest were all poisoned and fell to the ground, unable to move. Madame Leng Yu finally saw the trick. She had to admit that her heart was beating wildly. She hadn't expected Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi to use this trick. Long Fei Yi had gotten close to her several times, but she hadn't been poisoned. Her reaction speed was fast, and Han Yunqi still couldn't catch up with her. Long Fei Yi didn't take the initiative to attack and only brought Han Yunqi to avoid the attacks. This was no different from only defending and not attacking. With his ability, how could the assassins easily hurt him if he only defended and didn't attack? Even if Madame Leng Yu had lost her dual Harmonia swords, it would still be difficult for her to do so. Therefore, as long as he wasn't injured, Han Yunqi would deliberately and unscrupulously poison him. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Madame Leng Yu knew that the most rational thing to do was to order a retreat. The task that Bai Yanqing had given her was already complete, but she was still unwilling to give up. Long Fei Yi, you're too despicable. What's the point of asking a woman for help? Madame Leng Yu rebuked angrily. Long Fei Yi ignored her. Han Yunqi had always been the sharp-tongued person. She retorted loudly, "His Highness Duke of Qin disdains to deal with women. So naturally, this Princess Consort will help him. Are there any other women here who are willing to help?" Apart from Han Yunqi, all the women present were on Madame Lung Yu's side. How should Madame Lung Yu respond to Han Yunqi? "You have a sharp tongue. I'll kill you first." Madame Lung Yu picked up the sword on the ground and combined the dual harmonious swords into one, releasing a powerful sword aura. "Leave her to me. I'll deal with the others first," Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. He easily dodged Madame Lung Yu and Lung Shuang's sword, then swept past Lung Shuang with Han Yunqi. Even though Lung Shuang was on guard, she couldn't slow down Long Fei Yi. After she was poisoned, her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. "Shuang-er." Madame Lung was shocked. "Mother." Lung Shuang cried out before spitting up a mouthful of black blood. It was obvious that Han Yunqi hadn't poisoned her with the same poison she'd used on the other assassins. Han Yunqi had used hypertoxic poison. "Shuang-er." Madame Lung Yu rushed over and helped Lung Shuang up. At this moment, the remaining 4 assassins stopped and stood in front of Madame Lung Yu, guarding against Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. "I'm the only one who can cure her poison. Listen to me if you don't want to die," Han Yunqi warned Lung Yu. Unexpectedly, Madame Lung Yu ignored her warning. She supported Lung Shuang and turned to flee into the maze. The remaining 4 assassins didn't run away. Instead, they blocked the entrance to the maze, trying to buy time for their master. These 4 assassins were loyal. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't make things difficult for them because they didn't plan to chase after Madame Lung Yu. The real culprit behind the kidnapping was still standing at the side. The young woman had witnessed everything that happened just then. In less than an hour, under Long Fei's protection, she was as dazzling as Long Fei amidst the flashes of swords, making it impossible to look straight at her. No, the young woman couldn't believe what she had seen. She turned to flee. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi quickly blocked her path. Han Yunqi immediately activated Pear Blossom, Teardrop Rain. A poisonous needle flew out and brushed past the young woman's face, causing her mask to fall off. Chapter 697. The needle knocked off the young woman's veil, revealing her to be none other than Duanmu Yao. Actually, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't need to look to know who she was. When Long Fei Yi received the extortion letter, he guessed that it was Duanmu Yao. When she asked Long Fei Yi why he didn't bring his profound frost sword, Han Yunqi guessed her identity as well. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi assumed that the kidnapper would be the Tian and country's Empress Dowager, but never expected it to be Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao's status was enough to invite Lady Lung Yu. In that case, could they breathe a sigh of relief? Duanmu Yao had no idea about Long Fei Yi's identity. But wasn't it too suspicious for her to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi for the sake of a profound frost sword that she couldn't control? "Where is she?" Long Fei Yi asked coldly. "Senior brother, Long Fei Yi cut her off." "Your lordship doesn't have a junior sister like you." Duanmu Yao's eyes reddened. "Master's still waiting for us to go back together. Where is she? Don't make your lordship ask a 3rd time." Long Fei Yi's patience was limited. Leaving aside Duanmu Yao's true motives, killing Han Yunqi had to be one of them. In the past, he'd let Duanmu Yao off multiple times for Master's sake, but this time he had no plans to do so. Even if Master investigated, he'd accept it. Women like her were really annoying. "If you agree to my terms, I'll naturally send Grand Concubine Yi back to the Duke of Qin's estate. If you don't, I'd rather die here today." Duanmu Yao was resolute. "Profound frost sword?" Long Fei Yi laughed coldly. "Does Tsang Chiozi want it? You don't have to hand it over as long as you treat my injuries. Duanmu Yao looked pitifully at Long Fei as if she was innocent and wronged. Actually, this was just a deal between her and Madame Lung Yu. Lady Lung Yu had left Grand Concubine Yi in her hands and told her to haggle with Long Fei for Long Fei Ye's profound frost sword. She agreed without much thought. The only condition she gave Madame Lung Yu was to kill Han Yunqi. Even though she had written clearly in the blackmail letter that she wanted Long Fei to come alone, she knew that Han Yunqi would definitely come with Long Fei. Now that Lady Lung Yu had escaped, she didn't want the profound frost sword anymore. She only wanted her senior brother to heal her. In her opinion, this request was not excessive. Before Long Fei could speak, Han Yunqi coldly said, "This princess refuses." Han Yunqi, what qualifications do you have to make a decision for my senior brother? Who do you think you are? Duanmu Yao raged. Even after being warned, she still insisted on calling Long Fei senior brother. If you don't treat junior sister's injuries, then you're being unjust. If you don't save Mu Fei, then you're being unfilial. Han Yunqi, do you want to frame my senior brother for being unjust and unfilial? Duanmu Yao asked boldly. Han Yunqi was about to die of disgust at this woman. Even if Long Fei didn't kill her today, she wouldn't mind doing it herself. Her eyes flashed with icy light as Han Yunqi suddenly drew close to Duanmu Yao. Long Fei is my man. Everything of his is mine. That's my right. Han Yunqi, you're shameless. Duanmu Yao raised her hand to slap her. Long Fei was about to make a move, but Han Yunqi had already grabbed Duanmu Yao's wrist. Duanmu Yao wanted to struggle, but she couldn't. She was about to raise her other hand, but Han Yunqi was even faster. She viciously slapped her across the face. Slap. Duanmu Yao couldn't believe it. She had never been slapped in the face like this in her entire life. Han Yunqi, I'll kill you. Unable to restrain her anger, she immediately swung her other hand, but Han Yunqi caught it again. What was wrong with her? She was a martial arts practitioner. How could her sword-wielding hand not be a match for Han Yunqi's needle-wielding hand? Long Fei had already noticed the clues, but his expression remained cold as he stood behind Han Yunqi, acting as her powerful shield. What's wrong? Out of strength? Han Yunqi smiled cold. You poisoned me. Duanmu Yao couldn't believe it. She clearly hadn't been poisoned. Just now, the poison needle had only brushed past her face and removed her mask. Duanmu Yao, are you blind or stupid? Can't you see that all these people on the ground have been poisoned? Han Yunqi snorted disdainfully. How could I possibly not poison you? You really think you're something. You're just a lucky bastard. Your innate talents are similar to that of old Kenzo's wife, and that's why Kenzo doted on you. Do you really think you're different from the rest? Do you really think that everyone can compare to you and have to give way to you? Han Yunqi released Duanmu Yao's hands and pushed her to the ground, looking down at her disdainfully. Duanmu Yao, I'm telling you now, you'll never be an exception in front of my husband. You can give up on that idea. The poison in Duanmu Yao's body was already acting up. She sat on the ground, clutching her swollen cheek, her eyes red with anger. She didn't have the strength to stand up, but she had Grand Concubine Yi. This was her last and biggest bargaining chip. Duanmu Yao looked at Long Fei Ye's cold face and silent face before suddenly laughing out loud. Long Fei Yi, don't you want to see your Mu Fei anymore? Duanmu Yao had long called Long Fei Yi by his full name in front of outsiders, but this was the first time she'd done so in front of him. Did this count as love turning to hate? No, at most, this was shame turning to hate. Duanmu Yao didn't understand love at all. She only knew how to possess and be vain. Even if Duanmu Yao wanted to talk terms with Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi didn't give her a chance. She didn't even give her a chance to speak with Long Fei Yi. Before Long Fei Yi could reply, Han Yunqi asked coldly, Duanmu Yao, besides feeling weak all over, Don't you feel that your face is itchy as well? At Han Yunqi's reminder, Duanmu Yao couldn't help but scratch her face. Her cheeks really were itchy, as if they were dry from lack of moisture. It would have been better if she didn't scratch, but after a few scratches, she realized that her cheeks were so dry that they were peeling off. She finally realized the severity of the problem. Han Yunqi, what kind of poison did you use on me? One night like years, Han Yunqi replied. Duanmu Yao grew uneasy at the name. Just what kind of poison is it? It only needs 1 night, or 12 hours to be exact, for your face to gradually age until you look like your old age. Han Yunqi explained patiently. Right now, your face is already drying out. Once it dries out, you'll develop age spots and wrinkles. Once your face is old enough, you'll regain your strength. No, I don't want to. Duanmu Yao seemed to have lost her mind. Besides Long Fei Yi, the only thing she cared about in this life was her face. She had impeccable features, flawless skin, and an otherworldly air about her. She was the most beautiful woman in Cloud Realm Continent, as beautiful as a celestial mountain. How could she endure the spots and wrinkles? How could she face the fact that she'd aged overnight? I don't want to. Han Yunqi, where's the antidote? This princess orders you to give me the antidote right now, right now. Han Yunqi, give me the antidote, hurry. Duanmu Yao lost all reason as she screamed. But time didn't stop because of this, nor did the poison dissipate. Instead, her agitation made it spread even faster across her face. Soon enough, she felt the corners of her eyes and wrinkles on her forehead. She couldn't take it. Han Yunqi, did you hear that? Give me the antidote. Han Yunqi, give me the antidote, and I'll agree to anything. Hurry. Han Yunqi didn't budge, but asked coldly, Where's Grand Concubine Yi? Give me the antidote. As long as my face heals, I promise you'll be able to see Grand Concubine Yi right away. Duanmu Yao said urgently. This Wang Fei can slowly discuss the issue of giving her the antidote or the person first. But this Wang Fei has to remind you, out of the kindness of my heart, that 1 night like years is an irreversible poison. What do you mean? Duanmu Yao grew uneasy. Irreversible means that the antidote can only prevent your face from aging further, but not restore you to your original appearance. Han Yunqi smiled slightly, looking completely harmless. Duanmu Yao, on the other hand, broke down. Han Yunqi, you slut! I'm going to kill you. Duanmu Yao had already unsheathed her sword, but she couldn't swing it. Han Yunqi backed away with her arms crossed over her chest, looking down disdainfully at her. Fine, when you recover your strength, we'll duel again. I'll wait. Duanmu Yao was so angry that she almost spat up blood. She could even taste blood in her throat. Wait? To her, wait was the same as age. Did she have any other choice? She didn't. She shouted, Someone come! Very soon, the 2 servant girls hidden in the forest carried Grand Concubine Yi out. She was still unconscious and unlucky. Long Fei Yi examined her and confirmed that she was only unconscious, but not seriously injured. Han Yunqi, where's the antidote? Duanmu Yao was burning with impatience. Antidote. Han Yunqi creased her brows as she pretended to think. The antidote. Did I bring it with me? Duanmu Yao was about to cry as she raged. Han Yunqi, you can't be like this. Then tell me, what should I do? Han Yunqi asked back seriously. Are you going to go back on your word? Give me the antidote right now. Duanmu Yao was about to lose her mind. Han Yunqi crouched down to admire Duanmu Yao's wrinkled forehead and blotchy cheeks. Duanmu Yao, calm down a bit. Let's talk things out. The more agitated you get, the faster the poison will take effect. If this keeps up, you'll probably grow old in less than a night. Duanmu Yao touched her face and really started to cry. Han Yunqi, I'm begging you. Just take it as me begging you, all right? Han Yunqi, you're not the type to go back on your word, right? Should this Wang Fei keep her word to someone like you? Han Yunqi retorted cold. Duanmu Yao was left speechless. She could only beg now, but Han Yunqi simply took out the antidote and tossed it to her. Duanmu Yao, this Wang Fei still has to keep her word when it comes to people like you. That's because this Wang Fei isn't the same type of person as you. Duanmu Yao didn't care about anything else as she swallowed the antidote. Grand concubine Yi was saved, but Duanmu Yao had suffered a great loss. Han Yunqi was about to leave when Long Fei Yi reached out and grabbed the sword on the ground, pointing it at Duanmu Yao. Chapter 698. Long Fei Yi's sword was pointed at Duanmu Yao. As a fellow swordsman, Duanmu Yao immediately sensed his murderous aura. Han Yunqi couldn't help but shudder despite being an outsider to the martial arts world. It had been a long time since she'd felt Long Fei Yi's icy aura. Long Fei Yi wanted Duanmu Yao's life? Han Yunqi was very surprised. If Long Fei Yi killed Duanmu Yao, how would he explain it to Elder Kenzo when he ascended Celestial Mountain? Duanmu Yao was so frightened that she didn't even care about her ruined face. How dare he? The two maids beside her quickly drew their swords. Even though they were also expert swordsmen, they were no match for Long Fei Yi's sword aura. Long Fei Yi swept them away with a sweep of his sword. Duanmu Yao wanted to take the opportunity to flee, but Long Fei Yi's sword quickly blocked her path. Duanmu Yao glanced at the forest out of the corner of her eye. She looked puzzled but quickly looked away. Long Fei Yi, don't you dare, she shouted. Why wouldn't he dare? He didn't waste a single word. He viciously stabbed his sword into Duanmu Yao's dantian. Duanmu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Long Fei Yi. However, Long Fei Yi didn't continue to stab his sword. Instead, he pulled it out. With one hand holding Han Yunqi and the other holding his sword, he leaned back to stab at the attacker behind him. He only had 1 foot on the ground, so his body was almost parallel to the ground. Han Yunqi's waist was also held. Her entire body leaned back in the same motion as Long Fei Yi. However, she saw an incomparably sharp sword in front of her. If Long Fei Yi had been just a bit slower, or if she had been just a bit slower, the sword would have pierced her from behind. Someone had ambushed her. That was close. The sword of the assailant was threatening Han Yunqi. As long as it slashed down, it was very likely that Han Yunqi would be split into 2 halves. Long Fei Yi leaned back and stabbed his sword towards the man's abdomen. As long as he stabbed down, the sneak attacker's abdomen would be pierced. Who was the mastermind behind this? Both Long Fei and Han Yunqi could see him, but his face was obscured by his black robes and face mask. Long Fei Yi knew about the ambush in the forest, so he didn't take it to heart. However, the ambusher behind them had killed his way out of the forest and came to their back. The distance was not short. Long Fei Yi didn't notice it until the murderous aura approached. There was no doubt that the attacker was not simple. The people from the City of Daughters had already left. What kind of expert would be colluding with Duanmu Yao and dare to make Long Fei Yi an enemy? Han Yunqi was about to silently shoot out her hidden needles when the sneak attacker sneered. Esteemed Wang Fei, swords don't have eyes, but old man does. If you move again, you'll have to bear the consequences. He thought that Han Yunqi would be afraid, but who knew that Han Yunqi would be very calm and sigh. AI, what can this Wang Fei do when faced with such a shameless sneak attack? I'll just admit defeat. You. The sneak attacker was furious. Just as he was about to move, Long Fei Yi warned, "Bear the consequences." The sneak attacker really didn't dare to move. Just like that, the 3 of them kept each other in check, facing each other in silence. Duanmu Yao clutched her bleeding wound and fell to the ground, paralyzed. But she still nervously watched the scene. Even her breathing became cautious. White mist pervaded the forest. The verdant lake, everything was silent. Silence filled the entire sky and earth. Life and death hung in the balance of a single sword and a single thought. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's nerves were stretched taut, but the sneak attacker and Duanmu Yao were even more nervous. Although the two sides seemed to be keeping each other in check, Long Fei Yi had the upper hand as long as he was willing to sacrifice Han Yunqi. He could easily kill the sneak attacker with a single strike. Suddenly, Duanmu Yao cried out, "Senior brother, kill him! He's Tsang Chozi. If you kill him, we'll both pretend nothing happened today. I won't mention a word to master." That's right, the sneak attacker was Tsang Chozi. Duanmu Yao had invited him here to kill Han Yunqi. Everything was well planned and foolproof, but she never expected Tsang Chozi to stay put even after Long Fei Yi was about to kill her. A cold smile rose to Long Fei's lips. He had long guessed that Tsang Chozi was the culprit. The City of Daughters would never cooperate with Carefree City, so only Tsang Chozi had the ability to sneak up on him from behind. Long Fei Yi ignored Duanmu Yao and said coldly, "Whether you live or die, Martial Uncle Tsang can choose for yourself, right?" "Of course I live. Your martial uncle fears death the most, hee." Tsang Chozi took off his face mask and chuckled, but his heart was secretly alarmed. He never expected Long Fei Yi to sense his sneak attack. How long had it been since they last met? His martial arts had improved so much despite his injuries. "Since you're afraid, you should act like you're afraid." Long Fei Yi looked up at Tsang Chozi, but his tone was as domineering as ever. Tsang Chozi couldn't gain the upper hand with words, so he'd been tricked again. Impatiently he said, "Old man, when you count to 3, we'll withdraw our swords together." "Together," Long Fei Yi said. If Tsang Chozi shouted alone, he'd be in control of time. He and Han Yunqi would be in a passive position. Withdrawing their swords together meant breaking the stalemate and beginning a new round of competition. There was no room for error. Long Fei Yi and Tsang Chozi were both prepared. Han Yunqi was secretly preparing her poison needles as well. Duanmu Yao watched from the sidelines, so nervous that she didn't even notice her own tears. What should I do now? Who's going to save me now that I've offended both sides? I don't want to die. 1. As soon as he spoke, Long Fei's sword flared up. Tsang Chozi's blade clattered and vibrated. Han Yunqi stared closely at all of Tsang Chozi's weak points from her angle. Duanmu Yao used all of her strength to clutch her wound with one hand and push herself up from the ground with the other. 2. The sword on Long Fei's blade converged at the tip, causing Tsang Chozi's blade to stop shaking violently. Han Yunqi chose a key acupoint to attack, while Duanmu Yao was already kneeling on the ground. The count of 3 was about to be called out. Long Fei Yi and Tsang Chozi were about to withdraw their swords and begin a new round of fighting. Since they were evenly matched, the first to seize the opportunity would be the victor. Everyone was waiting for the count of 3. Even Long Fei Yi and Tsang Chozi were waiting for each other to decide the victor. 3. Neither Long Fei Yi nor Tsang Chozi went back on their word and withdrew their swords. As soon as the threat to Tsang Chozi's abdomen was removed, he stabbed again with killing intent. At the same time, the threat to Han Yunqi was gone as well. Long Fei Yi simply dragged her off the ground, causing both of them to crash to the ground. Long Fei Ye's sword was now filled with power. With a toss, it flew towards Duanmu Yao while his legs caught Tsang Chozi's blade between them. Tsang Chozi abandoned his weapon to dodge Han Yunqi's poison needles and somersaulted into the air to kick away Long Fei Ye's sword. Long Fei Yi immediately rose to his feet and lashed out with his whip, wrapping it around Duanmu Yao's waist. But Tsang Chozi grabbed Duanmu Yao's arm at the same time. Once again, the two of them fell into a stalemate. Long Fei Yi wanted Duanmu Yao dead, while Tsang Chozi wanted her alive. But Duanmu Yao didn't have the capital to keep them in a stalemate for long. Long Fei's whip tightened even more. Her wound was already bleeding profusely to begin with, but now it was gushing out like a fountain. She couldn't care less about her appearance, couldn't care less about her dantian. She cried and shouted, "Let me go, let me go! Master won't let you off. Save me. Ah, save me, master." Han Yunchi stood behind Long Fei. Her eyes narrowed as she aimed for Tsang Chozi's head. If she could get rid of Tsang Chozi here and now, their trip to Celestial Mountain would go much smoother. But as soon as Han Yunchi's poison needles left her mouth, a stone suddenly flew out of the mist and deflected Han Yunchi's needles. "Who's there?" Long Fei Yi cried out in alarm. While he was distracted, Tsang Chozi immediately pulled Duanmu Yao away and led her into the mist. Han Yunchi didn't hesitate to poison the mist. Although she couldn't use lethal poisons on a large area of the mist, it was enough to keep Tsang Chozi and Duanmu Yao in place. As long as she could pin them down, it wouldn't be too late to find them later. Everything had happened so suddenly that life and death had been decided in a split second. But Han Yunchi didn't feel any lingering fear, nor did she panic. She was calm, collected, and cool. She stared at the mist with a solemn expression, so serious that even Long Fei Yi didn't dare to disturb her. She was trying to think of a way to find Tsang Chozi and Duanmu Yao in the mist. She couldn't be sure where they'd stop, but she was certain they'd stop. They'd be poisoned and wouldn't be able to walk out of the mist. She thought of a solution as she waited. Long Fei Yi waited in silence, but Han Yunchi suddenly turned to him with a face full of fear. "Long Fei Yi, someone's cured the poison." "What?" Long Fei Yi was alarmed. "Someone's cured the poison. All of the poison in the mist has been cured. They even have help, and it's a poison expert." Han Yunchi explained as she poisoned them again, but her opponent seemed to be targeting her on purpose. She poisoned them as well, but it didn't take long for the poison to be cured. After repeating the process multiple times, Han Yunchi gave up. Any further attempts would be futile. "Jun Isya," Han Yunchi muttered to herself. "Doesn't seem like it." Long Fei, you looked back at the stone that had ambushed them. Anyone who could hit the needle with such precision from such a distance had to have extraordinary skills. Based on what Long Fei knew of Junisia, it couldn't be him unless his martial arts had improved. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei's eyes before he murmured, "The person who saved Jun Isya, his master." Han Yunchi's expression was complicated as well. Although they still had no idea who had saved Jun Isya from Fishery Island, there was only one suspect, the former head of the 100 Poison Sect and Jun Isya's master. The spy from Medicine City who'd infiltrated the 100 Poison Sect had been killed recently, so there was still no progress on the case. Duanmu Yao's connections are so extensive. Han Yunchi laughed coldly. Long Fei Yi glanced at the unconscious grand concubine, Yi, as if pondering over something. At this moment, Han Yunchi suddenly sensed poison in the mist. Without a doubt, the enemy had used poison. "Long Fei Yi," she muttered, "they want to trap us here until we die." Chapter 699. Since the enemy had poisoned the fog, it meant that Tsang Chozi and Duanmu Yao had already escaped the maze and were planning to trap them with poison. If it was a simple contest of poison skills, Han Yunchi was confident in herself. After all, she had the detox system and poison storage space, but she still had to face the maze. Not only did she have to break through the poison, but find a guide to lead her and Long Fei Yi out of the maze. No matter if she used the mosquito swarm or other poisons, she and Long Fei Yi would be in deep trouble if they fell under the enemy's control midway. Long Fei Yi only had to protect her before, but now he had grand concubine Yi on his side as well. She had to admit that the maze was her and Long Fei Yi's common weakness. Thus, Han Yunchi had to be more cautious than ever. "I'll play with them first and test the waters," Han Yunchi said seriously. Long Fei Yi nodded, trusting her. Han Yunchi immediately broke through the enemy's poison before picking out a new poison from the poison pond in the poison storage space. It was called Thousand Illusions. Anyone poisoned by 1,000 illusions would experience thousands of frightening illusions before scaring themselves to death. 1,000 Illusions was a new poison from the poison pond. Han Yunqi had only recently acquired the antidote, so she wanted to see just how capable the enemy was. But reality gave Han Yunqi a fright. The enemy had only used the time it took to brew a cup of tea to break through 1,000 illusions. New poisons weren't limited to the person who made them. Other people could do the same, but it would take time. Some people could research for decades without success, but the enemy had only used the time it took to brew a cup of tea. How powerful was that? Han Yunqi couldn't help but reflect on herself. If she didn't have the detox system, how long would she have needed? She didn't need long, but it couldn't have been as short as the time it took to brew a cup of tea, either. Han Yunqi knew the enemy was more capable than Jun Yixia, but she never expected them to be this strong. Just who on earth was the other party? She stared at Long Feiyi with wide eyes. Long Feiyi was puzzled. What's wrong? Han Yunqi didn't answer him and continued to use the new poison from the poison pool. However, the situation was still the same. It would be neutralized within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Han Yunqi stopped and thought for a long time. In the end, she took out a poison called bone erosion. This corroding bone was none other than the poison that Han Yunqi had applied on Jun Yixia's shoulder. If the other party was Jun Yixia's master, then he definitely wouldn't be able to break the eroding bone technique. Otherwise, Jun Yixia's shoulder would have been healed long ago. The last time she saw Jun Yixia in Medicine City, Han Yunqi had paid attention to that guy's shoulder. The poison hadn't been cured. Fortunately, the corroding bone could also be dispersed within the fog. Han Yunqi had only concocted one antidote before and had thrown it away. Now that she wanted to use the poison, she couldn't possibly trap herself. She had to first see if the detoxification system still had enough ingredients to concoct the antidote. Fortunately, Han Yunqi was able to quickly concoct the antidote. Thus, she boldly scattered the poison in the fog. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the poison hadn't been neutralized, but Han Yunqi knew that she might not win. She quietly waited. Eroding bone was much more difficult than the previous poisons. Although Long Feiyi wasn't clear on the specifics, he didn't disturb her when he saw the seriousness between her brows. He silently waited on the side. Han Yunqi waited for a full hour. Eroding bone still hadn't been neutralized. Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment before explaining the details to Long Feiyi. Perhaps we can figure out how to get out of the fog. Let's wait a little longer. Long Feiyi was still cautious. Han Yunqi nodded, who knew that an hour later, an unfortunate event would finally occur. The poison had been neutralized. The other party had only used 2 hours to concoct the antidote. Could it be that the other party wasn't Jun Yixia's master? Han Yunqi once again turned to look at Long Feiyi. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The last time they had seen Jun Yixia was in Medicine City. At that time, Han Yunqi had paid special attention. The poison on Jun Yixia's shoulder hadn't been neutralized. Taking a step back, if Jun Yixia's master had only recently neutralized the poison, then he could have directly taken out the antidote. There was no need to waste 2 hours. Not someone from the 100 Poisons sect? Long Feiyi asked suspiciously. Han Yunqi nodded vehemently. If he wasn't Jun Yixia's master, then who could it be? This level of poison skills made Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi think of the same word at the same time. Han Yunqi murmured, "Poison sex orphan?" In this world, aside from the Poison sect, 100 Poison sect, and Han Yunqi, who else could have such frightening poison skills? Long Feiyi, do you think my father is still alive? How many of the Poison sex orphans are still alive? Where are they hiding? Han Yunqi asked timidly. Lady Tianqin's death was too strange. She couldn't help but be suspicious. Long Fei Yi had actually sent people to investigate in secret. Unfortunately, Lady Lianqin had provided him with a few clues, but there had been no news to this day. The poison sect was even harder to investigate than the 100 Poison sect. Long Fei Yi looked back at the lake and wanted to say something, but Han Yunqi only said angrily, I don't believe in heresy. No matter what, they had to leave the lake. The maze was a path they had to take. Han Yunqi told herself that she had to win. She continued to use poisons. Long Fei Yi mused that it was good to test the waters a bit more. By now, Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao had already fled far away from the maze. Song Qiuzi was familiar with the Qimen Duanjia arts, so it was easy for him to walk out of the maze. But he had no idea that he and Duanmu Yao had almost been poisoned just then. Nor did he know that someone had secretly helped him break through Han Yunqi's poison fog. After fleeing for a bit and making sure that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi weren't chasing them, he finally set Duanmu Yao down. Duanmu Yao was almost out of breath. If he didn't put her down now, he'd have saved her for nothing. Duanmu Yao held on to her last shred of consciousness as she watched Song Qiuzi feed her medicinal pills, stop the bleeding and bandage her wounds. After stopping the bleeding and taking the medicine, Duanmu Yao felt a bit better. Her mind calmed down and she tried to circulate her internal energy, only to discover that she had no internal energy left. How could this be? No! Her old face was filled with fear, making her look even more terrifying. No, it can't be, she tried again, but still couldn't circulate any internal energy. My dantian, my martial arts! She stared at Song Qiuzi in disbelief. Cold laughter filled his face. It's already good enough that you managed to keep your life. What else do you want? Yao Yao, this time, you have to thank your martial uncle properly. You did it on purpose. She finally understood. She was filled with rage, but she didn't even have the energy to vent it. Song Qiuzi laughed coldly. Yao Yao, from now on, you have to help your martial uncle take good care of Li Kenshin. Li Kenshin was none other than the head of Tianshan Kenzo and Old Man Kenzo's real name. Everyone on Celestial Mountain called him Master. Outside the mountain, people called him Old Man Kenzo. Only behind his back did Song Qiuzi dare to call him that. He really did come with Duanmu Yao to kill Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Unfortunately, he changed his mind at the last minute. Not only did he want to kill Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, but he also wanted to borrow Long Fei Ye's hand to injure Duanmu Yao. Thus, he acted according to circumstances and changed his original plan. He would wait for Long Fei Yi to hurt Duanmu Yao before saving her. That way, Duanmu Yao would be crippled and forced to rely on him. In the past, Duanmu Yao had relied on the sect heads doting to haggle with him. She even let Tang Li take advantage of the Tang clan incident. Now that she was crippled, what right did she have to talk terms with him? You're despicable, Duanmu Yao raged. Song Qiuzi stood up and said, Yao Yao, Yao Yao, your martial uncle risked his life to save you, but you repay kindness with enmity. Then Master might as well make the word despicable reality. As soon as he finished, he turned to leave. He's abandoning Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao was injured to this extent, and they were in the middle of nowhere. Did he want her dead? Duanmu Yao was both angry and aggrieved. She never thought she'd end up like this. Although she wasn't willing. She'd die if she didn't beg Song Qiuzi. Soon enough, she shouted. Martial Uncle Yao Yao was wrong. As long as Master takes Yao Yao back to Celestial Mountain, Yao Yao will listen to you. She could only endure. Master would definitely find a way to save her once they got back to Celestial Mountain. Her martial arts would definitely recover. Only then did Song Qiuzi return. Instead of pulling Duanmu Yao to her feet, he asked cold, Besides the City of Daughters, did you have any other helpers? No, Duanmu Yao replied honestly. Who threw that stone? Song Chiozi couldn't figure it out. Whoever could throw that stone wasn't simple. Moreover, they had to be proficient in Chimanduinja. Logically speaking, they should have shown up after saving them. But he and Duanmu Yao hadn't seen anyone after leaving the maze. I don't know either. Duanmu Yao had been on the brink of death just then, so she didn't have time to think about it. Could it have been Lady Lengyu's helpers, she guessed. This person isn't simple. We'll ask Lady Lengyu later, Song Chiozi said. He had to figure out who this person was. He had to be a huge obstacle in his path to dominating the martial arts circles. Once Duanmu Yao agreed. Song Chiozi helped her to her feet and wrapped his arm around her waist, a vulgar smile on his face. Martial uncle. Duanmu Yao's voice was choked with sobs. Unfortunately, she couldn't push him away. She knew full well how lustful Song Chiozi could be. Martial uncle, let's talk things over properly, all right? Duanmu Yao begged. Song Chiozi didn't release her, but tightened his grip. Tell martial uncle, how did you serve your master? I didn't. Duanmu Yao fumed. Although master doted on her, he treated her like a daughter, pure and innocent. You didn't? Song Chiozi didn't believe her. You still don't know what kind of person master is. Duanmu Yao asked seriously. That's even better. Then I'll only serve martial uncle in the future. Song Chiozi laughed out loud. Your face is already like this. As for your body, martial uncle likes it very much. Bitterness rose in her heart as Duanmu Yao's nose turned sour. Her eyes almost collapsed as she tried to push him away, but Song Chiozi's voice was cold. Do you believe that old man can make you die at the foot of Celestial Mountain? Duanmu Yao didn't dare to move at his words. She allowed Song Chiozi to hold her while his filthy hands roamed all over her body. She cried helplessly, wishing that it wasn't Song Chiozi holding her, but her senior brother. Senior brother, save Yao Yao, save Yao Yao, please. She screamed in her heart, but Long Fei Yi couldn't hear her. Even if he did, he wouldn't save her. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yi was by Han Yunqi's side. Their opponent was extremely powerful. It was none other than Chapter 700. Han Yunqi's valiant opponent was none other than Jun Yi Xie's master, the former leader of the 100 Poisons sect by Yanqing. He and his disciple Bai Yuqiao were sitting on a large stone at the entrance of the maze instead of being surrounded by the fog. Bai Yuqiao had always known that her master was Cloud Realm Continent's top poisons master. Even Han Yunqi, who'd made a name for herself in the past few years, was no match for him. But today, her worldview had been completely refreshed. Reality after reality told her that she'd underestimated Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi had such skills at such a young age, far surpassing her and her senior brother. She was definitely a genius. At the same time, Bai Yuqiao realized that she'd underestimated her master even more. Han Yunqi had poisoned him so many times, but she only recognized the poison on her senior brother's shoulder. She'd seen all the others before, but her master seemed to be very familiar with all of Han Yunqi's poisons. He didn't even need to think before dispelling them. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, her master wasn't thinking, but explaining the poisons to her. Bai Yuqiao had no time to wonder just how miraculous her master's poison skills were. She was only curious about two things. First, her master hadn't brought anything with him on this trip. So where did he find the ingredients to create the antidote? After all, she hadn't even seen him take out the antidote. He'd only taken a few steps into the maze before the poison in the fog disappeared. The other question was the rheumatic poison in her senior brother's body. After all, senior brother's shoulder was still being tormented by the poison. Her master had been trying to figure out an antidote all this time, but he still hadn't figured it out. Just then, her master had spent 2 hours napping instead of trying to figure out an antidote. After waking up, he'd taken a few steps into the maze before dispelling the poison in the fog. Just what was going on? Han Yunqi was still poisoning him while her master continued to dispel the poison. Bai Yuqiao couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Master, can you now cure the poison in senior brother's shoulder? Bai Yuqiao had too many questions, but none of them were as important as this one. She couldn't figure it out. Did Master find the antidote just by taking a nap? Senior brother had been suffering from the poison for 2 years now. Every time the weather turned cold, the poison would act up and get worse. Senior brother was certain that her master would take this matter to heart, so he'd never asked his master whether he'd found an antidote. Bai Yuqiao's heart ached every time she saw him in such agony. I can't, Bai said. Bai Yuqiao was startled. Then, just now, master, who told you that detoxification is the only way to make the poison disappear? Bai Yanqing retorted, Your disciple is slow-witted. Bai Yuqiao grew even more bewildered, but she immediately lowered her head, not daring to ask any more questions. She knew that if she asked another question, her master would definitely not let her off easily. Bai Yuqiao obediently waited at the side. Soon, Bai Yanqing and Han Yunqi fought several rounds. Bai Yanqing couldn't help but mutter to himself, The water of 10,000 poisons must be in this girl's hands. Water of 10,000 poisons? Bai Yuqiao was shocked. Wasn't the water of 10,000 poisons the poisonous water that had disappeared from the medicinal herbs forest? She had heard her senior brother mention it before. The water of 10,000 poisons could cultivate countless new types of poisons. One had to know that his senior brother had been looking for this item for a long time. Not long after, Bai Yanqing allowed the poisonous fog to spread out again. He sat back down on the big blue stone, looking a little tired. Bai Yuqiao hurriedly handed over the kettle. Master, take a rest. Hee, I haven't met a worthy opponent for several decades. It's really tiring. Bai Yanqing sighed. Han Yunqi's poison in the fog was of the same grade as the poison in Jun Yixie's body. He had deliberately rested for 2 hours, just now to confuse Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's judgment. But now he had no choice but to rest. Thinking about it, he and Han Yunqi had been fighting for more than half a day. It was really exhausting. Master, rest well. Your disciple will keep watch. Your disciple guarantees that Han Yunqi won't be able to use the poisonous mosquito swarm. Bai Yuqiao said seriously. Even if Han Yunqi wasn't afraid of the poisonous fog, she and Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to walk out of the Lost Path formation. Because Bai Yuqiao had already used poison in the surroundings, the poisonous mosquito swarm within 100 li radius wouldn't dare to come close. Moreover, even if Han Yunqi didn't use the poisonous mosquito swarm and summoned other poisonous creatures to lead the way, she would still have a way to interfere with her. Bai Yanqing didn't say anything and closed his eyes. Actually, he only came to test Han Yunqi today. He didn't want to do anything to her. Moreover, with Long Fei Ye's ability, he might not be able to do anything to them. Acting rashly would cause more harm than good. Once he'd rested enough, he'd fight a few more rounds with Han Yunqi. That girl's poisons were more stunning than the last. Bai Yanqing was resting, but Han Yunqi was very energetic. Seeing that the poison she used didn't disappear in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she muttered, Long Fei, this poison is of the same grade as bone erosion. The other party wouldn't need another 2 hours to neutralize it, right? It was hard for Long Fei Yi to answer if he wasn't sure. Why don't I try a poison of a higher grade? Han Yunqi asked seriously. She had many poisons of a higher grade than bone erosion, but she only had 1 or 2 new types. She wouldn't use them unless it was absolutely necessary. There's no need. Not only is there poisonous fog in the maze, but there are also formations. There are too many accidents, so it's best if we don't leave the maze. Long Fei Yi had always liked to take risks, but he would always choose the method with the least risk when it came to Han Yunqi. His poison skills were so exquisite that he couldn't be compared to the people Madame Lanyu had ambushed previously. The enemy was in the dark while they were out in the open. No matter what, they were at a disadvantage. Long Fei Yi said seriously, You've been poisoning him, and he's been neutralizing the poison. You've already exposed too much, so there's no need for us to continue playing. If we don't take the maze, is there another way? Han Yunqi asked helplessly. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi actually answered her. Yes, there is another exit. Long Fei Yi didn't look like he was joking, and he wouldn't make a silly joke at a time like this. However, Han Yunqi couldn't believe it. They were surrounded by a dense forest, and the fog was so thick that they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even if they were in the maze, they could still barely see the way. Right now, she only regretted leaving Little Rascal with Gu Beiwei. If Little Rascal was here, perhaps it could bring them through the maze. Where? Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Long Fei Yi sat down and took off his boots. The more Han Yunqi looked at him, the more confused she became. She realized that Long Fei Ye's figure was so good that even his ankles were full of strength. However, she quickly discovered that there was a light blue crystal nailed to his ankles. Han Yunqi was in disbelief. She and Long Fei Yi had known each other for so long, but she didn't know that he had such a treasure hidden in his ankles. From the luster of this crystal, it didn't lose out to the white jade crystal in her hands. He couldn't tell her that this was a blue jade crystal that had never appeared before. Long Fei Yi pulled out the blue crystal, and blood immediately seeped out from his ankles. Han Yunqi then discovered that this thing was about the same size as a woman's earring. Long Fei Ye's ankles weren't pierced, but the crystal was directly nailed into his flesh. When this thing was pulled out, the wound started bleeding. Han Yunqi hurriedly took out disinfectant and gauze, but Long Fei Yi was already about to put on his socks. No rush. Treat the wound first. Han Yunqi stopped him. There's no need for this small matter. Any injury on your body is no small matter to me. Han Yunqi was very domineering. She pressed Long Fei Yi back down, rolled up his trousers, took off his socks, and seriously disinfected his wound before bandaging it. Long Fei Yi sat down obediently. He looked at Han Yunqi's serious little face and unconsciously lifted her chin slowly. Han Yunqi casually opened it. Don't quarrel. She seriously bandaged Long Fei Ye's wound and wrapped it tightly. Then she helped him put on his socks and boots. When she was done, she looked up. Long Fei Yi asked, Can we quarrel now? Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Before she could answer, Long Fei Yi lifted her chin and gently bit her lips before pulling her up. Han Yunqi wanted to ignore it, but she still unconsciously pursed her lips. Of course! She quickly focused her attention on the blue crystal in Long Fei Ye's hand. What is this? Can it take us out of here? She asked curiously. Long Fei Yi placed the blue crystal in his hand. The blue crystal had a gentle luster that was comparable to the best pearls. Although it was small, the faint blue made people feel refreshed and enlightened. After looking at it for a long time, they would think of the sky, the sea, and everything else that was vast and boundless. This thing seemed to have some kind of magical power. Han Yunqi was deeply attracted to it. Long Fei Yi asked, What does it look like? It looks like a tear. Han Yunqi was very sure. It looks like a teardrop. This is a teardrop. It's one of the mermaid's tears. It's called the tear of holding. Long Fei Yi explained. Han Yunqi was very surprised. It's from the Bailey family? The mermaid race had many branches, and the Bailey family was one of them. They could live normally on land like humans, but once they entered the water, they could freely display the characteristics of mermaids. The Bailey mermaid race is the tear shark of the mermaid race. Normally, when they cry, it will not form the tear of holding. When their lives are about to end, they will cry because of the obsession in their hearts, forming the tear of holding. The greater the obsession, the greater the energy contained in the tear of holding. Long Fei Yi softly said. The tear in his hand was given to his mother by his father, and his mother gave it to him. It was given to the royal family by the mermaid race's ancestors to thank the East Qin royal family for saving their lives. So far, it was the tier of holding with the most energy in the mermaid race. What energy? Han Yunchi was very shocked. The Bailey mermaid race was too different from the mermaid race she knew. How was this tear of holding related to whether they could leave the empty lake or not? Long Fei, you brought her to the empty lake, and he actually casually threw the tier of holding into the empty lake. This is the tier of holding with the most energy in the mermaid race. As long as it is placed in the water, the surrounding tier sharks will sense its existence and come over. Long Fei Yi looked at the small lake in the empty lake and softly said, "There is a lake in this lake. It looks empty from afar, but if this king has not guessed wrong, this lake will lead to another water system." You mean, as long as the mermaid race senses the tear of holding, they can find us through the water system? Han Yunchi finally understood Long Fei Ye's meaning. Long Fei Ye nodded. Although he knew about the Lost Void Lake, he had never truly entered it. If he knew that this lake would lead to another water system, he would not have walked through the Lost Void Array. Bai Yanqing and Bai Yuqiao were still waiting outside. Could Long Fei Ye's tear of holding summon reinforcements? Chapter 701. The tear of Ji fell into the lake, and very quickly it sank into the bottomless lake without a sound. Half an hour passed. The poison in the maze hadn't been dispelled, so Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi both watched and waited in silence. Their surroundings were silent as time passed. Suddenly, a wave rose up from the center of the lake. Soon after, large blue waves surged towards the shores of the lake. Soon, a mermaid soldier emerged from every wave. The one who emerged from the tallest wave was none other than Bailey Yuanlong himself. The last time they'd left Tianning's capital was in the middle of the night, so Han Yunchi hadn't seen anything clearly. This was her first time seeing the mermaids so clearly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" Indeed, they were very beautiful. Their facial features were more defined than usual, their ears like dragon fins standing on either side of their heads. They looked noble and dignified. Their elbows had fins as well, sharp enough to be used as weapons. Their bodies were clad in light blue scales that sparkled with light. They were true nobles. As they floated in the water, they looked like the noblest of warriors as they bowed respectfully to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi. "This subordinate came too late to rescue you. May your highness forgive me." Bailey Yuanlong was terrified. He knew that His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't take out the tier of holding unless absolutely necessary. Thus he'd brought the mermaid soldiers with him as soon as he sensed the summons and found the entrance to the lake as quickly as possible. "We can't stay here for long. Withdraw," Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunchi hadn't even recovered her wits before he carried her into the water. As soon as they entered the water, they were protected by the blue light of the mermaid clan. Inside it, they could breathe freely as if they were walking on flat ground. The mermaid soldiers came ashore and took away Grand Concubine Yi and the unconscious victims of the poison from the City of Daughters. The mermaid soldiers led the way while Bailey Yuanlong personally stood guard by Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi's side. Soon enough, their figures disappeared into the water. As the blue light faded, the lake returned to its usual green. It was as if nothing had happened. Not a single trace was left behind. An hour later, Bai Yanqing slowly opened his eyes. He still took a step into the maze. He did not use the antidote at all, and the poison in the maze disappeared into thin air. Even though he had seen it many times, Bai Yuqiao still could not help but shrink his neck. He felt that his master was so powerful that it was frightening. The poison was gone. Bai Yanqing retreated, but he soon realized that something was wrong. They escaped. Bai Yuqiao stood up in shock. "Impossible. Master, I've been watching. They might have escaped. Han Yunchi didn't poison them again. They must have escaped," Bai Yanqing muttered to himself. "Master, maybe Han Yunchi is also tired and needs to rest, or she has used up all her poison." Bai Yuqiao explained. Bai Yanqing immediately placed the poison in the poisonous plant. He waited for a long time, but the poison was not removed. They must have escaped. Bai Yanqing was very sure. Master, maybe Han Yunqi can't remove. Before Bai Yuqiao could finish speaking, Bai Yanqing removed the poison he had placed and strode into the maze. Bai Yuqiao quickly chased after him. She did not dare to persuade him, but she was still unconvinced. There was only one path in the Lost Void Lake. She had been watching for 2 hours. How could Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi slip away under her watch? It was only when Bai Yuqiao followed his master through the maze and saw the empty lake that she was convinced. There was not a single person on the huge empty lake. Where were they? Bai Yuqiao could not figure it out, but Bai Yanqing was not surprised. He stared at the empty lake for a long time, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, Yes, that's it. This trip did not take any effort at all, Bai Yuqiao did not fully understand. Although Bai Yanqing seemed to be in a good mood, she hesitated and did not dare to say anything. Bai Yanqing was indeed in a good mood. He turned around and smiled. Little girl, let's go back. Your senior brother should have sent a letter by now. The master and disciple left through the maze. They had not gone far when Madame Lung, you came looking for them with Lung Shuang. Old Bai, so you're here. It took me so long to find you. Hurry up and save Shuanger. Madame Lung Yu knew that Bai Yanqing was nearby, but she almost went back to the maze after searching for him. Fortunately, she bumped into his carriage on the way. Bai Yanqing looked up. Madame Lung Yu hurriedly brought the unconscious Lung Shuang over for him to take her pulse. Unfortunately, Bai Yuqiao blocked them. Madame Lung Yu was about to reprimand him, but Bai Yuqiao quickly found the location of the poison on Lung Shuang's body. It was a very thin needle hole. Seeing this, Bai Yanqing did not say anything. Madame Lung Yu could only let Bai Yuqiao do what he wanted. Bai Yuqiao took out a dagger and drew a cross on the needle hole without hesitation. He then took out a magnet and tried to pull out the poison needle that was hidden deep in her flesh. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqiao tried for a long time but was unable to pull out the poison needle. Bai Yuqiao was very surprised. Master, that Qin Wang Fei is too extravagant. The poison needle she used is actually pure gold. Magnets can't pull it out. Whether it was medical needles or poison needles, although many were called golden needles. Gold was just a general term. The so-called golden needles were not pure gold. Most of them were mixed with a lot of iron, so they could be pulled out with magnets. Pure golden needles were very rare, especially those that were used as hidden weapons. Han Yunqi was probably the first one. Interesting. Bai Yanqing was reading a book in the carriage. He was very relaxed. Madame Lung Yu was anxious. What should we do if we can't pull it out? Bai Yanqing did not say anything. Bai Yuqiao did not say anything either. She held the dagger and stabbed it into the wound without hesitation. She dug downwards and forcibly dug out the poison needle that was buried deep in the flesh. Although Bai Yuqiao often felt sorry for her senior brother, she was definitely a ruthless person. Lung Shuang, who was unconscious, was in so much pain that she opened her eyes and only closed them after a while. Even though Madame Lung Yu was an assassin, she still sucked in a cold breath. Bai Yuqiao, how dare you? Bai Yuqiao ignored Madame Lung Yu. She sniffed the poison needle and then the bloody wound. She muttered to herself, "This poison isn't hard to detoxify." She quickly concocted the antidote and randomly applied it on Lung Shuang's wound. Take this medicine back. Don't apply it on the wound. Take it orally 3 times a day. Help her stop the bleeding. Madame Lung Yu roared. If it wasn't for Bai Yanqing, she would have killed this brat long ago. Bai Yuqiao took out a needle and thread and sewed the wound as if she was sewing clothes. Lung Shuang suddenly screamed and fainted again before she could wake up. Why is an assassin so pretentious? Bai Yuqiao mocked her disdainfully. Madame Lung Yu looked on coldly. When Bai Yuqiao finished sewing up the wound, she immediately slapped her. "Brat, do you believe that I won't bring you back to the City of Daughters with me if you keep talking nonsense?" Murderous intent flashed across Bai Yuqiao's eyes. Just as she was about to make a move, Bai Yanqing coughed lightly. She could only grit her teeth and swallow her blood. "Schwanger's poison is detoxified just like that?" Madame Lung Yu asked. "Why, are you still doubting old man's ability to teach his disciple?" Bai Yanqing asked coldly. "Madame Lung, you didn't dare to act rashly." "Thank you." Bai Yanqing gestured for Madame Lung Yu to get into the car. Madame Lung Yu carried Lung Shuang into the car and sat at the side. Bai Yuqiao felt wronged, but he could only drive obediently. Old Bai, Han Yunqi, used the same method you used to break the lost formation. Her poison skills. Who taught her? Madame Lung Yu asked curiously. Bai Yanqing stroked his beard and didn't answer, but he was more interested than Madame Lung Yu. Madame Ling Yu and Bai Yanqing were both friends and master and servant. She didn't dare to be too impudent, so she didn't press the issue when Bai Yanqing didn't answer. After a long silence, Bai Yanqing asked, "Have you explained everything to Duanmu Yao?" "Don't worry. Even if Duanmu Yao loses her life, she won't say a word. After all, she's on the same boat as us," Madame Lung Yu said seriously. "What about Grand Concubine Yi?" Bai Yanqing asked next. "Don't worry. She won't wake up any more," Madame Lung Yu smiled. Bai Yanqing was very satisfied. He took Madame Lung Yu's hand and patted it lightly. "Very good." Originally, the Empress Dowager of Tian Country had wanted to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi. After Bai Yanqing found out, he had Madame Lung Yu kidnap Grand Concubine Yi, then find Duanmu Yao to blackmail Long Fei Yi. This way, Long Fei Yi wouldn't suspect the Empress Dowager, nor would he have to worry about his identity being exposed. "Old Bai, what did Grand Concubine Yi say?" Madame Lung Yu asked curiously. She only knew of Bai Yanqing's plans, but had no idea what Bai Yanqing wanted from Grand Concubine Yi. It was Bai Yanqing himself who had interrogated Grand Concubine Yi that day. Besides him, no one else knew the truth. Bai Yanqing quickly released Madame Lung Yu's hand. "That you don't need to know." Madame Lung Yu sighed. What a pity. We couldn't kill Han Yunqi, but lost Duanmu Yao instead." "Yuqiao, you've lost. Remember to deduct a month's worth of allowance when you go back." Bai Yanqing laughed out loud. He'd made a bet with Bai Yuqiao before coming here to see if Madame Lung Yu could kill Han Yunqi. Yes. Bai Yuqiao felt even more wronged, but her expression was gloomy. She didn't cry. How could a child like her cry? "Oh, Bai, you didn't want to kill that girl?" That girl's abilities were truly incredible. If we leave her alive, she'll be a disaster in the future. Madame Lung Yu reminded him. "That's a matter for the future." Bai Yanqing chuckled. "Losing Duanmu Yao? Hee. That old man Kenzo will find trouble with Long Fei Yi himself. Don't worry. I'm just afraid that before that old man Kenzo finds trouble with Long Fei Yi, the brat will find the City of Daughters first. Of the 30 experts in the City of Daughters, only 2 or 3 are left." Madame Lung Yu's tone became heavy. If they could kill Long Fei Yi in this battle, the City of Daughters' reputation would definitely soar. What a pity. "What, are you scared?" Bai Yanqing smiled. Hee, not to the extent of being scared. Madame Lung Yu wasn't putting up a strong front. The City of Daughters foundation was still very strong. Bai Yanqing was very satisfied. "Old man, send the 2 of you back." Madame Lung Yu was overjoyed. All her gloominess immediately dissipated. It was impossible to say that she hadn't fallen in love with Bai Yanqing. Unfortunately, Bai Yanqing still kept his distance from her. The carriage slowly moved away. At this time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had already returned to the land. They were still a distance away from Lost Void Lake. This waterway was deep and long, so it wasn't easy to travel. We're finally safe. Han Yunqi sighed. Bailey Yuanlong, go back and make arrangements. This prince will set off in 3 days and take a detour to Dongjing County, Long Fei said. Bailey Yuanlong was shocked. Weren't they supposed to leave at the end of the month? There were still 10 days until the end of the month. Take a detour to Dongjing? That was the direction to the City of Daughters. Chapter 702. His Highness Duke of Qin wanted to take a detour to Celestial Mountain through East Jing Prefecture, which was the only way to get to the City of Daughters. Your Highness, are you going to the City of Daughters? Bailey Yuanlong asked. Your lordship won't let anyone who dares to kidnap someone from the Duke of Qin's estate go, Long Fei said. Han Yunqi remained silent on the side. Even if Long Fei didn't seek Lady Lun Yu out, she'd persuade Long Fei to do it herself. After all, this matter involved not only Duan Muyao and Lady Lun Yu, but that poison's expert as well. All right, this soldier will make arrangements as soon as I return. Bailey Yuanlong was a soldier, so he wasn't like Chu Shifeng. Even if he had doubts, he obeyed without question. After returning to South Ning Prefecture, Long Fei mulled things over for an entire night before delaying his departure time. He had to wait for Chu Shifeng to return from Tian and someone come, send a flying pigeon to Chu Shifeng. Tell him to bring Murong Wanru back, no matter the method. Immediately he ordered cold. You mean? Han Yunqi didn't understand. This matter isn't that simple, Long Fei intoned. On the surface, Duan Muyao seemed to be the mastermind who kidnapped Grand Concubine Yi to threaten him, but he had a feeling that things weren't that simple. How is it not simple? Han Yunqi asked. Duan Muyao might be stupid, but Lady Lun Yu isn't. They wouldn't really take Grand Concubine Yi to Lost Void Lake, Long Fei intoned. Although he hadn't sensed Song Qiuzi's movements back then, he had sensed the Celestial Mountain servant girls hiding in the woods. He never expected Grand Concubine Yi to be there. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much words with Duan Muyao. Han Yunqi came to a realization at his words. She gave Long Fei a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. This guy was even more meticulous than a doctor like her to notice such details. That's right, Duan Muyao might be stupid, but Lady Lun Yu wasn't. Duan Muyao's goal was not the profound frost sword, but to kill her so that she could have Long Fei heal her. How could he be so honest as to bring the hostage there? Facing an expert like Long Fei, no matter what, he had to be on guard. If that's the case, then it's possible that they returned Grand Concubine Yi to us on purpose? Han Yunqi asked doubtfully, why would they return her to us? Han Yunqi thought for a while and asked, what are they trying to mislead us about? There must be a conspiracy. Long Fei rubbed her bangs lovingly. He liked to discuss problems with this woman more and more. She was very smart and could understand with just a little bit, so he didn't have to spend too much effort to explain. It's just a guess. Bringing Murong Wanru here was the safest option. Only Grand Concubine knows the truth. No matter what the truth was, Long Fei only cared about one thing, whether or not Grand Concubine could reveal the secret of him not being part of Tianning's imperial bloodline. Murong Wanru was the key to making Grand Concubine tell the truth. By now it was already daybreak. After breakfast, Zhao Mama came to report, Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, Grand Concubine hasn't woken up yet. On the way back, Han Yunqi had inspected Grand Concubine Yi's body. First, she hadn't been poisoned, injured, or ill. Everything was normal. She guessed that Grand Concubine Yi had been frightened and would wake up after a day or so, so she left her in Zhao Mama's care. She hasn't woken up yet? That can't be right. Han Yunqi grew uneasy. I'll go take a look. Long Fei Yi went with her as well. Grand Concubine Yi was placed in the room behind the ancestral hall. She lay quietly on the bed as if she was sleeping peacefully. Han Yunqi carefully examined her again, but still didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Still, nothing out of the ordinary was the biggest anomaly. She made a prompt decision. Long Fei, looks like we'll have to send someone to find Gu Beiwe. After Gu Beiwe arrived, he did the same examination on Grand Concubine Yi as Han Yunqi did. Still, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. How long has she been unconscious? He asked seriously. She was unconscious when I saw her yesterday afternoon. It's impossible to determine the time before that, Han Yunqi replied. Let's wait a bit longer. If she doesn't wake up by tonight, then the problem will be bigger. A complicated look flitted past Gu Beiwe's eyes before he added, Let this one accompany esteemed imperial concubine today. It'll be easier to observe her. Then I'll leave it to you. Long Fei Yi said as he led Han Yunqi out the door. He didn't want Gu Beiwe to know too much about his lack of Tianning's imperial bloodline. He'd have to reveal his identity one day, but now wasn't the right time. There were some things that couldn't be explained with words. Only actions could convince people. The trip to Celestial Mountain was fraught with dangers, so he didn't want to cause too much trouble for himself. If it was only a guess before, Han Yunqi was certain now. Grand Concubine Yi's coma must have been caused by someone. They must have gotten something out of her. Long Fei Ye's eyes darkened as he walked slowly with his head bowed. Long Fei Yi, this has to be a trap. It has to be, Han Yunqi said again. Long Fei Yi finally spoke up. The key is, who's the one who set this trap? If Grand Concubine Yi didn't wake up, they wouldn't be able to confirm anything even if they knew this was a trap. This matter should have nothing to do with Tian and Empress Dowager. Just who was it that suspected his origins and how? Long Fei Yi couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Where had he exposed himself to arouse suspicion? For now, all they could do was wait. A few days later, Chu Shifeng brought Morong Wanru back, but Grand Concubine Yi was still unconscious. Gu Beiwe was at his wits' end as well. He said, Under these circumstances, there must be some sort of injury to the head, but this one can't figure it out yet. Then can you figure it out or not? How long will it take? Long Fei Yi asked. There's no way to confirm, Gu Beiwe admitted. Long Fei Yi paused, then said, I'll leave this matter to you. Leave Pill Fiend Pharmacy to Mu Ling, or for now. You'll live in the ancestral hall. Han Yunqi looked at the unconscious mother and daughter pair and sighed with emotion. When she first entered the Duke of Qin's estate, she'd suffered quite a bit at their hands. Fate made fools of people. She never thought they'd end up like this, much less themselves. I'll listen to your highness's arrangements. Gu Beiwe's words had a hidden meaning. Long Fei Yi wanted Gu Beiwe to live in the ancestral hall because it was easier for Gu Beiwe to communicate with the Shadow Guard. The war between the three nations was still ongoing, so they had to keep an eye on Chu Tianning's situation. Chu Shifeng brought back Morong Wanru along with another piece of news. Your Highness, Jun Yixia went to the Winter Crow country. I'm afraid he went to buy horses with Northern Li's Crown Prince and Second Imperial Prince. The Crown Prince and Second Imperial Prince are traveling together? Long Fei Yi laughed coldly. Has the poison in his shoulder been treated? This subordinate really couldn't find anything. Chu Shifeng found himself in a dilemma. This time he'd lost quite a few subordinates after finding out that Northern Li had sent an envoy to the Winter Crow country. Jun Yixia's own subordinates might not even know about the poison, so how could outsiders find out? Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but flipped to the Wind Clan page in his annals of the 7 noble families. Bailey Yuanlong and Chu Shifeng stood on either side of him, reading the Wind Clan's records clearly. The Wind Clan was familiar with astronomy and geography, as well as the art of divination. They were skilled at controlling the wind and using it to lay out traps and move troops. Seeing this record, the two of them looked at each other in dismay. They only knew that the Wind Clan was skilled in astronomy and could predict the weather. That was why they'd relied on them for grain production in the past. They never expected the Wind Clan to have such skills beyond astronomy. Divination, controlling the wind. Long Fei Yi muttered to himself, lost in thought. After a while he said coldly, Bailey Yuanlong, prepare to send troops north at any time. Yes, Bailey Yuanlong obeyed. Your Highness, why don't we slow down a bit before going to Celestial Mountain? I'm afraid there'll be trouble this fall. Chu Shifeng coaxed. If I don't go, there'll be more problems, Long Fei Yi said. At Lost Void Lake, Song Chuzi had clearly been hiding nearby, but waited until Duanmu Yao was seriously injured to save her. Without a doubt, he was trying to keep Duanmu Yao in check. His master was in the midst of frequent bouts of illness. If he didn't go now, his master would be in danger. Moreover, Song Chuzi and Duanmu Yao had not only hooked up with the City of Daughters, but that poison's expert as well. Whether the power of the imperial court affected the Jianghu, or whether the Jianghu's power affected the court, was a question worth pondering. Either way, it showed the importance of keeping the Jianghu under control. Once Song Chuzi gained the upper hand, the Jianghu's power would be fully involved in the court struggles. His years of planning would be thrown into disarray. There was no avoiding this trip to Celestial Mountain. Then this subordinate will go make preparations. Chu Shifeng didn't have time to leave before Long Fei Yi refused. Just have Su Donglin come with you. You stay behind. I'll leave Gu Beiyue's safety to you. If anything happens, your lordship will hold you accountable. Your Highness. Chu Shifeng panicked. Long Fei Yi wouldn't pay him any attention. So he asked coldly, have you delivered the gift for the City of Daughters yet? Yes. Chu Shifeng replied helplessly. What's the situation with Tang Li? Long Fei Yi asked next. I heard he took Ningjing out on a trip. He said something about. Chu Shifeng thought for a long time before he remembered the words. Something about a honeymoon after marriage. Your Highness, young clan head Tang's trying to find a way to leave the Tang clan. Chu Shifeng assumed that His Highness would stop asking questions about pleasing a woman, but His Highness asked again, how long? 1 month. Supposedly it's a sweet month, so they call it a honeymoon in short, Chu Shifeng explained in detail. On the side, General Bailey felt uneasy at the words. Your Highness, you must take care of yourself on the road. This soldier will wait for your return, he said with a respectful salute before leaving. Your Highness, that brat Su Donglin's never been to Celestial Mountain before. Moreover, you're going to the City of Daughters on the way as well. Why don't you? Before Chu Shifeng could finish, Long Fei Yi had already risen to his feet and left the room. When he reached the corner of the corridor, he paused to glance at leisurely Cloud Pavilion, only to see that it was still dim. They were leaving tomorrow, so Han Yunqi should still be at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. He'd said he'd reward her when he returned, but she hadn't asked. She must have forgotten, hadn't she? Long Fei Yi smiled helplessly. He didn't go to Pill Fiend Pharmacy to find Han Yunqi, but went to the Ancestral Hall instead. Perhaps it was because of Gu Beiyue's arrival, but the cold and quiet Ancestral Hall was now especially peaceful. Even the lights were warm. By the time Long Fei Yi arrived, Gu Beiyue was sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat, looking up at a Buddha statue. His thin profile was illuminated by the lamplight, while his calm eyes were filled with piety. Long Fei Yi had already walked up behind him without him noticing. You believe in Buddhism too? Long Fei Yi asked. Chapter 703. Although Long Fei Yi's arrival was sudden, Gu Beiyue remained calm. He stood up and bowed, modest and elegant. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, there must be something important for you to visit so late at night, right? You also believe in Buddhism? What are you praying for? Long Fei Yi asked again. Praying. Gu Beiyue thought for a moment, then joked, praying for an afterlife. This life hasn't ended yet, so why are you in such a rush to seek an afterlife? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Beiyue replied with a smile. Buddha says that suffering in this life is all for the sake of freedom in the afterlife. so we must endure suffering. Long Fei Yi gave a cold laugh. You believe in this kind of foolish Buddha. This one doesn't believe in Buddhism. This one believes in fate. No matter how sad his words were, Gu Beiwe could always finish them with a smile. If there was an afterlife, he hoped that the Gu family and the Shadow Clan would have nothing to do with each other. He hoped that he could only be himself. Your Highness, do you believe in fate? He asked softly. Fate? Long Fei Yi had always disdained this kind of thing. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. This king doesn't believe in anything but myself. If he believed in fate, if he obeyed, what would happen to Han Yunqi? East Qin wasn't his fate, but Han Yunqi was his fate. This king will leave South Ning tomorrow, Long Fei Yi said. If it is within this one's power, please give your orders, Your Highness. Gu Beiwe was very serious. Han Yunqi had told him many things before, so he knew that Long Fei Yi would also come. Who would have thought that Long Fei Yi wouldn't tell him anything about the South Central Military Governor's manor, only telling him one thing. He said, if this king doesn't leave the Heavenly Mountain on Mid-Autumn Day, you must protect Han Yunqi for this king. When these words were said, Gu Beiwe's heart, which had been calm his entire life, fiercely skipped a beat. It was especially painful. He didn't want to believe in fate, but after all the twists and turns, it was fate. No matter how much his heart hurt, he remained calm. No matter how sad his words were, he would still smile. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, what do you mean by guard? I'm already half a cripple, and I still need bodyguard choose protection. I can't bear your Highness's trust. He asked seriously, as long as she trusts you, you can handle it. Long Fei Yi was very certain. You only need to guard her, and don't let her leave South Ning. Wait for this prince to return. Gu Beiwe understood. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the war-torn 3 countries should be lacking in provisions. The commander-in-chief's manor in Zhongnan was bound to make a big move. If Long Fei Yi could not return, given Han Yunqi's temperament, she would certainly shoulder all of this and would not hesitate to charge and break through enemy lines. It seemed easy to make Han Yunqi stay in South Ning, but in reality, not only did he need to persuade her, he also needed to help her firmly grasp Cloud Realm's situation in his hands. Zhongnan's commander-in-chief's manor didn't lack military strength or wealth. What they lacked was a strategist who could see through Long Fei Ye's plans and could catch Long Fei Ye's eye. Without a doubt, Long Fei Yi had chosen Gu Beiwe the same way as Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwe didn't hesitate at all. This one will not refuse. I only hope that your Highness's trip will go smoothly. Gu Beiwe was actually well aware of the situation on Celestial Mountain. He knew everything in the world and could also scheme against it. Everything was in his heart, but he had never revealed it. Long Fei Yi nodded and turned to leave. He was only being cautious tonight. He had to do his best to leave Celestial Mountain before the Mid-Autumn Festival. At this time, Han Yunqi had just left Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Mistress, please take me with you. I promise I'll be obedient. Su Xiaoyu begged the entire way from the rooms, but Bailey Mingxiang only said take care. She didn't say anything else. Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered to reply to Su Xiaoyu, so she waved a hand to cut her off. Mistress Xiaoyu, is begging you, mistress. What are you making so much noise for? The new batch of ingredients is the best of the best. Hurry up and put them away, Mu Ling said as she grabbed Su Xiaoyu by the back of her collar and dragged her to the side. Su Xiaoyu looked pitifully at Han Yunqi, but Han Yunqi said seriously, Dr. Gu isn't free right now. You and Mingxiang can stay at Pill Fiend Pharmacy to help out. Yes. Bailey Mingxiang respectfully curtsied. Su Xiaoyu had no choice but to say, oh. After Han Yunqi left, Mu Ling personally pulled Su Xiaoyu into the room. Unfortunately, not long after, Mu Ling wasn't paying attention, and Su Xiaoyu snuck out the door to chase after the carriage. Unfortunately, the sports car sped up and she couldn't catch up. She didn't dare to chase back to the Duke of Qin's estate. The person she feared the most was His Highness Duke of Qin. If His Highness Duke of Qin allowed her to pester esteemed Wang Fei, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Xiaoyu was extremely disappointed. Her head drooped as she walked back, crestfallen. Unexpectedly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Madame Hellion? She was suspicious. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the figure had already disappeared into the alley. It's so late. Where did she go? Su Xiaoyu immediately chased after her. Unfortunately, she still didn't see her even when she reached the end of the alley. Where did she go? She suspiciously raised her head to look at the surrounding rooftops. After looking for a while, she tilted her head to rest on her shoulder. She muttered to herself, she flew to the rooftops. She can fly. Thus, she immediately leaped onto the rooftops. Unfortunately, the surroundings were empty. Not even a shadow could be seen. She sat on the rooftop and muttered to herself, "Did I recognize the wrong person?" Soon, she denied her own thoughts. It's her. After thinking for a while, she hesitated. Is that so? In the end, even she was annoyed. She thought to herself that she should find time to go to the Han estate and personally test Madame Hellion. Then she would know whether she had recognized the wrong person or if Madame Hellion really was up to something. As for how to test her, she quickly thought of it. As the night deepened, the last of the hustle and bustle on the streets quieted down. The entire world seemed to have entered dreamland. The lights in Leisurely Cloud Pavilion lit up. Han Yunqi stood in front of the pavilion's window sill. She almost couldn't remember how long it had been since she stood here. Standing here, she could see the lights in Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters. As always, the lights in his room had been extinguished. She seemed to be addicted to standing and didn't feel sleepy at all. She simply poured herself a cup of tea and drank it slowly while leaning against the windowsill to wake herself up. The stars in the sky were the breath of summer. Currently, Long Fei Yi hadn't gone to bed, but was still in his study. The Annals of the Seven Noble Families was on his desk, flipped to the page about the Wind Clan and held down by a black sandalwood bookmark. He was sitting in his chair, leaning back with it until his slender legs rested on the windowsill. His hands were propped up behind his head. From this angle, he could see Han Yunqi's beautiful figure through the window of Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Han Yunqi still didn't know the secret. Of course, she had no idea how many nights she'd spent looking at Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters, while Long Fei Yi stared at her from a distance and pondered over her origins. Only Chu Shifeng knew that His Highness Duke of Qin, who rarely returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, had been coming home every night. Han Yunqi, how long did it take you to fall in love with Long Fei Yi? Long Fei Yi spent countless sleepless nights to fall in love with you. Han Yunqi didn't know how long she'd been standing there, but she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the bed. In her dreams, she could faintly feel someone scratching her face. She opened her eyes groggily and saw Long Fei Yi standing by the bed, gently stroking her cheek. What did you do last night? Still not getting up? He looked down at her from above. Actually, she'd closed the windows last night before he went to sleep. He knew everything she'd done. Frightened, Han Yunqi looked out the window and saw that it was already dawn. If they wanted to leave in secret, they'd have to get up early. Han Yunqi was about to rise when she covered herself with the covers again. Before she could speak, Long Fei Yi understood and turned to go downstairs. I'll wait for you to eat downstairs. Han Yunqi assumed that he'd come up the stairs and silently cursed Zhao Mama for not waking her up. Actually, Zhao Mama had been given a fright when Long Fei Yi came down the stairs. Did His Highness Duke of Qin sneak in through the window again last night? These two masters were so strange. They had such a big sleeping quarters and such a wide, round bed, but they didn't make love. Instead, they squeezed together on the single bed in the little loft. What kind of hobby was that? By the time Han Yunqi finished washing up and came downstairs, Zhao Mama was giving her a dubious look. Han Yunqi found it strange that she was being stared at. Is something the matter? Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. No, nothing. Zhao Mama shook her head with a smile. Then what are you looking at? Han Yunqi asked next. Esteemed, Wang Fei's complexion is pretty good, but you still need to nourish yourself, Zhao Mama said with a chuckle. My complexion is pretty good. What do I need to nourish myself with? At the thought of the old hen, Han Yunqi didn't even have the appetite to eat breakfast. Nourishing your body. Your Highness is full of vigor and vitality, Zhao Mama said in a low voice. What does that have to do with nourishing my body? Han Yunqi suddenly understood. She narrowed her eyes and was about to teach Zhao Mama a lesson when she saw Long Fei walk over. She immediately withered and pretended that nothing had happened. Your Highness, the carriage is already waiting at the back door. This old servant has already told Su Donglin and Uncle Gao about the food and lodging arrangements. The Dongjing River has risen, so we can use the ferry. If we set off today, we'll arrive at the City of Daughters within 7 days. Zhao Mama didn't dare to disturb them and retreated. What were you talking about just now? Long Fei asked. Nothing. Han Yunqi didn't dare to say anything. She silently ate her breakfast. As she ate, she couldn't help but look at Long Fei. The 2 words that Zhao Mama had just said kept appearing in her mind. Full of vigor and vitality. Vitality, this guy, does he have that? Long Fei was clearly eating seriously, but suddenly asked, What are you looking at? Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night. Han Yunqi didn't have the guts to ask what she was thinking. Actually, there was no need to ask. She'd experience it for herself in the future. After breakfast, they arrived at the back door to see Gu Beiwe waiting for them in his wheelchair. He was dressed in white robes and looked as beautiful as an immortal on Celestial Mountain under the morning sun, untainted by dust. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, have a smooth journey. He wished from the bottom of his heart. He took out the sleeping Lil Thing from his wide sleeves. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't leave Lil Thing behind. It's comparable to a fierce general. Lil Thing had no idea that Mama Yunqi and Papa Long were going to Celestial Mountain. It woke up in a daze and looked at Mama Yunqi, then at the gentleman, before finally resting its gaze on Papa Long. Although it wasn't as frightened as before, it was still crestfallen. It was about to slip into Mama Yunqi's sleeves when it caught sight of the carriage and realized that Mama Yunqi was about to set off. Although it didn't want to part with the gentleman, it should return to Mama Yunqi's side. Its first duty was to protect Mama Yunqi. Lil Thing waved at Gu Beiwe, causing Gu Beiwe to laugh and wave back. When Lil Thing saw Gu Beiwe smile, it wanted to wave at him until the end of time. But it was afraid of Papa Long and didn't dare to wave for long. Soon enough, it hid in the medical pouch. Before they left, Han Yunqi said, Gu Beiwe, when we come back, will you still be here to receive us? Stand and receive us. No, Gu Beiwe said seriously. This one will stand by the city gates and wait. Please come back safely. Chapter 704. Once they set off, Long Fei asked Han Yunqi, Aren't you going to ask for your reward from this prince? It was already a great honor to receive a reward from him, but this woman had forgotten about it and even needed him to remind her personally. If the Duke of Qin's admirers found out about this, Han Yunqi would probably be killed several times over by the looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Although Han Yunqi was so busy that she forgot, she still cleverly replied, Your Highness, Duke of Qin, is a man of his word. If you say you'll reward me, then you'll definitely reward me. If this concubine asks for more, wouldn't I be questioning your Highness's credibility? Long Fei knew she was quibbling, but he also liked her flattery. He dotingly tousled her hair and laughed heartily. Just wait for the big reward. How big is it? Han Yunqi's heart was moved. Actually, she'd been spoiled rotten by Long Fei. In this world, only Long Fei's rewards could catch her eye. Very big. Just wait patiently. Long Fei Yi finally seized the chance to whet Han Yunqi's appetite, but Han Yunqi didn't press the issue. She smiled and said, "All right, I'll be looking forward to it." That's it. It wasn't that she wasn't curious, but that she knew he wouldn't say anything just to whet her appetite. Instead of being curious, it was better to look forward to it. In any case, this guy had never disappointed her before. Soon, Han Yunqi leaned against Long Fei Ye's shoulder to sleep. She looked like she was sleeping, but she was actually cultivating diligently. It was completely different from the cultivation of martial arts and Nigong. The cultivation of the poison storage space was a kind of mental cultivation, and the activation of the poison storage space also consumed mental strength. Actually, her cultivation speed was much faster than any of the poison sect's direct descendants who'd activated the poison storage space. But she still felt that it wasn't enough. Ever since she'd met that poison expert at Lost Void Lake, she'd felt a sense of urgency. Whether that poison expert was the previous head of the 100 Poison Sect, the orphan of the Poison Sect, or some other expert of the poison world that they didn't know about, she couldn't let her guard down. She couldn't help Long Fei Yi much in other aspects, but in terms of poison, she had to make sure he didn't have to worry. Long Fei Yi turned his head to look at Han Yunqi. He saw that she was not curious at all and had fallen asleep so quickly. He had a helpless look on his face. He really couldn't do anything about this woman. Heading north, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi soon arrived at Dongjing County. Dongjing County belonged to the Tian and Country. It was the eastern border between the Tian and Country and the Commander-in-Chief's Manor in the south. Dongjing County was traversed by a large river that ran from east to west. This river was called the Dongjing River. Rather than saying that Dongjing County was the only way to get to the City of Daughters, it was better to say that Dongjing River was the only way to get to the City of Daughters. If one followed the river downstream, they would easily reach the middle section of the river, where the City of Daughters was hidden deep in a canyon. Long Fei Yi had already arranged for a large ship. He and Han Yunqi got off the carriage and switched to the ship. The carriage was also brought on board and followed them. Following the river downstream, they saw endless canyon scenery. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi stood on the deck and looked at the surging river and towering mountains. They both felt that the City of Daughters was a good place. Long Fei Yi, have you been there before? Han Yunqi asked. No. Thus, he had his servants arrange the route and prepare a ship beforehand. Even if he hadn't been here before, he knew everything. A city hidden deep in the mountains. It really is a good place to raise soldiers, Han Yunqi said seriously. The City of Daughters and Carefree City were places where assassins and mercenaries gathered. The City of Daughters favored women over men, while Carefree City favored men over women. The two cities were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were lone assassins who didn't belong to any organization, as well as powerful assassin clans. The Lung and Qi clans that ruled over the two cities were the oldest assassin clans in Cloud Realm Continent. Han Yunqi knew that Long Fei Yi wouldn't come so easily without sufficient preparations. But by the time Long Fei Yi brought her to the gates of the City of Daughters, she was still frightened by the Long Fei Ye's preparations. The towering city gate was tightly shut, and dozens of corpses were lined up in 3 rows at the city gate. These were the corpses they'd brought back from Lost Void Lake. Behind the corpse, there were 3 groups of people. 2 of them were dressed in black, and it was obvious that they were organized. The people in the other group were uneven and dressed differently. They looked like a group of people, but they were actually scattered. Lady Lung, you led a large group of people on top of the city gate tower, facing off against the 3 groups outside the city. Han Yunqi was even more shocked when she saw them. She recognized the 2 groups of black-clothed men and horses. Wasn't the group on the left the strongest swordsmen of Long Fei Ye's Shadow Guard? There were about 50 of them, all handpicked by Long Fei Yi from Tian Shan Kenzo S ranks and personally trained them. Han Yunqi had seen the 10 leaders before when they fought Duan Muyao. They were all well-known figures in Tian Shan Kenzo. The group on the left had about 30 people. Although they were all dressed in black, the insignia on their backs was that of Carefree City's Qi clan. Han Yunqi recognized Qi Yaotian as soon as she saw him. The guy was the heir to the mayor of Carefree City. His strength was extraordinary. However, judging from his position in the group, he was not at the front. He was only in the middle. It was enough to show that at least half of the 30 people from Carefree City were stronger and more influential than Qi Yaotian. If it weren't for the plain clothes of the man standing at the front, Han Yunqi would have thought that the mayor of Carefree City had come in person. "You're working with the people of Carefree City?" Han Yunqi asked in disbelief. "No, I'm hiring them," Long Feiyi said. Collaboration required a compromise and a share of the spoils of war. On the other hand, employment was just a matter of paying. The top 3 elders of the Qi clan of Carefree City and their sons, as well as the elders of a few assassin families, are here. "This battle will be very exciting," Long Feiyi said with a smile. He was in a good mood. Hiring. Han Yunqi had seen a lot of things, but she was still shocked by Long Feiyi's generosity. The guy was hiring the elites of Carefree City to deal with the City of Daughters. Although the 2 cities were on opposite sides, they had never fought each other before. Nobody was capable enough to persuade the mayor of Carefree City to agree to the deal either. It must be noted that once the 2 cities fought each other, it would certainly overturn the world of assassins and mercenaries. It might even affect the entire martial arts world. However, if she thought about it carefully, only Long Feiyi was capable enough to hire Carefree City. The deal had nothing to do with the commission. It only had to do with the strength of the employer. Carefree City had long wanted to destroy the City of Daughters and dominate the world of assassins. However, with their own strength, they could only be on par with the City of Daughters. Now that they had met such a tough employer like Long Feiyi, who offered both the commission and the effort, why wouldn't Carefree City do it? In Long Feiyi's eyes, it was just a hire, but in the mayor of Carefree City's eyes, it was cooperation. "Who are the other people?" Han Yunqi asked in a low voice. "They are from the martial arts world. The City of Daughters has offended a lot of people over the years. They are all taking the opportunity to seek revenge," Long Feiyi answered. Han Yunqi did not know when Long Feiyi had posted the news in the martial arts world. She smiled. "That saved me a lot of money." The City of Daughters did not dare to open the door to accept the challenge even after a long time. It was enough to show the difference in strength. Han Yunqi had thought that the battle with the City of Daughters would take a lot of time, but now it seemed that it would not. She thought that Long Feiyi would probably be recorded in the history of assassins in Cloud Realm. He was not an assassin, but he was about to rewrite the history of the world of assassins. As the carriage slowly drove past, the 3 groups of people opened up a path for them. Under everyone's gazes, Long Fei personally carried Han Yunqi off the carriage. In an instant, the 3 teams all saluted them. The Shadow Guard knelt on one knee. The people of Carefree City and the martial arts world all clasped their hands in front of their chest. They were very respectful. On the city gate tower, Lung Shuang, who had already recovered, saw this scene. She looked at Han Yunqi and was already in complete despair. 3 years ago, she had looked down on this woman. Now, she was so excellent and honorable that she did not even have the right to be jealous. And that man had come today to seek revenge. She could no longer love him. Long Feiyi waved his hand, indicating for the Shadow Guard to rise. He merely nodded at the people of Carefree City and the martial arts world and did not return the greeting. He had never been a polite person. Besides, he had the right to be rude. He looked up at Madame Lungyu, who was on the city gate, and asked coldly, "Why are you not coming out to collect the corpse?" Madame Lungyu had long known that Long Feiyi would come to seek revenge. However, she never expected that he would hire people from Carefree City and bring so many people with him. It had to be said that Madame Lungyu, who had always been proud, began to panic the moment she saw Long Fei Yi get off the carriage. She knew that Long Fei Ye's arrival meant that the confrontation was over. They would attack the city. Madame Lung Yu, these are the children who worked for the Lung family. You don't even clean up their corpses. Do you think you deserve to be the city lord? The one who spoke was the leader of the Carefree City Elders, Third Master Qi, who is known in the martial arts world as Third Master Qi. Since when did Carefree City become the lackey of King Qin's residence? Congratulations, Madame Lung Yu said coldly. Even though she was afraid, she did not show any signs of backing down. You are only working for others because you are paid. Madame Lung Yu, you are in the same line of work. Why do you have to speak so harshly? Do you want to establish a chastity monument after becoming a whore? Third Master Qi laughed. Third Master Qi. Madame Lung Yu was furious. Come down if you have the guts. Third Master Qi continued to provoke. At this time, the group of people who were seeking revenge in the martial arts world also began to denounce Madame Lung Yu. Lung Yu, come down and die. Today, Old Man will avenge the brothers of the Blue Cloud sect who died. Lung Yu, come down if you have the guts. You killed the eldest disciple of Evergreen Mountain. You must pay with your life. Lung Yu, do you remember the murder case in snow-listening Mountain Villa 5 years ago? Today, Old Man will kill you to avenge my elder sister's family and rid the martial arts world of evil. Han Yunqi listened with a hint of mockery on her lips. Whether it was the imperial court or the martial arts world, there were always so many righteous people. Today, these people were relying on the power of Long Fei Yi and Carefree City to seek revenge, but they kept saying that they were upholding justice. Today, they were merely taking revenge. If they wanted to seek revenge, so be it. Why did they have to call it upholding justice? She thought that no matter how many people were killed or injured today, once the news spread, there would be no condemnation in the martial arts world. There would only be songs of praise. What was justice? Strength was justice. Victory was justice. The truth could be hidden. History could be changed. Only victory and defeat were real. The world was so realistic. You could not change it. However, you could work hard to become strong. One day, you would be able to control all the rules. Han Yunqi rejoiced at the fact that the man by her side had enough strength to do so. Long Fei Yi was not as weak as those people of the martial arts world. He said coldly, Lung Yu, I am here for revenge today. Are you coming down to fight me, or will I massacre the city? Chapter 705. Everyone gasped. Even the people of Liberty City were intimidated. The city gate was in an uproar. Madame Lung Yu's face darkened. Massacre the city? How cruel! Han Yunqi was also trembling. But this was Long Fei Ye's style, wasn't it? Since he had taken a detour to come here, there was no way he would be merciful. Massacring the city was cruel. But which one of the people in the city wasn't cruel? Which one of them wasn't a professional killer who killed without batting an eye? Which one of them hadn't committed a few massacres? Which one of them knew about filial piety, loyalty, propriety, justice, integrity, and shame? They only had one creed in life: kill for money. Han Yunqi was a doctor, but in the face of such a force, she had already restrained her compassion before coming here. Matters of the martial world should be settled by the rules of the martial world. Although Long Fei Yi was cruel, the people of Liberty City loved this kind of cruelty the most. They immediately agreed. Third Elder Qi laughed. Since when did Madame Lung Yu become a coward? The hypocritical people of the martial world all stood on Long Fei Ye's side. If we don't destroy this kind of scum of the martial world, they will definitely rise from the ashes one day. His Highness Duke of Qin is wise. Today we will destroy the City of Daughters as an example to the rest. It will also intimidate the heretical sects and gangs. The people of Liberty City were dissatisfied. Fortunately, Third Elder Qi was able to suppress them. Otherwise, they would have become a joke if chaos broke out even before fighting. After being warned, Madame Lung could no longer suppress her anger. Long Fei Yi, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Around her, the leaders of the 6 or 7 assassin families said in unison, City Lord, we swear to defend the city with our lives. No one will be allowed to take a single step into our city. Madame Lung was about to lead her men down the city gate, but Lung Xuangshuang pulled her back and whispered, Mother, don't fall for their provocation. They are bullying the weak. They have come prepared. Perhaps it was because Lung Xuangshuang wasn't angry in front of His Highness Duke of Qin that she was able to remain rational. The City of Daughters was not weak. Even though they had lost half of their experts in the battle at Lost Void Lake, the City of Daughters was still not weak. However, Long Fei Yi had brought Liberty City and a batch of experts with him. They were much stronger than the City of Daughters. This was a fact that couldn't be ignored. Mother, now is not the time to be impulsive. We have to be smart, Lung Bingling said in a low voice. Madame Lung finally calmed down. Although she didn't want to, she had to face reality. She only had one choice, one-on-one. This was all because of her. If she had rejected by Yanqing, she would not have brought this disaster to the City of Daughters. As the city lord, she had to bear the consequences. She had fought against Long Fei Yi at Lost Void Lake. However, it couldn't be considered a true duel because Duanmu Yao and Han Yunqi had also participated in the duel. In the end, her dual swords had actually been broken by Han Yunqi. Compared to Long Fei Yi, Madame Lung resented Han Yunqi even more. In a duel, if her dual swords were broken again, she had no chance of winning against Long Fei Yi. What should she do? How could she be smart? Madame Lung hesitated. Long Fei Yi's patience was limited. He didn't ask any questions and directly drew his sword. Seeing this, the 3 groups of experts around them all drew their weapons. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. Madame Lung was anxious. She shouted, Long Fei Yi, let's have a duel. What do you think? Long Fei Yi sneered. This prince has already said that this prince is here for revenge, not a duel. What's there to talk about? If you die, the City of Daughters will belong to this prince, and this prince will have his revenge. Madame Lung was the city lord and the patriarch of the Lung clan. If she could swallow this, even the people of the City of Daughters would look down on her, let alone outsiders. There was no winning or losing in an assassin, only life and death. Without hesitation, she drew her dual swords and flew down the city gates. She said coldly, Fine, Long Fei Yi. Today, either you or this madam will die. Get into the carriage and wait for your reward. Long Fei Yi said softly to Han Yunqi and let go of her hand. Reward? City of Daughters? Han Yunqi's heart couldn't help but pound. She really didn't dare to believe it. In terms of martial arts, she was trash who didn't know any martial arts. Long Fei Yi actually wanted to reward her with the City of Daughters? Wasn't this too heaven-defying? She hurriedly took out the magnetic stone. Madame Lung's hands trembled when she saw this. However, Long Fei Yi didn't accept it. He said no need. Seeing the arrogance in his eyes, Han Yunqi became even more nervous and agitated. She said, Okay, I'll wait for my reward. She put the magnetic stone back into her medical pouch and obediently returned to the carriage. The Shadow Guard team immediately came over to protect the carriage. Madame Lung was glad that Long Fei Yi didn't accept the magnetic stone. She also admired Long Fei Yi. He was truly a character. Of course, she also became confident. As long as the dual swords weren't broken, she wasn't afraid of Long Fei Yi. No matter how strong Long Fei Yi was, he was still a junior. Whether it was his internal energy or combat experience, he was far inferior to her, an experienced assassin. Seeing that Long Fei Yi was really going to duel Madame Lung, the surrounding people became uneasy. Old Third Chi couldn't help but shout, Duke of Qin, this isn't a place to flaunt your power. That's right. Did Your Highness, Duke of Qin, hire the experts of Carefree City to watch the battle? What do you mean? Your Highness, Duke of Qin, there's no reason for a duel. Everyone is here today. We can't go back empty-handed. Their words sounded dissatisfied, but they were all reminding Long Fei that he couldn't win. Qi Yaotian had once persuaded the city, Lord of Carefree City, to add Long Fei and Han Yunqi to his bounty list. He had personally experienced Long Fei's skills, but he didn't believe Long Fei could defeat Madame Linyu. Everyone in the Jianghu knew of the top 5 experts. They were, in order of martial arts, Kenzo Sect Master Li Kenshin, Celestial Mountain Head Elder Song Qiuzi, Tang Clan Master Tang Zijin, Carefree City Lord Qi Zonglin, and City Lord Madame Linyu of the City of Daughters. Among the younger generation, Long Fei was an outstanding talent, but among the older generation he wasn't ranked at all. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, we're all here for revenge. Why talk about a duel? Let's attack together. That's right. Lung, you killed so many of our fellow Wuling members. Today, we can definitely kill her if we work together. The Wuling members all stepped forward. Han Yunqi didn't like the City of Daughters, but she despised these people even more. They were clearly trying to gang up on Lung Yu. The people of Carefree City, on the other hand, were much more decent. Although they were dissatisfied, they didn't make a move. Long Fei blocked the path of the Wuling members with his sword. If anyone dares to move, don't blame this prince's sword for being merciless. Long Fei wasn't joking. As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously slashed down with his sword, causing the sword to erupt and leave a deep gash in the ground. Startled, the Jianghu members all backed away. Madame Linyu and the people of Carefree City were stunned. They didn't expect Long Fei's internal energy to be so profound. Only now did they realize that they'd underestimated Long Fei, especially Madame Linyu, who'd fought Long Fei not long ago. She realized that Long Fei had only teamed up with Han Yunqi at the Battle of Lost Void Lake. Just how strong was this young man? Madame Linyu no longer dared to face her love rival. She held her sword with both hands and separated the two swords. Long Fei slowly moved his sword and pointed it at her. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Han Yunqi sat in the carriage and watched nervously. Suddenly, Long Fei and Madame Linyu attacked each other with their swords at the same time. With a loud clang, the two swords collided. Intense sword light erupted from the two swords at the same time. However, Long Fei's sword light was clearly stronger than Madame Linyu's. Very soon, Long Fei's sword suppressed Madame Linyu. Madame Linyu was forced to face him with both hands. However, the other sword of the two swords was right behind Long Fei. It was aimed at Long Fei's back. Long Fei had no choice but to dodge. Once he dodged, Madame Linyu would seize the opportunity to counterattack. As long as Madame Linyu was fast enough, Long Fei would definitely be in danger. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat was determined by a few moves. Seeing that the sword was about to pierce his back, everyone's attention was focused on him. They were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. But at this critical moment, a powerful burst of true qi erupted from Long Fei's back and sent the sword flying out of its path. Oh my God! He was suppressing Madame Linyu without exhausting his internal energy. He was still able to release such a terrifying amount of vital energy. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked and trembled. How much had this man's internal energy improved over the years? It was too unexpected. In a battle between experts, the moves were secondary. Internal energy was the key. With the internal energy that Long Fei had displayed today, he could undoubtedly be ranked among the seniors. Had he defeated Madame Linyu? Madame Linyu held on for dear life. She could no longer summon the other half of the two swords. She was completely restrained and couldn't use any tricks. She could only hold on and compete with Long Fei in terms of internal energy. Although she was shocked by Long Fei's internal energy, She still didn't believe that Long Fei Ye's internal energy would be able to overpower her. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi suddenly closed in on her again, suppressing her so much that she began to lean back. There were only 2 swords between them. Long Fei Ye's sword was pressing against her sword, and her sword was already touching her body. If Long Fei Yi continued to exert force, she would die under her own sword. Madame Ling Yu's entire back was drenched in sweat, her face dripping with perspiration. She was already using all her internal energy to resist, but Long Fei Ye's face was as cold as ice. His breathing was steady, and anyone could tell that he hadn't used all his strength yet. Everyone gaped at the sight. Long Fei Yi lowered his voice. "Lung Yu, your lordship will give you one last chance. Tell your lordship who hired you to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi." Madame Lung Yu was alarmed. She never expected that Long Fei Yi would still suspect Bai Yanqing's meticulous plans. "Are you going to speak or not?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "I'm not." Madame Lung Yu would never betray Bai Yanqing. Long Fei Yi laughed coldly. "So you really do have a master behind the scenes." Madame Lung Yu realized she'd fallen into a trap. Long Fei Yi not only suspected the truth about Lost Void Lake, but her as well. No, she'd rather die than fall into Long Fei Ye's hands. Her life was given to her by Bai Yanqing. No matter what, she'd never betray him. Madame Lung Yu was no match for Long Fei Yi. Steeling her heart, she gave up all resistance and prepared to kill herself with her sword. But Chapter 706. Lady Lung Yu wanted to kill herself, but Long Fei Yi didn't give her the chance. Even though Lady Lung Yu's blade was the closest to her, Long Fei Ye's was still faster. He slit her throat in front of everyone. Lady Lung Yu couldn't believe it. She never expected to lose her last shred of dignity. Even more unexpected was the fact that Bai Yanqing really didn't come to save her. She slumped to the ground, her eyes wide open. She always thought she was the calmest person in the City of Daughters. Perhaps this was the first time she was truly calm. She regretted bringing such a disaster to the City of Daughters. After letting Lady Lung Yu fall to the ground, Long Fei Yi turned to face the crowd and Long Yu. "This is the fate of those who dared to barge into my Duke of Qin's estate." In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Who could believe what they'd just seen? Long Fei Yi had killed Lady Lung Yu within 3 moves. Lady Lung Yu had only used her sword once from start to finish. Almost everyone thought that today's battle would be a chaotic battle that would last for several days. But this was the result. Lady Lung Yu, a city lord and the Iron Lady of the assassination world, had died to a junior sword in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. How could anyone accept this? Even outsiders couldn't believe it, to say nothing of the City of Daughters residents. They refused to believe that Lady Lung Yu had died just like that, much less that Long Fei Yi had such powerful internal energy. They were all asking themselves the same question. When did Long Fei Yi become so strong? That's right. When did Long Fei Yi become so strong? Everyone paid attention to his achievements in the political arena. Almost no one paid attention to his martial arts over the years. Many people had even forgotten his identity as Tian Shan, Kenzo's closed-door disciple. But he was just this strong. Given Long Fei Ye's true strength, where should he rank on the list of experts? Would Carefree City's Qi Zonglin, Tang Clan's Tang Zijin, or even Celestial Mountain's Tsang Qiuzi be his match? The entire place was silent for a very long time. No one dared to move. Long Fei Yi didn't care about the surroundings, whether it was movement or silence. He raised his sword and pointed at the gate of the City of Daughters, saying coldly, "People in the city, listen up. Those who surrender to this prince's sword, stay. Those who refuse to submit will die." At this moment, the stunned assassins on the city gate all came back to their senses and were in an uproar. The few sisters of the Lung clan immediately started wailing. Lung Bingling took the lead, and Lung Shuang Shuang, and the other sisters immediately followed. They all flew down the city gate to avenge their mother. Long Fei Yi, I'll kill you! Long Fei Yi, how dare you kill my mother? I'll kill you! Long Fei Yi, City of Daughters will not let you off. Long Fei Yi only used one move to subdue the leader, Lung Bingling. With his sword on her neck, the others saw this and did not dare to move. No matter how agitated he would still be rational in the face of reality. No matter how sorrowful they would always remain calm in the face of death. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. The winner lived, and the loser died. This was the fate of assassins. They had lost, so they all lowered their heads without any complaints. Men, take them all away. Under Long Fei Ye's command, a few Shadow Guard experts came forward and took the Lung sisters away. Who knew that at this moment, Lung Shuang Shuang suddenly shouted, Long Fei Yi, I have something to say to you. What happened to her? What did she want to say? In an instant, everyone looked over. Long Fei Yi also looked over. Lung Shuang Shuang smiled. Only at this point, when she called his name, would he look at her directly. Long Fei Yi, I only hope that I won't meet you again in my next life. After she finished speaking, she pressed the sword against her neck and collapsed to the ground, disappearing like a jade. The hatred of killing her mother was eternal. Loving him was also eternal. She only hoped that they would not meet again in the next life. Only then could she avoid the bitterness of not being able to obtain this love. Fourth sister, Lung Bingling shouted. She wanted to throw herself at her, but the Shadow Guard held her back. The other sisters were much more cold-blooded and emotionless. All of them kept their heads bowed, unmoved. They knew that their fates would be the same. It was only a matter of time. Just who had hired their mother to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi? They still didn't know. Long Fei Yi had taken them away for the sake of clarifying the matter. Since they couldn't give Long Fei Yi an answer, they could only die. Many of the people around them began to sigh. Only now did they realize Lung Shuang Shuang's feelings for Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't spare her another glance. His head was still raised towards the city gates. Long Fei Yi, Long Fei Yi, do you know that there are many women in this world who love you very, very much? Han Yunqi stared at Long Fei Ye's proud back from the carriage. She couldn't believe that such a cold man was actually her husband. Abruptly, Long Fei Yi asked loudly, What about you too? At his words, two old women flew down the gates at the same time. They fell to one knee as soon as they touched the ground. The Liu family of the City of Daughters is willing to serve your Highness, Duke of Qin. The Jiang family of the City of Daughters is willing to serve your Highness, Duke of Qin. Good, Long Fei Yi said loudly. Now the clan heads, standing on top of the city gates, exchanged glances. But soon enough, they all descended the gates and personally opened them to kneel before Long Fei in a single line of surrender. A wise man submits to circumstances. Moreover, the most ruthless and cool-headed of them all was an assassin. In terms of individual combat, they couldn't beat Long Fei Yi. In terms of group combat, the City of Daughters was in danger of being massacred. Surrendering was the best choice they could make. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to surrender, but they didn't dare to fight Long Fei Yi one-on-one. They had already snuck out of the City of Daughters the moment Madame Lung Yu collapsed. The city gates were already open. Most people had chosen to surrender. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Then he turned and walked towards Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi watched him quietly. They weren't far apart, but she felt as if he was walking towards her from the other side of fate. Step by step, he seemed to be walking through two different worlds. Finally, he reached her. He took the reins and smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to see this prince's reward. Han Yunqi smiled. Her heart was overflowing with indescribable emotions. Such a large and earth-shattering gift. How could she remain calm the next time he mentioned a reward? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yunqi sat in the carriage. Long Fei Yi personally held the reins and led her to the City of Daughters, the city he had bestowed upon her. Han Yunqi loved this feeling. She felt as if she wanted to travel the world with him until the end of time. Unfortunately, someone soon interrupted them. We've avenged His Highness, Duke of Qin. It's time for us to take revenge. Brothers, let's enter the city as well. Haha, Leng Yu's death isn't enough to pay for her life. The City of Daughters Wang clan still owes us 3 lives. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Brothers, our chance for revenge has come. Let's go. The group of martial artists brandished their weapons and strode towards the city gate. There were at least 10 assassin clans in the City of Daughters. Without the protection of the Lung clan, these assassin clans might not be able to defeat the group of martial artists. In an instant, the clan heads who had surrendered all stood up and blocked the city gates. What kind of hero are you to take advantage of someone's perilous state? Someone cursed. Haha, what kind of hero are you talking to assassins about? Shouldn't we be talking about a life for a life? Someone asked with a chuckle. You call yourselves righteous? Hypocrites! Someone cursed again. The Jianghu people roared with laughter. Are you saying that we're righteous if we don't pay with our lives? If you have the ability to take money, then you have to have the ability to spend it. Righteous? Very well, this daddy will destroy the City of Daughters today and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Han Yunqi's good mood was completely ruined. The more she looked at these so-called righteous people, the more disgusted she felt. If Madame Leng Yu hadn't died, would they have dared to be so arrogant? Han Yunqi was about to speak when Long Fei Yi suddenly threw the sword in his hand. It pierced the ground between the Jianghu people and the clan heads. In an instant, all the chatter stopped abruptly. The clan heads of the City of Daughters all looked at Long Fei Yi. They seemed to want to say something, but they didn't. The group of Jianghu people also turned their heads. If Your Highness Duke of Qin is willing to continue speaking on our behalf, then it will be a great fortune for the Jianghu. The City of Daughters has committed all kinds of evil and killed countless people over the years. It's all thanks to Your Highness Duke of Qin that we were able to destroy the Lung clan today. Your Highness Duke of Qin, you must continue to uphold justice for us. After witnessing Long Fei Ye's strength, they became even more respectful and fawning. Long Fei Ye's cold eyes swept over the group of people. He was about to speak when Han Yunqi stood up and asked coldly, His Highness Duke of Qin just said that Leng Yu is dead and the City of Daughters belongs to His Highness Duke of Qin. You don't understand? At these words, the Jianghu people looked at each other in dismay. Someone tactless asked, Qin Wangfei, what do you mean by this? His Highness Duke of Qin said that the City of Daughters belongs to this Wangfei. From today onwards, the City of Daughters belongs to Qin Wangfei. Anyone who wants to touch a person, a blade of grass, or a tree in the city will have to ask this Wangfei's permission first. This Qin Wangfei, Your Highness Duke of Qin, you, then our grudge. The Jianghu people were shocked, and so were the surrendered soldiers of the City of Daughters. They had thought that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would use this opportunity to curry favor with the so-called righteous factions of the Jianghu and hand over the City of Daughters clans for them to deal with. They hadn't expected that Han Yunqi would be so domineering as to protect them. At this time, an old man from the Jianghu stepped forward and said angrily, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this? Why, you have to give us an explanation. Qin Wangfei has already made it very clear. From today onwards, anyone who makes the City of Daughters their enemy is this prince's enemy. Long Fei Yi said coldly, Everyone, do you want to enter the city or leave? It's up to you. Duke of Qin, we can give the City of Daughters to you, but we owe you several answers. Today, we must settle them, Otherwise, before the old man could finish speaking, Long Fei Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword stuck in the ground. Holding it in his hand, he said, "Otherwise what?" The old man immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and was secretly shocked. What a powerful internal energy! Otherwise what? What could the old man do to Long Fei Yi? He could only angrily flick his sleeves and leave. If he stayed any longer, was he going to let Long Fei Yi chase him out? Seeing this, everyone was also indignant, but no one dared to say anything. They could only follow the old man and leave. The people of Carefree City didn't say anything from beginning to end. They were much smarter than the Jianghu people. The Jianghu was, in essence, a place where martial arts spoke. In front of Long Fei Yi, they had nothing to say. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, Carefree City didn't do anything. Will you still refund your commission?" Third Elder Qi asked jokingly. Chapter 707. Third Brother Qi's joke was to send a message to Long Fei Yi that Liberty City knew how to adapt to the situation. "Hee, go back and ask your city lord on my behalf whether this deal is worth it or not." Long Fei Yi said, "All right, I will definitely pass on your message." Third Brother Qi bowed politely and left with the others. Although many people in the group were dissatisfied, they could only obey Third Brother Qi's orders. Once they left, Qi Yaotian was the first to speak. "Third uncle, are we going to let Long Fei Yi off so easily? His martial arts are so impressive. If he obtains the City of Daughters' power, won't he be able to suppress Liberty City in the future?" The reason why Liberty City was hired by Long Fei Yi was to take the opportunity to destroy the City of Daughters. But now it was only the Lung clan that was destroyed. The City of Daughters' power was still there. Now, not only was the City of Daughters not destroyed, but it had also fallen into the hands of a big shot like Long Fei Yi. It was equivalent to Liberty City no longer facing the City of Daughters, but Long Fei Yi instead. Whether this deal was worth it or not, Liberty City had really suffered a huge loss. "Can you fight with him?" Third Brother Qi asked. Qi Yaotian's lips twitched. He had nothing to say. "If you can't beat him, you have to admit defeat." Third Brother Qi said as he stroked his beard with a solemn expression. Seeing this, the others did not dare to make a sound. Although Third Brother Qi seemed to admit defeat, he had been filled with a sense of crisis since a long time ago. He still felt like he was in a dream. He felt that the battle between Long Fei Yi and Madame Lungyu was just a dream, an unbelievable dream. Although Madame Lungyu was ranked behind the city, Lord of Liberty City, their strength was actually not much different. However, the strength that Long Fei Yi displayed today was clearly much higher than Madame Lungyu's. Third Brother Qi could not help but wonder what would have happened if the City Lord of Liberty City had been the one fighting with Long Fei Yi instead of Madame Lungyu. Long Fei Yi was capable of swallowing the City of Daughters as well as Liberty City. They had to be wary of him. Although Qi Yaotian had nothing to say, he secretly thought that he must discuss this matter with his father when he returned and find out the Achilles heel of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Thinking back to when Han Yunqi killed his giant poisonous bat and extorted a large sum of money from him, he still remembered this debt to this day. The people of Liberty City left, too. Long Fei Yi and his companions were the only ones left at the gate of the city. Han Yunqi was still sitting in the carriage. Long Fei Yi held the sword in one hand and the horse in the other. He was like Han Yunqi's most loyal guard, pulling her step by step into the city gate. The patriarchs who were originally blocking the gate hurriedly stepped aside. They stared at the slowly moving carriage. Their gazes were filled with reverence for Long Fei Yi and admiration for Han Yunqi. Compared to those who claimed to be righteous, this couple was truly righteous. Their bearing was unparalleled. Compared to the Lung family, they were more willing to pledge their loyalty to King Qin and Qin Wangfei. After entering the city, Long Fei Yi personally drove the carriage and brought Han Yunqi to the Lung family's mansion. This was the center of the City of Daughters. The Lung family had either died or fled. No one surrendered. The gate was filled with people from various factions in the City of Daughters. Some were patriarchs and some were lone assassins. Since they did not leave, it meant that they were willing to pledge their loyalty. Long Fei held Han Yunqi's hand and got off the carriage. He did not pay any attention to the people who were waiting for them. He asked Han Yunqi seriously, "What do you think of this mansion?" "It's someone else's old mansion. I don't like it." Han Yunqi was actually a clean freak. Whether it was people or things, she did not like second-hand goods. "All right." Long Fei Yi immediately ordered the shadow guard beside him. "Men, tear it down and rebuild it." Before the shadow guard could reply, the people around them scrambled to express their willingness to help. "Forget it. Isn't it a waste of talent to let all of you build a house?" Han Yunqi said with a smile. Everyone immediately expressed that it was their honor to be able to serve Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's lips curled into a cold smile. Her eyes were cold as she sized up everyone present. Gradually, everyone shut their mouths and did not dare to say anything. Everyone present was either the head of a family or a rather famous assassin. They were all people who had experienced great storms and waves, but they could not figure out Han Yunqi's thoughts. Long Fei Yi did not say anything. He looked at Han Yunqi's cold and stern expression and was very satisfied. This woman was becoming more and more like a leader. Finally, Han Yunqi opened her mouth cold and said, "What? Even the Iron Ladies are proficient in the art of flattery." This princess thought that in the assassin business, they would only use their strength to speak. Hearing this, everyone revealed awkward expressions. Han Yunqi was mocking them for not having strength and only knowing how to flatter. They were indeed flattering her because they were afraid. They didn't know how this woman would rule the City of Daughters when His Highness Duke of Qin gave the entire City of Daughters to this woman. They also didn't know which family this woman would choose to support and which assassin to support. Therefore, they could only try to curry favor with her first. There's no need for such empty words with this Wang Fei. This Wang Fei will like whoever shows me their strength. In the silence, Han Yunqi walked up the steps step by step. She stood in front of the tall gates of the Lung estate and said coldly, "From today onwards, the City of Daughters will stop all assassins. This Wang Fei will reorganize the City of Daughters in the form of mercenaries. This Wang Fei will raise you and teach you the art of poison. You will only serve this Wang Fei. Those who are not interested can leave now. Those who are interested can stay." When they heard the words mercenaries, everyone present became excited and hot-blooded. When they heard the words art of poison, they became even more excited. They exchanged looks with each other, pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, no one left. In reality, they wanted to be loyal to His Highness Duke of Qin. They more or less looked down on this woman who only knew how to use poison and not martial arts. They didn't expect this woman to bring up the word mercenaries. The City of Daughters and Carefree City were both assassins. For a long time, there was little porridge, but more monks. Employers became more and more picky, and their commissions became lower and lower. Whether it was the Lung family or the Qi family, they had both established mercenary teams and cultivated professional mercenary legions in search of a new way out. For assassins, there was only one path: kill for money. For mercenaries, there were many paths. They could accept all kinds of difficult missions and challenges, such as participating in a coup, acting as the vanguard, collecting intelligence, rescuing hostages, defending the city, and so on. Unfortunately, other than killing people, no one would trust them in other aspects. Because the two cities' mercenary teams didn't receive any orders, they could only disperse. Who would have thought that Han Yunqi would also think of the path of mercenaries? She was the mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate, the mistress of the Commander-in-Chief's estate in the south. If she reorganized the City of Daughters into a mercenary group, would they still have to worry about not having any missions? This was simply too good. For a moment, everyone bowed, expressing their willingness to serve Qin Wang Fei. This time, it wasn't flattery but sincere. "You can all go back." In the afternoon, the details of the recruitment will be announced. You can sign up individually or come as a group from your family. This Wang Fei will wait for you. Han Yunqi said seriously. Everyone was overjoyed and retreated to prepare. The City of Daughters had clearly been occupied, but other than the remnants of the Lung clan who had fled, no one in the city felt grief or hatred. It was as if the entire city had been reborn and was filled with new vitality. After everyone dispersed, the Shadow Guard were left dumbfounded. They had always known that esteemed Wang Fei was different from the rest and that her poison skills were extraordinary, but they never thought that esteemed Wang Fei, a woman who didn't know martial arts, would be able to come up with terms like mercenaries and soldiers. It was simply too surprising. If it was said that His Highness Duke of Qin had taken over the City of Daughters with martial arts, then esteemed Wang Fei had used her wisdom to conquer the hearts of all the assassins in the city. Su Donglin stood to the side. He was the leader of the poisoned Shadow Guard that Han Yunqi had personally raised. Currently, the poisoned Shadow Guard only had a trifling dozen people, but he had a premonition that in the near future, esteemed Wang Fei would have a force strong enough to contend with His Highness Duke of Qin's Shadow Guard. Esteemed Wang Fei, which soldiers are you planning to form? Su Donglin couldn't help but be curious. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi took out a notebook from her medical pouch, tore out a page, and tossed it to Su Donglin. It's written clearly here. Sort it out and announce it. Su Donglin found it even more inconceivable. Esteemed Wang Fei had come prepared? In reality, Han Yunqi hadn't come prepared. She had always been preparing to form a mercenary regiment. In the modern era, she had been sent to the jungles of Africa and the rainforests of South America to participate in battlefield medical work. She had to treat mercenaries who had accidentally been poisoned during field operations. Thus, she had some understanding of such matters. Cloud Realm Continent just happened to lack such an organization. Long Fei Yi had taken over the City of Daughters, so she could make good use of all the assassins there. She wanted to form a few mercenary squads with a clear division of labor, such as gathering intelligence, rescuing hostages, fighting in the vanguard, and so on. These people all had strong foundations in martial arts. As long as they improved their professional knowledge, they would be able to carry out missions in less than 3 months. As soon as Su Donglin received the notebook, Long Fei Yi snatched it away. He glanced at it before returning it to Su Donglin. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the Shadow Guard. He did not express any opinion and remained calm and collected. However, his hands had long since betrayed him. Once again, he couldn't help but rub Han Yunqi's hair. Every time he did this, his eyes were filled with indulgence. Every time he did this, it meant that he was very satisfied with this woman. He wrapped an arm around Han Yunqi's shoulders and walked towards the Lung estate, smiling. Looks like we'll have to stay a few more days. I've long planned out the mercenary squads. I'll tell Su Donglin the details later and have him make the arrangements. We'll leave tomorrow without delay. Ascending Celestial Mountain is more important. Han Yunqi was very serious. Long Fei Yi stopped and looked at her. Han Yunqi, you and your lordship are a perfect match. Han Yunqi gave a start, but quickly broke into a smile. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, are you praising Qinxia, or are you praising yourself? Long Fei Yi carefully smoothed out her hair. Han Yunqi, your lordship isn't joking. He probably wouldn't be able to find another woman in this lifetime who could replace Han Yunqi. A perfect match meant that she was pleasing to the eye and pleasing to the heart. After he finished smoothing out her hair, Han Yunqi's clear eyes seemed even brighter. She said, since we're a perfect match, then we should be a perfect match. Long Fei Yi, you have to love me well. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her close, and sealed her lips with a kiss. The matter in the City of Daughters had a beautiful and unexpected outcome. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stayed in the City of Daughters. The next day, With Long Fei Ye's help, Han Yunqi quickly arranged everything in the City of Daughters. The carriage slowly drove out of the City of Daughters' west gate, and they officially set foot on the road to Celestial Mountain. They didn't know that in the forest outside the city, there were two pairs of eyes staring at them. Who were they? Chapter 708. After a while, Tang Li regained his composure and smiled at Ningjing. I wanted to kill that giant python and take its gallbladder to nourish Jingjing's body, but it seems like I can't do it now. Tang Li was still smiling at her. So he didn't take the incident of her kicking to heart? Ningjing looked at him without saying a word. It wasn't clear what she was thinking, but she bit her lip. Tang Li was panting and sweating profusely, but he was smiling devilishly. The tip of his tongue touched the corner of his mouth as he looked at her with interest. To be exact, he was looking at her lips. He rarely saw this woman doing such a thing. Ningjing quickly noticed the strange look in his eyes. She followed his line of sight and looked down, not understanding what he was looking at. "Hey, look!" she was about to ask when Tang Li suddenly came closer, lowered his head, and kissed her lips. Ningjing had been bullied by Tang Li before, and it was under the influence of drugs. However, Ningjing was stunned by his kiss. She widened her eyes in disbelief and her mind went blank. She couldn't think, but she could clearly feel that this man's lips were burning hot. She wanted to push him away, but she didn't think of that and just stood there in a daze. Actually, Tang Li was shocked too. Although he always took advantage of her verbally, he really didn't have the intention to take advantage of her. He secretly swore to himself that he would never touch this wife. But just now, was there something wrong with his brain? Impulsive my ass. All right, since he kissed her, let's just treat it as a show and let go. But damn it, he didn't want to let go at all. This woman's lips were so soft. He couldn't control himself and sucked hard. Ningjing seemed to be frightened and immediately wanted to retreat. Tang Li was anxious. He quickly moved closer and kissed her even harder, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to taste her again if he let go. Ningjing started to struggle. It would have been better if she did not struggle. Once she struggled, she completely brought out the evil in Tang Li's bones. Since he couldn't let go of this sweet taste, he might as well go all out. Since he had already touched it, he might as well touch it to the end. In any case, this woman was his legal wife. In any case, this woman was the one who set him up first. He had endured this for a long time. Tang Li grabbed Ningjing's hand with one hand and wrapped his other hand around Ningjing's neck, trapping her in his arms. Ningjing wanted to turn her head away, but he simply hugged her head and kissed her deeply. Rather than calling it a kiss, it was more like a demand. It was so intense that Ningjing had no room to resist. She could only accept it. As they kissed, Tang Li had long forgotten about his dignity and how to settle accounts with her. All that was left in his mind was that Ningjing was really too beautiful. He had once had her for one night, so it could be said that he was addicted to her. Why didn't he know that Ningjing would be like a blooming flower, full and sweet? How could he stop now? Ningjing looked mature, but she was actually very inexperienced. She could not withstand Tang Li's teasing at all. The two of them quickly fell into each other's hands. The two of them were not people who were willing to compromise, and they were not people who could be forced to do something. Yet they compromised to each other just like that. There must be a reason, but neither of them had realized it yet. After the passion, Tang Li hugged Ningjing tightly and wrapped his robe tightly around her. Ningjing was exhausted, but she was still conscious. She was so conscious that she knew what had just happened. This time, Tang Li was also conscious. He remembered her scent clearly. The two of them lay in the grass tiredly. Ningjing closed her eyes, while Tang Li opened his eyes and looked at the clear sky. He was sweating profusely, and his breathing had not stabilized yet. After a long silence, Ningjing finally said, "Is that enough?" What? Tang Li did not understand. "If it's enough, let me go." "I've paid back what I owe you," Ningjing said coldly. She had begun to interrogate herself in her heart about her compromise just now. Only then did Tang Li wake up from his drunken dream. He suddenly turned over and pinned Ning Jing under his body again. Jing Jing, your husband's performance did not satisfy you. Tang Li! Ning Jing roared. Shut up! Oh, I was wrong. Jing Jing, don't get agitated. Tang Li smiled naughtily. I wanted to say, your husband's performance did not satisfy you? With his ambiguous tone, was there a difference between the words satisfied and satisfied? Get lost. Ning Jing wanted to push him away, but unfortunately, she really did not have the strength. She wanted to fall asleep immediately. Jing Jing, let your husband hug you for a while. You're very warm. After Tang Li finished speaking, he had already hugged Ning Jing tightly. Ning Jing could not do anything to him, so she buried her head in his shoulder and bit down hard. Tang Li was in pain. It was so painful that the corners of his mouth twitched, but he endured it and let her bite him. He whispered in her ear, Jing Jing, don't worry. Your husband will definitely dote on you, love you, and won't let you suffer any grievances. Put away your flowery words. You've had fun, so you should let me go now, right? Ning Jing asked coldly. Jing Jing, you don't believe me? Tang Li asked aggrievedly. Tang Li, stop acting with me. Ning Jing was very disdainful. In reality, before they left the Tang sect, Mrs. Tang had made things difficult for her several times, but it was always Tang Li who helped her out. Even if Ning Jing did not remember it in her heart, she at least saw it. From the time she married into the Tang sect until now, she had not suffered any grievances. Jing Jing, I know about what happened between us in the past. I don't care about whether it was right or wrong. I just treat it as fate. What will it take for you to believe me? Tang Li was anxious. A complicated look flashed past Ning Jing's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she said, You're the Tang sect's clan master. If you give me all the Tang sect's hidden weapons, I'll believe you. This. Tang Li was in a difficult position, but he was sneering in his heart. Ning Jing finally showed her tail. Liar! Ning Jing took advantage of Tang Li's distraction to push him away. She wrapped his robe tightly around himself, leaving him topless. I'm not a liar. Tang Li grew serious. Although I'm the Tang sect's clan master, the Tang sect's hidden weapons are still in my father's hands. The designs are in the hands of the Council of Elders. Actually, I Jing Jing, can't you tell? I'm just a figurehead in name. What do you mean by a marriage alliance with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium? What do you mean you won't treat me unfairly? Ning Jing laughed at herself. Now, it looks like I'm the clan master's madam in name only, huh? Hearing this, Tang Li gave a long sigh and fell silent. Ning Jing kicked him in the foot. Say something. You keep saying you won't let me suffer grievances? I'm probably the most aggrieved woman in the history of the Tang clan. Tang Li didn't speak, but Ning Jing gave a soft snort and turned to leave. Jing, Tang Li grew serious. If you're still willing to believe me, then come back with me right now. We'll go back to the Tang clan and fight for what belongs to us. Ning Jing didn't answer, but kept walking without looking back. Tang Li chased after her with large strides. Jing, you're my wife. Ning Jing had planned to wait a few more days before giving in, but hearing these words made her turn around and meet Tang Li's sincere eyes. Jing, you're my wife. If you don't believe me, who do you believe? If I don't believe you, who should I believe? My father didn't just abdicate to give me face. The Tang clan's infighting isn't as simple as you think. Why don't you come back with me? Give me a chance to fight for you. Tang Li's face was sincere, but he was laughing inside. Why didn't he realize he was such a good liar? Once he settled Ning Jing, he could probably pick all the famous flowers in the world. Of course, his sister-in-law was out of the question. He'd been waiting for Ning Jing to bring up this topic for a long time. Meanwhile, his father and mother had made ample preparations in the Tang clan as well, ready to play along with him at any time. Ning Jing wanted the Tang clan's weapons, but they had their eyes on her arms trade. Ning Jing's expression was reluctant. Fine, I'll give you one chance. Let's agree that if you can't control the Tang clan's assassination weapons, you'll come back to live with me at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium in a year's time. A year later, her elder brother's ban would be lifted, and she'd have plenty of ways to return to her maternal family. Actually, there was no need for her to bring Tang Li back to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. The marriage was already set in stone, so the consortium could forget about marrying her off to another man. Still, she wanted to bring this noisy bastard back and torture him well. Looking at Tang Li, Ning Jing silently swore in her letter that she would not only control the Tang clan's low-level assassination weapons through Tang Li in a year's time to develop Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms trade, but also bring Tang Li back to the consortium. With that, the two of them came to an agreement. Tang Li was delighted as he strode towards Ning Jing. Ning Jing finally gave him a better look and returned his jacket. But Tang Li didn't want it. Wear it. The winds are cold in the mountains. Get on, I'll carry you back. Both horses were gone, and there was still a long way to go to the docks. Ning Jing was truly tired, so she couldn't ask for more. She immediately jumped onto Tang Li's back. Only then did she notice the bite mark on his shoulder. It was bleeding, a mark she'd left for him. Be good and sleep. I'll wake you up when we get to the boat and prepare something good for you to eat. Tang Li's doting tone was enough to make a person drown. Ning Jing didn't reply, but a cold smile hung on her face. She didn't fall asleep the entire time, not because she didn't trust Tang Li, but because she couldn't fall asleep staring at the wound on his shoulder. In the end, she took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped away the blood on Tang Li's shoulder. Tang Li and Ning Jing's battle over the arms trade was about to begin, while Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were on their way to Celestial Mountain. They traveled day and night. Long Fei Yi only did two things along the way: take care of many urgent matters, and explain the internal struggles of Celestial Mountain to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi only did two things as well: listen to Long Fei talk about Celestial Mountain and sleep to cultivate. After traveling for more than 10 days, they arrived at the foot of Celestial Mountain on time. Celestial Mountain was the name of a continuous mountain range, and it was also the name of the highest peak in this mountain range. Tian Shan Kenzo was the location of Celestial Mountain. There were a total of 5 mountains in this mountain range. From the south to the north, it was like a staircase. The mountains were next to each other, and each mountain was taller than the previous one. The 5th mountain in the north was Celestial Mountain. Long Fei Ye's horse carriage stopped at the top of the first mountain. Han Yunqi got off the carriage and was shocked by the scenery in front of her. She saw. Chapter 710. As soon as Han Yunqi got off the carriage, she was stunned by the scenery in front of her. Her impression of Heaven Mountain had always been that it was mysterious. However, at this moment, standing at the top of the first mountain of Heaven Mountain, looking up at the long and towering mountains in the distance, she could not help but feel awe. These 5 mountains were like stairs to heaven, each taller than the last. It was as if stepping on them would lead one to the Nantian Gate of the 9 heavens, other than the first mountain that Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were on. The top of the 4 mountains in front of them were all covered in snow. Looking from afar, the white snow and the blue sky contrasted each other, clean and sacred. Han Yunqi looked at the white snow and blue sky from afar. It took a long time for her to recover. Even though the deep mountains were sacred and clean, how dark and dangerous were there in Heaven Mountain. In this world, no matter where you went, it was the same. Beneath the beauty was filth. If you were weak, you would be drowned in the filth. If you were not strong enough, you could only wallow in the filth. Only when you were strong could you have the confidence to emerge from the mud unsullied. Only then could you have the capital to make yourself clean. Han Yunqi looked carefully and realized that the distance between the mountains was very far. If they walked, they would have to climb over 4 mountains to reach the foot of Heaven Mountain. This meant that they would have to go up and down the mountain 4 times before they had the chance to climb the real Heaven Mountain. Not to mention how far the distance between the mountains was and how many days it would take to walk. Not to mention the dangers in the mountains. Even the top of the 4 mountains in front of them, which were still covered in snow, might not be able to reach the top. Therefore, to reach the top of Heaven Mountain, it was not feasible to climb the mountain on foot. Even a lightness arts expert like Long Fei wouldn't be able to fly between the 2 mountains. The mountains were dangerous and tall. Even the yellow crane could not pass them, and the monkeys wanted to climb them. To reach Heaven Mountain, one had to take the only path that Heaven Mountain had left for the world. Han Yunqi quickly noticed the bamboo suspension bridge between the first and second mountains. It stretched from the peak of the first mountain to the gorge between the 2 mountains, all the way to the middle of the second. She looked back at Long Fei and asked, "Is this the only path?" "This is the fastest way," Long Fei remarked. If they didn't find it tiring, they could circle around the mountain, but it was hard to predict the dangers. Moreover, the mountain paths were difficult to traverse, so it would take at least a month to reach the peak. "Let's go and take a look at that bridge." They were still some distance away, so Han Yunqi could only see part of the bridge from a distance. She didn't know the details yet. Long Fei Yi brought her to the other side of the mountain and saw that the entrance to the bamboo bridge was sealed by a row of iron chains. There were 2 white-clothed imperial bodyguards standing on the left and right sides of the bridge. Not far from the bridge, there was a small temple-like palace, which looked like a sentry box. Although Mount Tianshan was difficult to climb, it was still heavily guarded. Han Yunqi walked closer and carefully observed the bamboo bridge. Only then did she realize that this bamboo bridge, spanning between 2 mountains, was very deceptive. This thing couldn't even be called a bridge. At most, it was a bamboo pipe tied with ropes. The 2 ropes formed an inverted triangle and hung the bamboo pipe together. The handrails on both sides were 2 parallel ropes. That was all. The most important thing was that the bamboo pipe was very thin and could only allow 1 person to step on it with 1 foot. It could not allow 2 people to walk side by side. To cross this bridge, it was equivalent to stepping on the bamboo pipe and holding on to the ropes on both sides to walk over step by step. It looked like there were no safety measures at all. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the entire bamboo bridge swayed with the wind. The wind in the canyon was strong, and the bamboo bridge was very long. Even if a few people stood on it, the bridge would still sway. Han Yunqi's eyes flickered with a complicated expression as she watched. The imperial bodyguards at the bridge did not seem to recognize Long Fei. When they saw them walking over, they immediately came forward to stop them. Before the imperial bodyguards could speak, Long Fei flashed a white jade token. On the token was a blood-red sect character. When the imperial bodyguards saw the token, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately retreated and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Brother Yi." Long Fei Yi had not been to Tianshan Mountain for many years. The new imperial bodyguards did not recognize him, but they definitely recognized the white jade token. There were many things about the jade tokens on Tianshan Mountain. Different colors represented different levels, other than the colorless tokens in the hands of Elder Kenzo and the 4 Grand Elders. The white token was the highest level. Only the direct disciples of Elder Kenzo and the 4 Grand Elders could possess it. The characters on the jade tokens represented different factions. The sect character represented Elder Kenzo and was a direct disciple of the sect master. Therefore, Long Fei Ye's white jade token represented that he was a direct disciple of Elder Kenzo. Elder Kenzo only had 2 disciples, Duanmu Yao and Long Fei Yi. Everyone on Tianshan Mountain knew this. Besides the sect character, the white jade token also had the characters for heart, scripture, sword, and precepts. They represented Lockhart Courtyard, Scripture Depository, Sword Depository, and Abstinence Courtyard, respectively. These two depositories and courtyards were controlled by the 4 grand elders of Tian Shan Mountain. Among them, head elder Tsongchozi was in charge of Lockhart Courtyard, which controlled Tian Shan Kenzo's Nirvana Heart Sutra. There were many sets of Tian Shan sword skills, but only one Heart Sutra. To learn Tian Shan's sword skills, one had to cultivate the Nirvana Heart Sutra. Anyone who cultivated the Nirvana Heart Sutra had to undergo a seal to permanently seal away the unrighteous qi in their bodies. Tsongchozi's Lockhart Courtyard not only controlled the Nirvana Heart Sutra, but also the Lockhart Seal. Besides Tian Shan Kenzo's direct disciples, all disciples of Tian Shan Mountain had to stay in Lockhart Courtyard for a year or 2 before beginning their studies. Then they could begin cultivating the Nirvana Heart Sutra. Internal cultivation sutras were the foundation of swordsmanship, so Lockhart Courtyard's status on Tian Shan Mountain was self-evident. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to offend Lockhart Courtyard members. The disciples of Tian Shan Mountain all supported Tsongchozi, so no one dared to show him any disrespect. Because of Lockhart Courtyard's power and Tsongchozi's extraordinary martial arts, Elder Kenzo often ignored sect affairs. Over the past decade or so, Tsongchozi's influence had far surpassed that of the other 3 elders. Sometimes he could even act as the sect head and make decisions on important matters. The 2 guards recognized Long Feiyi, but didn't know who Han Yunqi was. When they saw Long Feiyi holding Han Yunqi's hand, they hesitated over how to greet him or greet him. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew in from the side of the palace, like a gust of wind. Han Yunqi didn't even get a good look before she heard a coquettish voice say, "Senior Brother Yi, you're finally back. Xin, I missed you so much." This was the second time Han Yunqi had heard a woman call Long Feiyi senior brother after Duanmu Yao. Although it had nothing to do with Duanmu Yao, Han Yunqi still felt uncomfortable hearing it. She examined the woman before her and saw that this Xin was petite and had a pretty face. Her eyes were especially bright as she looked at Long Feiyi. She wore a white jade pendant at her waist with the character for a sword written on it. Without a doubt, she was a disciple of hidden sword depositories of high status. While Han Yunqi studied Xin studied Han Yunqi as well. Finally, her gaze rested on Han Yunqi's interlocked hand with Long Feiyi's. There was one emotion that women couldn't hide, and that was jealousy. Xin was no exception, and the jealousy in her eyes was about to overflow. Long Feiyi didn't even remember who this woman called Xin was, and didn't intend to pay any attention to her. Who knew that Xin would laugh and say, "Senior Brother Yi, those who don't know martial arts are not allowed to enter Celestial Mountain." Although they spent most of their time in Celestial Mountain, the female disciples of Celestial Mountain would never miss any news about Long Feiyi, especially when it came to the woman beside him. They would try their best to find out more about her. This Han Yunqi didn't know any martial arts and only knew some unorthodox poison techniques. What right did she have to gain Long Feiyi's favor? God knows what kind of charm she used to seduce Long Feiyi. Being Long Feiyi's woman meant that she was destined to be the enemy of all women in the world. Han Yunqi had been through hundreds of battles and was already used to this kind of hostility. She even started to enjoy it. Learning martial arts is so tiring and boorish. Of all the things a girl could do, why did she have to learn martial arts? She's making herself neither a man nor a woman and can't even get married. Han Yunqi purposely hooked her arm around Long Feiyi's and snuggled up to him. Imitating Xin's coy tone, she continued, "I don't know martial arts. In any case, Long Feiyi, you have to always stay by my side and love me, dote on me, and protect me." As she spoke, she raised a finger and lazily looked at it. Unhurriedly, she continued, "Protect me and don't let anyone harm a single finger of mine." Bickering with Han Yunqi would only lead to death by her poisonous tongue. Xin was so angry that smoke almost came out of her nostrils. Just as she was about to retort, Long Fei Yi grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and gently bit her finger. How could the aloof and proud Duke of Qin do such a thing to a woman? How could his lips touch a woman? Xian, I didn't want to believe it, but she couldn't help but like Long Fei Yi's action. How she wished that Long Fei Yi had bitten her. What would it feel like? What would it feel like? A numbing sensation flowed from Han Yunqi's finger to her entire body like an electric current. Fortunately, he quickly let go of her. Otherwise, she didn't know if she would have collapsed in his arms. Why aren't you opening the lock? Long Fei Yi questioned the guards. The two guards were also shocked by Long Fei Yi's bite. Only now did they regain their senses and hurriedly opened the iron chains to let Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi onto the bamboo bridge. Long Fei Yi had the coachman, Uncle Gao, wait in the palace and only brought Su Donglin up the mountain. It wasn't that he was underestimating the enemy, but that he had his own forces on Tian Shan. Su Donglin used the bridge as a stepping stone to soar into the air. He used his qinggong to open up a path for them. Only now did Han Yunqi realize that the bamboo bridge wasn't for walking. It was only for stepping. It seemed that Xian's mockery about her not knowing martial arts made sense. However, she had Long Fei Yi with her, so she wasn't afraid. Hold on tight. Long Fei Yi was in a good mood. He told Han Yunqi to hold on tight to him. But in fact, he hugged her first. With a tap of his foot, he soared into the air. His figure was handsome and carefree. Even after he left, Xian was still dumbfounded. Of course, Xian was just a small peach blossom. There was a bigger peach blossom waiting for Han Yunqi. As soon as Long Fei Yi and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain, all the important figures on the mountain peak knew. Could Han Yunqi successfully cross the bamboo bridge? Chapter 711. The distance between the first and second mountains was the furthest. Even for an expert like Long Fei Yi, he had to use the bridge 5 or 6 times to cross it. However, it had to be said that the scenery here was very good. Long Fei Yi deliberately slowed down to let Han Yunqi take her time to enjoy the scenery. She remembered the first time this guy carried her and flew. Han Yunqi was both scared and surprised, but now she was already used to it. It wasn't that she was no longer afraid of heights, but she believed that the man carrying her could really protect her. Long Fei Yi, the first time you carried me and flew, I was really scared, said Han Yunqi. What were you scared of? Asked Long Fei Yi. I was scared that you would throw me down if you were unhappy, replied Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi was stunned at first, but then he laughed out loud. Would this prince? Yes. Han Yunqi was very sure. And then she added, You definitely would back then. Then what about now? Would you? Asked Long Fei Yi again. Definitely not. Han Yunqi was still very sure. Long Fei Yi nodded and didn't say much. After a long time, he suddenly said, Han Yunqi, actually you wouldn't have back then either. Definitely not. Han Yunqi didn't agree. She still remembered how cold, indifferent, and ruthless he was back then. It seemed like he would get annoyed if she said anything more, and he would just ignore her every time. Han Yunqi was about to argue, but Long Fei Yi asked, Do you know why you wouldn't have? I don't know. Han Yunqi waited for him to say the reason, and then refuted. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi smiled and sighed faintly. This prince also doesn't know why, but in any case, I didn't abandon you. Because he liked her long ago? Long Fei Yi, when did you start to like me? Was it earlier than me? Yes, why? Han Yunqi sighed softly and unconsciously hugged him tightly. At this time, Su Donglin, who was leading the way, suddenly turned back. Master! There's someone blocking the way. It's a woman. Su Donglin was indeed Han Yunqi's shadow guard. His words were obviously meant for Han Yunqi. It's already April. Why are there still so many peach blossoms? Han Yunqi sighed. The meaning behind her words was clear, but it was a pity that Su Donglin did not understand. He honestly said, Princess Consort, the temperature of the Heaven Mountain is lower than the bottom of the mountain, so the peach blossoms bloom later. Right now is the time when the peach blossoms are blooming. Is that so? How vigorous is it? Han Yunqi asked lazily. It's all over the mountain. You'll be able to see it when you get to the front. The entire mountainside is filled with flowers, like a sea of flowers. It's very beautiful. Su Donglin replied excitedly. Han Yunqi was very satisfied. She smiled and did not say anything else. Su Donglin was about to speak when he suddenly met Long Fei Ye's icy gaze. Although he did not understand where he went wrong, he knew that he must have said something wrong. He trembled a few times and hurriedly retreated to the side, not daring to speak again. Long Fei Yi carried Han Yunqi and continued forward after using the bamboo bridge as leverage. He did not take Su Donglin's report to heart. Actually, there was another reason why he did not like to come to Heaven Mountain. The female disciples were too annoying. Not long after, he saw a woman standing in the air in front of him. She was dressed in a light yellow long dress. The hem of her dress was 3 feet long and flowed down. She held a light muslin shawl in her hand, looking elegant and light. Her hair was combed into a bun that was decorated with light yellow pearls. She was beautiful and noble. She stood in the air, her long dress fluttering in the wind. Her ink-black hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy who had descended into the mortal world. Everything about her was beautiful, and she was perfectly matched. However, her face was very ugly. Some people had average looks, but could make up for it with makeup and clothes. However, some people were destined to be unable to cover up their lack of looks no matter how they dressed up. Han Yunqi only felt that it was a pity for the long dress. "Who's this peach blossom?" she asked softly. Long Fei Yi clearly did not take the newcomer seriously. He carried Han Yunqi and continued flying forward. Sang Qiuying. Han Yunqi only felt that the name was very familiar but could not recall it. However, she was too lazy to ask. Why would she need to know these unimportant names? Sang Qiuying was indifferent to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi approaching. However, when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi passed by her, she said cold, "Long Fei Yi, if someone without martial arts wants to go to Heaven Mountain, they have to cross this bridge, step by step. Have you forgotten?" Long Fei Yi did not answer and continued forward. Sang Qiuying suddenly drew her sword, and several sword-wielding women flew out from the abyss under the bridge. They lined up to block Long Fei Yi's path. "Get lost!" Long Fei Yi said, "What if I say no?" Sang Qiuying asked back. Long Fei Yi was about to make a move when a powerful sword qi suddenly rushed over. Then an old woman over 50 years old flew over with a sword. Han Yunqi noticed the jade pendant on her waist. It was a transparent jade token. Besides Elder Kenzo, only the 4 great elders had transparent jade tokens. Among the 4 great elders, only the 4th elder, Granny Yu, who was in charge of the abstinence courtyard, was a woman. Sang Qiuying was overjoyed when she saw Granny Yu. "Aunt Yu, senior brother, Yi has violated the sect rules. Do you want me to call my father?" Sang Qiuying seemed to be making things difficult for Long Fei Yi, but she was actually looking for trouble with Han Yunqi. If she could force Long Fei to abide by the sect's rules, then Han Yunqi would have to cross the bamboo bridge, step by step, to reach Celestial Mountain. Not to mention a woman. Even a man who did not know martial arts would find it impossible to cross this bridge. Those who didn't fall would be scared to death. The abstinence courtyard doesn't have jurisdiction over the sect rules. "Why do you need your father?" Granny Yu asked coldly. Her expression was cold and solemn, and her words were methodical, exuding a majesty that could not be disobeyed. She was a neutral party in the conflict between the factions on Tianshan Mountain. She was not biased towards anyone. Someone had reported Long Fei Yi for violating the sect rules, so she naturally had to come in person. "Aunt Yu is right. Qiuying was too rash." Song Qiuying retreated to the side. In fact, the person who had reported Long Feiyi to the abstinence courtyard was none other than her subordinates. Song Qiuying controlled many industries on Sky Mountain. Coupled with her identity as the first elder's daughter, she was considered an all-powerful figure among the younger generation. She had not dared to go out in the past 2 years because of the embarrassment of her marriage. If she hadn't learned that Long Feiyi had brought Han Yunqi up the mountain, she wouldn't have come out so easily today. Although she had obediently followed her father's orders to get engaged to Tang Li, she still loved him. In the end, the one she truly loved was Long Feiyi. She knew that her father and Long Feiyi were destined to be irreconcilable enemies one day, so she could only hide her feelings in her heart. She accepted that she would never be able to have Long Feiyi in this lifetime, but she couldn't just stand by and watch Long Feiyi bring another woman up Sky Mountain. Sky Mountain was her Song clan's territory. She would never let Han Yunqi have it easy. Granny, you looked at Han Yunqi with disdain. She hated useless women like her the most. Aside from causing trouble for men, they didn't know how to do anything else. What was she doing here if she didn't know martial arts? Of course, she had no right to meddle in Long Feiyi's private affairs. His master should be in charge of such matters, while she only cared about the sect rules. Coldly, she said, "Fei, we're not even halfway across the bridge yet. Take her back and walk step by step across the bridge. This old woman will pretend nothing happened. But if you insist on going forward, don't blame the abstinence hall for not giving your master face." Of course Long Feiyi knew the sect rules, but he didn't expect these people to investigate Han Yunqi so thoroughly. They even knew she didn't know martial arts. The abstinence hall didn't involve itself in factional disputes. Moreover, Granny was a just and impartial person. Although it wasn't easy to win her over, he couldn't afford to offend her. Moreover, this was the sect's rule. Even Granny, you had personally stepped in. If he were to openly break the rules, he would be caught red-handed before he even reached the mountain. It wasn't wise to force his way through, much less Han Yunqi. Long Feiyi didn't hesitate to circulate his qi and channel his internal energy into Han Yunqi's body. After all, Han Yunqi wasn't a martial arts wastrel. On the contrary, her talents were twice as good as Duanmu Yao's. She didn't even need to be sealed to receive Tian Shan Kenzo's internal energy. As long as she had internal energy with her talents, he only needed to teach her 1 or 2 sword moves, and she'd be able to learn them immediately. Although this would waste a lot of his internal energy, he was willing to risk it all. The crowd was alarmed at the sight. Long Feiyi's actions were too risky. "Fei, have you gone mad? She has no foundation in internal energy at all. Moreover, she hasn't been sealed yet. If you rashly transfer your internal energy to her, you'll definitely go mad." Granny Yu scolded. Only then did Han Yunqi realize what Long Feiyi was planning. She quickly pushed his hand aside. "Long Feiyi, I don't want it." "It's fine. Be good," Long Feiyi murmured. "I don't want it." Han Yunqi gripped his hand tightly. "Even if I don't go mad, I still don't want you to waste any of your internal energy. I won't allow it." He had a lot to face on this trip to Celestial Mountain. She wouldn't let herself be a burden to him. She was here to help him. They were going to leave the mountain together before mid-autumn. Long Feiyi was about to coax her when Han Yunqi said coldly, "If you insist, I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Trust me, I can walk across." There's no room for discussion. Long Feiyi's tone was cold. He refused to budge. Han Yunqi took his hand and intertwined her fingers with his. "Long Feiyi, I trust you. I trust that you've never abandoned me in the past, nor will you do so now. Hold my hand and cross the bridge. We'll walk together, all right?" Han Yunqi's eyes held not only determination and stubbornness, but also trust. Long Feiyi could ignore her stubbornness and determination, but he couldn't ignore her trust in him. Finally, he nodded. "All right, I'll walk with you." He ignored Granny Yu and Song Chioying as he carried Han Yunchi and flew across the bridge. Granny Yu didn't expect Han Yunchi to have such courage. Her impression of Han Yunchi had changed a little, but only a little. Men, go and keep an eye on her. Make sure she walks over step by step, Granny Yu said cold. She believed in Long Fei Ye's credibility, but she didn't believe in Han Yunchi. That lass looks so weak that she can't even stand up to a gust of wind. Who knows? She might cry the moment she stands on the bridge. Yes. Several maidservants obeyed and left. Granny, you landed in the middle of the bridge and waited. Auntie Yu, I'll go take a look too. Song Chioying hurriedly chased after her. She couldn't wait to see Han Yunchi make a fool of herself